Chapter 1. Star Ocean Hotel, 37th floor. Room 3726. Zhang Zhun sat sunk into a massive black fabric sofa, tightly gripping the temporary script. It was a suite, a semicircular foyer connected to the bedroom, which was separated by a decorative screen. In the eastern corner of the bedroom was a small study. During pre-production, film crews often stayed in places like this. The director and assistant director would spend anywhere from 10 days to half a month here, casting actors, discussing the script, arranging schedules, and sometimes even playing cards to relax. Zhang Zhun had come for an audition. More precisely, he had come for a chemistry test with another actor. The casting process had ended a month earlier, and the director had been very satisfied with his audition. Yesterday, the assistant director had called him. Zhang Zhun had assumed it was to tell him when filming would begin. Instead, the voice on the other end of the line had said, "Teacher Zhang, are you free tomorrow? Please fly to Shanghai. We still need to test a few scenes." Zhang Zhun lived in Guangzhou. The only reason was that his girlfriend was from Guangzhou. He thought about it for a moment and immediately realized something had changed. "All right, I'm free. Which scenes do you want me to prepare?" "We'll be testing chemistry scenes," Assistant Director Zhou replied. He was in his 40s and always spoke tactfully. "You know our film is a little special." It really was special. It was a gay-themed film. When Zhang Zhun had first received the script, he had been cooking noodles for his girlfriend with a pair of bamboo chopsticks in hand. The script was only an outline, and he had finished reading it in about 10 minutes. Brushing the long bangs away from his eyes, he asked his manager, Xiao Deng, "A film like this, can they actually make it these days?" "I don't know." Wearing an apron, Xiao Deng leaned out of the kitchen while taking the chopsticks from the pot. "I heard the investment is already secured. Besides, bro, weren't you the one who wanted to do an art film?" He really did want to make an art film. Zhang Zhun had started his career as an action actor. He had struggled through the entertainment industry for more than 10 years, working as a stunt performer, designing fight choreography, playing the male lead in low-budget action films. Yet he had never truly become famous. He was almost 40. It was time to make a serious film. A film with depth. A film that demanded real acting. A film people would remember when they heard his name. "The subject is too risky." Xiaodani leaned against him, holding a cup of milk. "Let's not even talk about whether it'll pass censorship. Even if it does make it into theaters, if it's handled badly, you could lose a lot of fans." She was petite and lively. She had also begun her career as an actress before moving behind the scenes as she grew older. She and Zhang Zhun had been together for 3 years, and their relationship was steady. They were planning to get married in another year or two. From the kitchen came Xiao Deng's teasing voice. "Sis, are you worried bro will run away with another man after making this movie?" Xiaodani looked Zhang Zhun up and down. "Oh, you think you have that kind of charm?" Then she turned toward Xiao Deng. "I'm not worried about other men. You two are the ones who spend all your time together. Tell me honestly, have you already done something to my man?" She set down her cup and ran into the kitchen, laughing as she playfully chased Xiao Deng around. Zhang Zhun gently rubbed the thin script between his fingers. He didn't understand what it meant to be gay or straight. He only knew. He liked this story. He liked these two characters. And now, he sat alone in the hotel suite, absent-mindedly rubbing the script in his hands. He felt anxious, hopeful, and just a little ashamed, as he quietly waited for fate to decide his future. The sound of a key card unlocking the door echoed behind him. He turned around and stood. The director walked in first, wearing a white t-shirt, jeans, and a faded baseball cap. He nodded at Zhang Zhun. "Have you been waiting long?" Several people followed behind him, chatting cheerfully as they entered. Zhang Zhun guessed one was Assistant Director Zhou, another was a production assistant, and the last one should be his scene partner, Little Zhang. The director looked him over as though admiring a painting. "You really don't look 37 or 38. Your face is so small, and you still have such a youthful look." Zhang Zhun smiled awkwardly. "Director Chen, I'd actually like to look a little older. With this face, I never get offered mature leading roles." Director Chen lit a cigar. "You're perfect for this role." Zhang Zhun's eyes were exceptionally beautiful. Large, bright, framed by long, curled eyelashes. Whenever light reflected in them, they seemed hazy, almost intoxicating. His face really was no larger than a palm. A pointed chin, thin lips, Years of martial arts training had left his body lean, toned, and resilient. If you asked anyone who knew him what his most attractive feature was, the answer would probably be the back of his neck, especially when his hair was cut short. The graceful curve of his neck made people instinctively want to reach out and hold it. "You have a certain quality," Director Chen said, naturally shifting from casual conversation to work. "It's exactly what I'm looking for. I want you to be beautiful, reserved, a little neurotic. In this film, you wear tailored suits and drive luxury cars. You should carry yourself with a touch of arrogance. And be a bit of a neat freak." Zhang Zhun listened intently. His expression was completely focused as he carefully committed every word to memory. At this stage, the director wasn't going to explain the character in detail. Instead, he quickly moved on to today's audition. "The two of you should spend some time together. If the chemistry feels right, we'll start filming." The implication was obvious. If the chemistry didn't work, he could still be replaced. Unable to stop himself, Zhang Zhun glanced toward the doorway. Director Chen followed his gaze and called out, "Teacher Jin, stop chatting. We've been waiting so long the flowers are about to wilt." The unmistakable Taiwanese accent lingered on the final syllables. What was amusing was that the reply from outside carried the same gentle, unmistakable accent. "Director, I haven't even seen the final script yet." A tall man walked into the room, wearing a smile that hovered somewhere between playful and reserved. His short black hair was glossy and loosely permed into fluffy curls that partially covered the bridge of his nose. His lips were thin and slightly upturned. A faint shadow of stubble framed his jaw. The moment he spotted Zhang Zhun sitting on the sofa, his large eyes narrowed into long, slender crescents. Slowly he spoke. "Zhang Zhun." Of course, Zhang Zhun recognized him as well. He immediately stood and offered his hand. "Teacher Zhun." It was Zhun Xin, a Taiwanese child star. Handsome, gifted, and unbelievably fortunate. He had acted in every kind of film from a young age and collected nearly every major award. Wherever he went, he carried an almost blinding brilliance. Director Chen rested a hand on Zhun Xin's shoulder while gesturing for Zhang Zhun to sit. "You two already know each other." "That film, North High Peak." Director Liu Jianwei's. "Not bad." Both Zhang Zhun and Zhun Xin nodded. They had indeed worked on North High Peak together. Both had played supporting roles. By all rights, they should have become acquainted. Yet during the entire production, they hadn't exchanged a single word. And Galloping Horse. Assistant Director Zhou entered with the production assistant, already setting up the equipment. That movie came out 7 or 8 years ago. It was unbelievably popular. Zhang Zhun smiled awkwardly. In that film, Zhun Xin had been the leading man. Zhang Zhun had merely been the stunt double for the female lead. 7 or 8 years later, people remembered that he had been involved in the movie. No one remembered that his face had never actually appeared on screen. But Zhun Xin probably remembered. He quietly glanced at Zhang Zhun before choosing a sofa that was neither too close nor too far away. Then he sat down. "Director, what's today's plan?" Director Chen stubbed out his cigar. Keeping his head lowered, he replied, "The two of you will rehearse a few scenes together. We'll see how the chemistry feels." Zhun Xin chuckled knowingly. "What kind of scenes?" Director Chen looked faintly embarrassed. "What kind of scenes?" "Intimate scenes." Silence. The enormous suite suddenly felt as though it had shrunk to the size of a single palm. Zhang Zhun quietly clenched his fist. Before coming here, he had imagined every possible outcome. Good ones, bad ones, even the barely acceptable ones. But he had never imagined his partner would be Zhun Xin. He had watched this man act before. He was a monster. The kind of actor who completely devoured anyone sharing a scene with him. At the same time, Zhun Xin was studying Zhang Zhun. They had met before, but had never actually acted opposite one another. His sharp gaze slowly traveled from Zhang Zhun's head to his feet. Naturally, Zhang Zhun felt every bit of it. He loosened his clenched fist and rubbed his hands together. Director Chen. He gestured lightly between himself and Zhun Xin. "Maybe we should get to know each other first?" Director Chen checked his watch and sighed. 10 minutes. The camera crew remained where they were. The two actors walked into the bedroom. They sat shoulder to shoulder on the large bed, facing a decorative folding screen painted with golden cranes soaring among cliffs. The cranes perched on the rocks looked ready to spread their wings. The cranes in the sky looked back over their shoulders. After a moment of silence, Zhang Zhun spoke softly. It seems we've never really talked. Zhen Xian glanced at him and smiled. We never had the chance. He took out a cigarette case. Smoke. Zhang Zhun nodded. Zhen Xian lit 2 cigarettes and handed one over. I've done this sort of thing before. Zhang Zhun took a drag. The smoke was much stronger than he expected. He immediately coughed. Zhen Xian laughed. I was about 16 or 17. It was another director Liu Jianwei film. I had a small supporting role. 1 kissing scene and 1 bed scene. He stopped speaking. Zhang Zhun felt he ought to respond. But before he could, Zhen Xian rested one hand beside him on the bed, leaned closer, and looked directly into his eyes. His gaze carried the effortless charm seen in magazine photo shoots. If you ask me, there's nothing to discuss. We should just kiss. For nearly a full minute, Zhang Zhun's mind was completely blank. He held the cigarette near his lips, watching the smoke drift slowly across Zhen Xian's dark, beautiful eyes. Can we try it? The cigarette smoke had begun irritating Zhen Xian's eyes. His gaze naturally settled on Zhang Zhun's narrow lips. Old man's lips. He thought to himself. Zhang Zhun was only 2 years older than he was. Yet when it came to getting into character, he clearly wasn't nearly as comfortable. Zhang Zhun blinked. He turned his face away awkwardly and murmured, "We don't necessarily have to kiss. A hug would work too." Zhen Xian suddenly raised his voice. "Director, can we just hug instead?" Director Chen immediately shouted back. "There are at least 3 bed scenes, 2 full nude scenes, and there won't be a closed set." Zhang Zhun instantly felt his face burning. It had to be crimson by now. He glared at Zhen Xian. Why would you deliberately provoke him? Zhen Xian looked thoroughly entertained. Still holding the cigarette between his lips, he laughed until his shoulders shook. One corner of his mouth lifted slightly higher than the other. He looked incredibly handsome. Only then did Zhang Zhun realize. This man was terrifyingly good. Everything that had just happened. Perhaps it hadn't even been casual conversation. Perhaps it had already been acting. He had effortlessly pressured him, relaxed him, controlled him, drawn genuine reactions from him, made him shine without him even realizing it. Maybe, if it was with Zhen Xian, this kiss really could work. Zhang Zhun slowly relaxed. Then, Zhen Xian crushed out his cigarette and called loudly, "Director, we're ready." The tension that had just begun to ease suddenly snapped tight again. Zhang Zhun grabbed Zhen Xian in disbelief, silently mouthing, "You're messing with me. You're ready, but I'm not." Zhen Xian flashed a mischievous grin. Throwing an arm around Zhang Zhun's shoulders, he pulled him out into the living room. Director Chen and Assistant Director Zhou were still smoking. The production assistant had just removed the lens cap from the camera. Oddly enough, Zhang Zhun felt less nervous than before. When Zhen Xian wrapped his arms around him from behind, he instinctively struggled a little. Zhen Xian stood more than half a head taller. He buried his nose in Zhang Zhun's hair and whispered, "Stop struggling. We're filming." The camera's red recording light wasn't even on yet. Zhang Zhun turned his head, about to expose the lie. Instead, he was met with a head of soft curls. Warm lips brushed clumsily against his eyelid, paused for the briefest moment, then slowly slid down the bridge of his nose, before settling against the corner of his mouth. Only then did Director Chen shout, "Action!" Zhang Zhun froze. His eyes remained wide open as Zhen Xian kissed him with startling intensity. From his throat to the center of his chest, everything went numb. By the time he realized he should respond, a broad, warm hand had already slipped beneath his jacket. A startled sound escaped him. It wasn't the sound he had intended to make. Instinctively recoiling, he stumbled backward. His foot struck Director Chen's coffee table. Clatter. The lighter and a full ashtray crashed onto the carpet, scattering ashes everywhere. Using the momentum, Zhen Xian guided him backward until they reached the floor-to-ceiling window. Zhang Zhun's face burned with embarrassment, being held so tightly by another man. Even the whites of his eyes had turned pink. The camera followed them closely. Director Chen rolled up the script in his hand and shouted, "More!" Both actors immediately understood. Zhang Zhun stole a glance at Zhen Xian. Sweat glistened across his forehead. His brows were tightly drawn together. He wasn't nearly as composed as he appeared. Then, without hesitation, Zhang Zhun's tongue lightly traced the outline of Zhang Zhun's lips before deepening the kiss. Zhang Zhun closed his eyes. He endured it. In the darkness behind his eyelids, he imagined it was Xiaodani kissing him. But it wasn't the same. Her kisses never carried the lingering taste of cigarette smoke, nor this fierce, overwhelming intensity. Zhang Zhun remained astonishingly cooperative. There was almost no acting involved. That irritated Zhang Xin. It made him feel as though he was the only one truly kissing. He knew exactly how to make a kiss appear hungry, passionate, or irresistibly seductive. Yet none of those techniques seemed necessary. Everything the camera needed was already there. In Zhang Zhun's half-lowered eyelashes, his slightly disheveled hair, the deep flush spreading across his cheekbones. No wonder director Chen had chosen him. Zhang Xin's thought. He really does have that quality. One possessed natural presence. The other possessed refined technique. The chemistry between them emerged effortlessly from the collision of those two strengths. Director Chen unconsciously held his breath. The production assistant stared without blinking through the viewfinder. Assistant director Zhou shyly covered his face and turned away. Even so, the faint sounds of their breathing still reached his ears. The kiss seemed to last forever. Just as director Chen prepared to call, "Cut," Zhang Xin suddenly grabbed the heavy velvet curtain beside them. He lifted it high, hiding both of them inside. Beneath the dim, purplish-red shadows, he finally broke the kiss. Resting his forehead against Zhang Zhun's shoulder, he breathed heavily. Their bodies remained pressed together. Even their heartbeats were clearly audible. Almost unconsciously, Zhang Zhun leaned forward and gently brushed his forehead against Zhang Xin's soft curls. Like someone whose fever had only just broken, he stared blankly into the distance. After catching his breath, Zhang Xin gently cupped Zhang Zhun's face, as though holding a perfectly ripe piece of fruit. Their eyes met, only for an instant. Then he released the curtain, lowered his head, and kissed him once more. The velvet curtain slipped slowly down his back. It swayed gently before the window, rocking once, twice, then gradually became still. Director Chen finally relaxed. The tightly rolled script unfurled in his hand with a soft rustle. "Cut." Both men heard him. Neither moved. Their lips slowly separated. Their breathing mingled in the narrow space between them. Each wanted to look at the other. Instead, both instinctively looked away. Zhang Xin gestured quietly toward the bathroom. "Go first." Understanding immediately, Zhang Zhun covered his mouth with one hand and hurried through the bedroom. Just before closing the bathroom door, he heard Director Chen ask cheerfully, "Teacher Zhun, when you pulled up the curtain, what were you two doing in there?" Zhang Zhun had no interest in hearing the answer. He shut the door, turned on the faucet. The rushing water drowned out every sound outside. After everything was cleaned up, the room filled with compliments and casual conversation. Director Chen appeared extremely satisfied with the audition. After washing up, Zhang Xin sat quietly on the sofa, smoking one cigarette after another. When Zhang Zhun left, Zhang Xin didn't say a single word. He didn't even look at him. On the flight back to Guangzhou, Zhang Zhun couldn't help wondering whether more actors would still be coming to audition. Judging from the fact that Zhang Xin hadn't left, perhaps he would have to repeat everything they had just done, again and again, smiling at different faces, whispering the same intimate lines. As soon as he stepped off the plane, his phone rang. It was Xiaodani. "You're back. How did it go?" "Not bad." A strange sense of guilt crept into his voice. There might still be more than one candidate. "I'll have to wait for the final decision." Xiaodani laughed lightly. "It doesn't matter. I'd rather they choose someone else. I don't want you getting groped by men every day." Zhang Zhun couldn't help laughing. What man would be interested in an old guy like me? Anyone who's had a taste would know. He laughed even harder. "I really ought to pinch your nose for saying that. So, what do you want for dinner?" "Croissants and borscht." The bustling noise of the arrivals hall gradually swallowed his soft reply. "I'll pick them up on my way home." Chapter 2. Feng Qi set down the phone. He felt a bit of tightness in his chest, so he took off his glasses, stood up, and opened the large south-facing window of his consultation room to let the cool breeze in. The call had been from Zhuo Linlin. She was a ballet dancer with bright, spirited eyes. She liked to smile and had a dimple. She was tall and thin, well matched with him. Her skin was fair, and her long hair always carried the scent of citrus or mint. Fang Qi furrowed his brows. She was his ex-girlfriend. They had met in America and dated for over a year. For him, this absolutely counted as a marathon. They had skied in Colorado, sunbathed in Florida, and ridden horses in Texas, until he returned to China for her. Someone knocked on the door. It was Secretary Feng, speaking in a gentle yet cold voice. "Dr. Feng, come in." He turned back. Secretary Feng twisted the door open. She was wearing a water blue dress. "The 3 o'clock appointment is here, Mr. Lin Guoqian." Fang Qi nodded. "Have him wait 10 minutes." He was very tired. He closed the window and walked back to his desk. Beside the phone lay a piece of paper covered with details Zhou Linlin had mentioned. Right in the middle was a name circled in red. Gao Zhun, her current man. Fang Qi put his glasses back on, pressing his fists against his chin as he recalled her complaints on the phone. He's not that kind of person. He's very, very gentle, very sensitive, very artistic. I mean, he's a refined person. MHM. Fang Qi didn't want to hear about that person's good qualities at all. What do you think his problem is? He doesn't sleep. Fang Qi tore off a sticky note. Do you know the reason? He seems to be afraid of the dark. Sometimes he has nightmares, too. And he suddenly stopped driving. He won't even go to parking lots. Car. Fang Qi drew a star on the paper. Had an accident? No. He won't go shopping with me. Won't go to movies. He frequently breaks cups. And he spaces out while watching TV. How long has he been like this? Over a month. Charles, I really had no choice, otherwise I wouldn't have called you. Her voice trembled, as if she were about to cry. I want to make it work with him, really. I'm willing to try anything. Fang Qi grew irritated. What else? The other end of the phone went quiet for a moment. He drinks. Maybe also. I found a bottle of sleeping pills in the liquor cabinet this morning. A third of it was gone. He didn't drink before? A little. Red wine. About 1 bottle every 2 months. After finding the sleeping pills, I checked the liquor cabinet. It was full, all new bottles. Alcohol abuse. Drug dependence. Fang Qi stopped writing as a thought flashed through his mind. How is your relationship? Asking this was merely to satisfy his own nasty curiosity. In all aspects. We were okay. He comes home after work. We talk, cook together. She hesitated for a while, finally getting to the part Fang Qi was interested in. I asked, but he didn't respond. Not active sexually. Fang Qi drew 2 heavy horizontal lines below the notes. What about friendships? In his line of work, at his level, there aren't any real friends, but Zhou Linlin said that 2 days ago, he had had an unpleasant incident with a colleague, and it got physical. Aggressive behavior? Fang Qi drew a question mark, then asked about his parents. He was from a single-parent family, raised by his mother since childhood. He was smart, and everything had gone smoothly for him. Charles, preferably today. I'll have him come see you. Fang Qi pressed his lips together, smoothing the curls at his forehead. My last appointment is at 2:30. Have him come after 4. Their first call after 3 years of being broken up ended just like that. Fang Qi felt very uncomfortable. This was jealousy, a negative emotion. He knew that. It was what he treated. He was a psychologist. In the most bustling district of Shanghai, he had a 200-square-meter consultation room, a Freudian-style recliner, an expressionless secretary, and a pile of patients he couldn't get through. Secretary Feng knocked again. Dr. Feng, shall I show Mr. Lin in? Fang Qi lifted his gaze from the sticky note, sweeping across the bright, somewhat neurotic white walls, and the slogan on the wall that read, Change the world. Start by changing yourself. With his habitual evaluative expression, he slowly looked toward the door. Please come in. Marital relationships, social disorders, depression. Fang Qi dealt with these issues all day. When the last patient wiped away tears and left the consultation room, it was 3:42. He took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes, looking at the wall clock. Outside the door, Secretary Feng's high heels clicked toward the main entrance. Clearly, the person had arrived. Gao Zhun. This was the man Zhou Linlin had broken up with him for. Arriving more than 15 minutes early indicated he was a careful and meticulous person, possibly type A blood. Fang Qi briefly listed an outline of questions. By the time he reached the 5th point, Secretary Feng laughed lightly outside the door. It was a cheerful laugh. She wasn't married yet, Fang Qi thought. This was normal. He continued writing questions. After only 2 more, he put down his pen, unable to continue. He didn't want to give this Gao Zhuan any consultation at all. Alcohol abuse, insomnia, distracted. He deserved to have problems. He was trying hard to control his emotions when Secretary Feng knocked. Dr. Feng, Mr. Gao is here. Feng Qi was impatient. The time hasn't arrived yet. Secretary Feng wanted to say something, but a deep, gentle voice interrupted her. Miss Feng, it's fine. The appointment was for 4. I'll wait. Feng Qi's anger flared up instantly. He crumpled the question paper, threw it in the trash, put on his glasses, and looked toward the door. Please show Mr. Gao in. The door opened. Secretary Feng's blue dress flashed, and she let in a sharply dressed man in a suit. He wasn't very tall, about half a head shorter than Feng Qi. His short hair was combed perfectly, giving him a somewhat delicate appearance. The suit was high-end, the waistline cinched quite flirtatiously. Yes, flirtatiously. That was exactly the word Feng Qi thought of. The tie was a Hermes commemorative edition. It seemed his income was substantial. Hello. Gao Zhuan greeted him first, with little expression. He had a memorable face, large, feminine eyes, and narrow, small lips, his jaw pressed tight against his shirt collar. His whole body carried a kind of tense dynamism. Hello. Feng Qi smiled. This was his occupational disease, establishing rapport with clients. Mr. Gao, please sit. In the middle of the consultation room were 2 black chairs arranged on a diagonal. Feng Qi circled out from behind his desk, and on his 3rd step, he noticed Gao Zhuan's expression. The man was staring at the closing door with an expression close to terror. Mr. Gao? Feng Qi tested. Gao Zhuan was clearly startled, jumping back in fright. It was this reaction that made Feng Qi certain he had a problem. Mr. Gao, please sit. Feng Qi sat down first with a pen and notebook, becoming fully interested. He looked at Gao Zhuan pityingly, watching him sit down reluctantly, his vintage leather bag draped diagonally across the chair leg. Is this your first time receiving psychological counseling? The door clicked shut. Gao Zhuan swallowed, not answering. He wore cologne, a very pleasant scent. Feng Qi examined him up close. He had good taste and seemed well-bred, at least appearing flawless. Mr. Gao, this is our first meeting. Let's chat casually. Don't feel pressured. Okay. Gao Zhuan answered very gently, lightly directing his gaze toward Feng Qi, then quickly looking away after brief contact. Mr. Gao, what do you do for work? I do art investment. What specifically? For artworks and design products within 10 degrees of latitude and longitude, I have pricing authority. Did you study art in university? Art management. I did some printmaking. Talking about his work and educational background, Gao Zhuan seemed to relax a bit, because that was his area of success. But Feng Qi keenly noticed that he was still concerned about the door, secretly measuring it out of the corner of his eye. Claustrophobia? He noted it in his notebook. You and Linlin are boyfriend and girlfriend. Gao Zhuan was startled for a moment, but his expression remained quite normal. She's my fiancée. The word fiancé made Feng Qi very unhappy. He nodded. Gao Zhuan clearly didn't know about his past relationship with Zhou Linlin. She hadn't told him. She had you come see me, and you don't have any resistance? Feng Qi smiled against his will, forcing a kind of rugged casualness. Most people don't like seeing psychologists. Gao Zhuan wasn't infected by his mood. His right index finger rubbed the tip of his nose. She cares about me very much. She said you two are friends. I thought it would be good to meet. Some people made this movement when hesitating. Feng Qi, like a high schooler observing his crush, carefully watched him. He knew he was lying. She said you have insomnia. To his surprise, Gao Zhuan changed his tone, sounding somewhat sharp and challenging. Dr. Feng, do you never have insomnia? This was a defensive state. Feng Qi smiled. Of course I have times when I can't sleep. I usually listen to music or watch TV. What about you? Gao Zhuan's face froze. His thin lips moved, and his narrow, pointed red tongue darted out to lick the corner of his mouth. I drink a bit. In my line of work, I can't stay up late. Oh. Feng Qi deliberately dragged out his voice. Then have you tried sleeping pills? He didn't look at Gao Zhuan, but he could feel the man staring at him unblinkingly. The air congealed, like a silent contest of strength. Feng Qi wasn't afraid. He was best at using this kind of silence. Gao Zhuan was at a loss. His pretty, large eyes darted left and right for a while, finally yielding under the pressure. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and opened them again. Is there water? Fang Qi set down his pen and paper and got up to pour him water. The instant the water dispenser switch was pressed, Gao Zhuan spoke lightly from behind him. I've tried. Fang Qi immediately seized the opportunity. How long? He handed him the water. Gao Zhuan held the cup, but didn't drink. About a month. How could he describe his expression? Fear, loneliness, lost, and disoriented. Fang Qi had definitely seen this kind of expression before, but couldn't recall where at the moment. Did it feel good after taking them? No. Gao Zhuan gradually relaxed, his back pressing against the chair. This was a signal letting Fang Qi know he could push further. He slowed his tone, carrying a hint of coaxing as he leaned closer. If you don't take them, what happens? Gao Zhuan followed his train of thought. I'll have nightmares. What kind of nightmares? Always the same dream. He wanted to say, I walked down the parking garage alone, but the words stopped at his lips. To prevent them from coming out, he even covered his mouth. Fang Qi watched as cold sweat flowed down the man's smooth forehead. He was enduring tremendous pain. For Zhuo Linlin's sake, Fang Qi should have pushed him harder, but he didn't. Instead, he reached out, wanting to support those thin shoulders. Gao Zhuan didn't give him the chance. Like someone having a nervous episode, he spilled the water from his cup just to avoid Fang Qi's suddenly outstretched hand. The situation was very awkward. Fang Qi wanted to give a bitter smile, but he controlled it. It's fine. Sorry. Gao Zhuan repeated it again and again. Fang Qi casually glanced at him and discovered that the corners of his eyes were actually wet. Are you scared? Fang Qi asked. Gao Zhuan immediately denied it. No, just, you're too close to me. Fang Qi thought about it, then stood up. Let's try. Try what? Try to find a safe distance you can accept. Gao Zhuan tried to use a smile to refuse this suggestion. Don't joke, Dr. Fang. Two grown men. Fang Qi didn't want to beat around the bush with him anymore. Mr. Gao, now I can be certain, you have a problem. He paused to let the sentence carry more weight. And, I can responsibly tell you, I can solve your problem. Gao Zhuan's mouth hung slightly open, looking up at him attentively. This was exactly what Fang Qi wanted. Cooperation. Your insomnia, fear, interpersonal relationships. I can help you adjust all of them to optimal condition. These words clearly held great appeal for Gao Zhuan. He eagerly asked, how? Fang Qi locked onto his eyes. I need you to trust me. Gao Zhuan immediately answered. I trust you. Fang Qi shook his head. First, I need you to tell me the truth. The fire in Gao Zhuan's eyes dimmed. He lowered his proud neck, habitually gripping the Patek Philippe watch on his left wrist. He looked vulnerable and struggling. Give me some time. Chapter 3. When Zhang Zhun heard the words signing the contract from Assistant Director Zhou over the phone, his worries outweighed his happiness. 3 days later, standing in the lobby of the Ocean Star Hotel with his luggage in tow, the very thing he had been worrying about came true. Zhang Xian had arrived earlier, wearing a hoodie with the hood pulled down low over his face, leaning casually against the front desk. Zhang Zhun recognized him at first glance. So unrestrained. Assistant Director Zhou came over with a room card. Teacher Zhang, room 3804. Zhang Zhun took the card, but before he could say thank you, Assistant Director Zhou spoke. The director wants you two to get to know each other well. 2 weeks. Zhang Zhun looked at him, puzzled. Assistant Director Zhou spoke sheepishly. It's a suite, but there are 2 beds. Zhang Zhun looked over at Zhang Xian, not far away. He was holding another card, his face hidden in the shadow of the hood, his expression unreadable. Assistant Director Zhou explained. The shooting schedule was set the day before yesterday. The intimate scenes will be shot first, so you two need to. Zhang Zhun nodded to show he understood. Assistant Director Zhou was clearly embarrassed to be telling him this. He patted Zhang Zhun on the shoulder, made an excuse, and hurried off. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian dragged a suitcase, slowly making his way over. Do you snore? Zhang Zhun still couldn't quite bring himself to meet his eyes. Do your feet stink? Zhang Xian smiled, one corner of his mouth higher than the other. One arm draped naturally over Zhang Zhun's shoulder. Zhang Zhun didn't say anything, but the spot where he was touched felt hot. They took the elevator up to the 38th floor. At first, all kinds of people came and went, but after the 25th floor, the crowd gradually thinned out. The service elevator grew quiet, and they could hear each other's uneven breathing. Zhun Xian spoke casually, out of nowhere, not looking at Zhang Zhun. I tried 2 more that day. Zhang Zhun knew what he was talking about, but didn't know how to respond. Oh, my mouth went numb. Zhang Zhun couldn't hold back a laugh. Zhun Xian laughed too, the back of his head resting against the elevator wall, turning to look at him. I picked you. Zhang Zhun lowered his eyes. Then I should thank you. How are you going to thank me? Zhang Zhun thought he was getting into character too early, his delicate brows knitting together in distress. You pick the bed first. Zhun Xian turned away, disappointed. Boring. Zhang Zhun was a simple, earnest person, not much for joking. Then you tell me. Zhun Xian stared at the clear reflection of the two of them on the elevator ceiling. I'll pick first on the bed. Zhang Zhun was stunned. He was about to ask what he meant when, with a ding, the 38th floor arrived. Zhun Xian held the door open for him to go first. He dragged his luggage out, walked down the long corridor looking for the room, then swiped the card to open the door. He immediately forgot about what had just been said. There really were 2 beds, the pillows neatly arranged, the corners of the quilts folded halfway down, each with a rose on top. Zhun Xian came in after him, took one look, and spoke offhandedly. It's a honeymoon room. Zhang Zhun's face flushed red. He tried to hide it, but how could he? Zhun Xian watched him with a grin. How about, we go check out the bathroom too? Zhang Zhun's face grew even redder. He threw the roses into the trash can, very unhappy. Zhun Xian wisely walked away, speaking as he went. You pick. Give me whichever bed is left. Only then did Zhang Zhun remember his words about picking first on the bed. Vaguely, he understood what he meant. His face was already as red as it could get. He simply flopped down onto the bed. From the other end of the room, Zhun Xian suddenly shouted, Hey you, come here. Zhang Zhun jolted upright. This drama, this room, and this co-star all made him want to curse and say to hell with it. But work was work, and he had chosen this himself. He sat there blankly for a while, then reluctantly walked over. It wasn't Zhun Xian's fault. Seeing the bathroom, Zhang Zhun was startled too. From the bathtub to the toilet, everything was open plan, separated from the bedroom by only a transparent glass wall. Everything was on full display. Zhun Xian was the first to get angry, not Zhang Zhun. It seemed he had been joking around, but when the crew played for real, he was the one left dumbfounded. Damn it, that Chen Xin is no good. He pulled his hood up, grabbed his room card, and stormed out. Zhang Zhun's mind went blank. He couldn't imagine how he was going to spend 15 days in this room with Zhun Xian, showering right in front of him, or watching him shower, acting out ambiguous, passionate scenes with him. He pressed his forehead, turned around, and saw the 2 large, soft beds again. Zhun Xian must have gone to find Director Chen to demand a room change. Zhang Zhun was happy to let him, so he wasn't in a rush to unpack. He bent down to take off his shoes and socks, changed into the flip-flops he had brought, and turned on the TV to Channel 5. Before long, Zhun Xian came back, dejected, holding a stack of something in his hands. Zhang Zhun kept his eyes on the screen. Rihanna's Song Diamonds was playing. It was a black and white film with a bluish, cold light. He stayed silent, waiting for Zhun Xian to speak. It was a stack of DVDs. Zhun Xian casually spread them out on the TV stand. From a few meters away, Zhang Zhun recognized a few of them. There was Brokeback Mountain, Farewell My Concubine, and Lanyu. He covered his brow bone with his hand in resignation and asked weakly, What did Director Chen say? Zhun Xian pulled 2 sheets of paper from his chest. What else could he say? The crew is doing us a huge favor by squeezing out time for us to build a connection, and we're still trying to bargain. He handed one of the sheets to Zhang Zhun. The script for the first scene is out. Zhang Zhun took it and only glanced at it for a moment before his expression changed. Does it have to be this detailed? Zhun Xian's expression wasn't much better either. He furrowed his brows, absent-mindedly fiddling with the DVDs. We really need to build up that connection. Zhang Zhun didn't say anything. He ran a hand through his hair. What DVDs are these? Let me see. There were more than 10 DVDs. Zhun Xian grabbed them all and sat down next to him to look through them together. They had unfamiliar titles and bold covers. Some were Chinese, but most were foreign. Zhang Zhun picked one up, his voice tight. Have you seen this? Not my kind of thing. Zhang Zhun thought about it very seriously. I think we should set a schedule. Since this is work, let's treat it as work. He took a deep breath. Watch DVDs at night, and the next morning we can practice accordingly. He glanced tentatively at Zhun Xin. Zhun Xin was looking right back at him. The two of them locked eyes with an ambiguous gaze. For some reason, their gazes simultaneously drifted down toward each other's lips. Zhang Zhun quickly turned his head away. The rest counts as personal time. I'll do my workouts, you do your thing. Just a normal working relationship. Zhun Xin stood up with his hands in his pockets and sneered. What else could it be? It's not like we're really gay. The major matters settled, the two of them began unpacking separately. Zhang Zhun picked the bed against the wall, so Zhun Xin piled his things on the bed by the window. The contract was signed, and the filming period was 3 to 6 months, so neither of them had packed light. Zhang Zhun had a long-standing habit of being very organized. In the blink of an eye, he was done. He looked up again at Zhun Xion's side and put his hand to his forehead. It was truly a mess. He didn't know what to say. Clothes, toiletries, all kinds of bottles and jars, and even 2 pairs of sneakers were all thrown onto the bed, piled up into a peak. The suitcase was empty, but the bed was unusable. Zhun Xian crossed his arms, annoyed. So what? All these years you've been filming. Zhun Xian interrupted him righteously. I had assistants. True, assistants would help with a lot of things. Before leaving, his assistant Xiao Dang had been insisting on coming along, but Zhang Zhun hadn't allowed it. Filming this kind of scene with a man, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to let go in front of someone he knew. Zhun Xian probably felt the same way. Zhang Zhun lit a cigarette. Does your assistant pack your home for you too? Zhun Xian retorted. I have a girlfriend. Zhang Zhun raised one eyebrow. You have a girlfriend? Zhun Xian publicly claimed to be single, in a dry spell, a waiting angel, a lonely male god. Underground relationship. Is that not allowed? Zhang Zhun smiled bitterly. There was no more pointless talk. He stuck the half-smoked cigarette into Zhun Xian's hand, bent down, and helped him organize his things. Zhun Xian didn't refuse. He stepped aside and leaned against the windowsill, smoking and talking to him. I want to be on top. Zhang Zhun wasn't really paying attention. Why are you telling me about your girlfriend? Zhun Xian rolled his eyes. I'm talking about with you. Zhang Zhun's hands paused for a moment, then continued tidying. We're both men. What do you mean on top, or not? Zhun Xian finished the last drag of his cigarette, stubbed it out hard in the ashtray, pulled out the towel and face cream he had brought from the bed, and headed toward the bathroom. Anyway, it's settled. Teacher Zhang, no peeking, okay? Zhang Zhun was starting to get used to his jokes. He replied easily. I have a better body than you. What is there to look at? After Zhun Xian showered and came out, Zhang Zhun had already tidied up the room. By then, the sky was growing dark. The two of them went up to the hotel's rooftop restaurant for dinner, signing the cruise tab. Next to the restaurant was a gallery. They wandered around casually, then went back to the room to prepare for work. The DVD was picked by Zhang Zhun. The title was Free Fall. Zhun Xian read the synopsis. Why did you pick this one? Zhang Zhun turned on the DVD player and found the remote. The cover looks more watchable. Watchable meant conservative. Zhun Xian took off his outer clothes and changed into sleep pants, lay down on his bed, and patted the pillow toward Zhang Zhun, who was also changing. Come over. Zhang Zhun glared at him and walked toward his own bed, pressing the start button at the same time. Zhun Xian threw some sarcastic remarks his way. What's the point of watching from separate beds? Might as well watch by ourselves. Zhang Zhun thought he had a point. They were already here, already staying in a honeymoon room. So what was the point of being fussy now? So he kicked Zhun Xian's long legs aside a bit and got onto the bed. Move over a little. Zhun Xian made a show of moving over, but the curtains were drawn, the room completely dark, with only the white light from the screen illuminating their faces. For some reason, Zhang Zhun felt a quiet contentment. The movie told a sad story. A straight policeman was pursued by a handsome new recruit on the force. At first he refused, and even feared it. But who could say for sure about feelings? A new world began with a semi-forced kiss at the edge of a forest. He fell into it like he was on drugs, even sleeping with a man behind his pregnant girlfriend's back. When he lost everything in the end, Zhang Zhun shed tears. Zhun Xian pulled out a tissue from somewhere. You cry a lot. Zhang Zhun was a bit embarrassed and immediately covered his eyes. The TV is too bright. When we were filming North High Peak, a martial arts instructor got injured, and you cried too. I remember. That did happen. Zhang Zhun couldn't be bothered to hide it anymore. He was an emotionally sensitive person, more affected than others by partings and reunions, life and death. With a faint sheen of tears still in his eyes, he casually glanced over and saw a large roll of toilet paper next to Zhang Xian's hand. Why did you bring toilet paper? This time it was Zhang Xian's turn to be embarrassed. He pushed the toilet paper back. Just in case. Who knew this film would be so touching? Zhang Zhun didn't say anything and awkwardly withdrew his gaze. Zhang Xian spoke, whether explaining himself or being serious. Let me tell you, watching this kind of film is useless. Man with man, man with woman, feelings are the same. It's the bodies that are different. Saying that, he jumped off the bed, stood in the light from the TV, and pulled out the most bold and explicit DVD from the stack, putting it into the player. This is what we need. He lay back down on the bed, took the remote from Zhang Zhun's hand, and started playing. Compared to the previous film, this one was truly straightforward. Within 5 minutes of the opening, the two actors were already naked, and their lower bodies weren't censored. Zhang Zhun stared at the two glistening, muscular bodies on the screen and pulled his arm away from where it was touching Zhang Xian's. I say, isn't this a porn film? Zhang Xian didn't say anything. He just placed that roll of toilet paper heavily on top of him and turned the volume up a few notches. Logically speaking, a man in his 30s or 40s would have seen some gay porn, but the man on TV had his legs spread wide, twisting his waist and thrusting his hips in all kinds of positions, moaning like a sex machine without restraint. Zhang Zhun's hair stood on end watching it. He secretly looked at where the two men were joined. The obscene, lewd, wet, and slippery sight filled him with a strange fear. Zhang Xian lightly touched his hair, then his ear. Zhang Zhun fought back the urge to resist, waiting for him to press his lips against his. This kiss was completely different from the previous ones. It was like biting, like teasing. His tongue licked from the gums to the back of the throat. Zhang Zhun couldn't help but let out some moans. Against the backdrop of the TV's wanton sounds, he hoped Zhang Xian hadn't heard. Zhang Xian whispered against his ear, kneading his chest like he was playing with a woman. He turned his face away, pushing Zhang Xian down. Zhang Xian struggled with him a couple of times, but he wouldn't let go. Zhang Xian gathered his hair, stared at him resentfully for a moment, got off the bed, and went to the bathroom. Zhang Zhun covered his face to calm down, turned on the light, and looked toward the bathroom. Through the slightly reflective glass wall, he saw Zhang Xian's tall figure, naked, standing in front of the toilet. One hand was against the wall tiles, and the other was moving rapidly in front of his body. Chapter 4. The second time Fang Qi saw Gao Zhun, he was still dressed so neatly and handsomely, his hair loosely slicked back with pomade, a black obsidian stud in his right ear. He walked into the consultation room full of energy, with Secretary Feng trailing behind him, wishing she could turn into a shadow for him to step on. He was early again. Fang Qi had just come out of the last client's story, looking tired. Mr. Gao, do you have a habit of wearing earrings? Gao Zhun set down his bag. This time it was a limited edition Givenchy, delicate to the point of being somewhat feminine. There's a cross-disciplinary artist gathering this afternoon. I went with the flow, he said, kicking the bag at his feet. Otherwise, I wouldn't use this kind of stuff. His shoes were berluti, pointed, black and shiny, the kind that could pierce a woman's heart. Fang Qi pulled his gaze back and fixed it on his face. It was the face of someone who had been suffering from chronic insomnia, slack and dull, with faint dark circles under his eyes. You use women's perfume? Gao Zhun seemed stung by his choice of words, showing a strange expression, like disgust, like fear. No, I use cologne. Maybe it was those models. They like to hug, or when taking group photos. He grew clumsy. Fang Qi smiled. Mr. Gao, can we begin now? He gestured to Secretary Feng at the door. She quietly walked over and closed the door. Fang Qi observed Gao Zhun's expression. He showed that frightened look again, like some startled small animal, as if a snap of the fingers could make him faint. Mr. Gao. Fang Qi sat diagonally across from him as before, holding a pen and notepad. Last time you said your fiancé sent you here. What about this time? Gao Zhun reluctantly pulled his attention from the door back to the conversation. I came of my own free will. Fang Qi nodded with satisfaction. Then, he asked him in his usual gentle tone, why did you come? Or rather, what prompted you to seek help? Gao Zhun seemed confused by his question. Because, last time you said you could solve my problem. Fang Qi looked at him without blinking. Then can you tell me, what is your problem? That gaze was so firm, so forceful, that Gao Zhun didn't dare meet it. I have insomnia, nightmares, sometimes I can't concentrate. What else? Nothing else. Fang Qi crossed his legs. I want to hear the truth. Gao Zhun thought about it, about to speak, when Fang Qi cut him off. All of it. Gao Zhun swallowed, staring at the gleaming floor, almost pleading. I told you last time, give me some time. Fang Qi didn't respond. In the white room, only the ticking of the clock could be heard. Gao Zhun's hands were clasped together, clearly very tense. Fang Qi allowed enough silence, then sighed. All right, I'll wait for you. He pulled out a folded sheet of paper from his notepad. Mr. Gao, psychological counseling is a process of joint effort. You may not believe it, but you have tremendous potential within you. In the end, the only one who can free you is yourself. He handed him the paper. Of course, I will be by your side the entire time, whenever you need me. No one had ever said these things to Gao Zhun. He looked at him in surprise, to the point of forgetting to open the paper in his hand. Over a month of holding himself up alone was crumbling because of this sentence. The feeling of being unconditionally cared for made him want to cry, but he held it back. He didn't dare let him know. But Fang Qi knew. He knew all of his feelings. Every word spoken in this consultation room, I will keep confidential for you. From anyone, unless. He looked at Gao Zhun's trembling, delicate fingers. It violates the law. Fang Qi had anticipated various reactions from Gao Zhun, knowing roughly at which points he might interrupt him. But he didn't expect him to suddenly ask at this moment. What do you mean? Fang Qi raised an eyebrow. For example, if your current insomnia is because you killed someone or some other violent crime, I have a duty to report it to the police. Gao Zhun didn't back down. On the contrary, he pressed further. What if I'm only fantasizing about a crime and haven't carried it out yet? He blinked, deliberately making himself appear casual. Or what if I'm the victim? Fang Qi saw through his little trick. Victim. This unusual word caught his attention. Then I will keep it confidential. He handed him the pen, which had grown warm in his grip. Mr. Gao, I'm giving you a simple Adler questionnaire. Please fill it out. Gao Zhun thoughtfully unfolded the paper. There were over 20 questions on it, all about childhood experiences. He didn't hesitate, picking up the pen and writing. Fang Qi looked at his bent neck, the proportion, the curve, very beautiful. He remembered his overreaction to safe distance last time, and suddenly wanted to conduct an experiment about bodily stress response. He leaned slightly toward him, and without warning, touched the left side of his temple, as light as a dragonfly skimming water. But with just that one touch, the pen dropped from Gao Zhun's hand. To avoid it, his whole body tilted in the opposite direction. About to fall, Fang Qi quickly caught him, with a look of feigned surprise. There was something in your hair. I was just trying to help you get it out. Gao Zhun was terrified, staring at him for a long time, his face red. I'm sorry. It's fine. Fang Qi let go of him. Victim. He was even more certain of the truth of this word. Have you finished the questionnaire? Let me see. Gao Zhun loosened his tie and handed him the paper. Throughout this process, he kept his hands tucked in, seemingly afraid of physical contact with Fang Qi. Do childhood things have anything to do with treating insomnia? Fang Qi's thought. Of course they don't. He was just using this step to further explore his personality. Of course they do, he said while looking at the questionnaire. You're an only child, from a single-parent family, unmarried. These are all high-risk factors for anxiety. Gao Zhun clearly hadn't recovered from the shock. He bit his thin lip, both hands gripping his sleeves tightly, his fingertips turning blue. Fang Qi put away the questionnaire and picked up the pen. Mr. Gao, next, can you tell me about yourself? Me? Gao Zhun didn't know where to begin for a moment. He thought about it, and followed Fang Qi's line of thought about family. My parents separated when I was very young. My mother was a very strict person. She told me there was only one way to live, and that was to be above other people. Fang Qi pressed further. What does it mean to be above other people? To be the best? You're a perfectionist? Gao Zhuan didn't hesitate. Yes, I think good things are all flawless. At this point, he looked somewhat dejected. Worried that this dejection would be noticed by Fang Qi, he quickly added, "My mother always told me to be a real man, to show my father." Fang Qi asked again, "What is a real man?" "Strong, financially capable, good to women," he said, then laughed. "But look at me, I'm not tall. But I've achieved the other two. Is being a real man very important to you?" Gao Zhuan thought seriously. "I suppose so. I used to cry a lot as a child. My mother always told me to hold it back. She said, a real man shouldn't be like a woman." Suddenly he stopped and said no more. Fang Qi looked at him puzzled, watching his thick eyelashes tremble in the orange afterglow of the sunset. This kind of situation was actually quite common, and he didn't mind. He guessed Gao Zhuan had probably fallen into some childhood memory. "Mr. Gao, regarding your childhood, can you randomly recall a scene?" A scene. Gao Zhuan's voice, unlike his flashy exterior, was very low. When he spoke to him, Fang Qi sometimes felt a floating sense of pleasure. "For example, the most impressive one, the one you think of often." Gao Zhuan's brow moved. He must have thought of something. Once, he seemed a bit bashful. "When I was about 7 or 8, there was a kid in the courtyard who laughed at me for not having a dad. I hit him. Then, he showed a shy expression. His dad happened to pass by. I was very scared at the time. Watching him walk over, I was so frightened I couldn't move. But he didn't say anything, didn't even ask his son. He just gently patted my head. After a pause, he continued. I thought, having a dad must feel like that. And then, Fang Qi asked. Then he picked me up and took me home." Gao Zhuan was rarely a bit excited. He didn't even pick up his own son, just held his hand. "What did you do at the time?" I wrapped my arms around his neck, my face pressed against his face. Soon, his expression dimmed. But after he left, my mother cried. Fang Qi understood this curiosity and dependence on adult males. What kind of person was he? I heard he was a doctor. Gao Zhuan glanced lightly at him. Like you. You're both kind, willing to help people. Fang Qi's face grew hot, his chest feeling a bit tight. What else? He's quite similar to you. Gao Zhuan looked at him with clear eyes. You're both tall, with curly hair. The last time I saw you, I felt you could help me. Fang Qi fell silent, not speaking for a long time. Guilt crept out from the cracks of his soul. He could have been kinder to him, but he chose to be malicious. Afterward, Gao Zhuan talked about his family, many of his experiences. Just as he was getting to Zhuolinlin, Fang Qi interrupted him and arranged their next appointment time. Gao Zhuan chose every Wednesday at 4 in the afternoon. When he left, Fang Qi came out of the consultation room and walked him all the way to the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed. Gao Zhuan smiled politely at him from inside. Then the elevator descended, the indicator numbers dropping one by one. Fang Qi suddenly felt a strong desire to understand him, to help him. That evening, when Zhuolinlin's call came in, Fang Qi was studying materials on PTSD. She asked in a lowered voice, Have you started? Fang Qi took off his glasses, his emotions a bit complicated. Yes. He's in a very good mood today. He's been talking about you. Fang Qi smiled bitterly. What did he say about me? He said a lot of good things about you. Said he's glad I know you. Said he sees hope. Her tone was sweet, with a hint of coquettishness. Charles, really thank you. No need to thank me. The resentment in Fang Qi's heart rose again. Just as he was frowning, wanting to hang up, Zhuolinlin suddenly asked, Charles, what exactly is his illness? Fang Qi paused. He's not ill. For some reason, he vaguely sensed that Zhuolinlin's state was subtly different from the last time they had spoken on the phone. Something happened, but I'm not sure yet. Even if I am sure, I can't tell you, because I'm his doctor. I have to be responsible for him. The other end of the phone went quiet for a moment, then said, You can't even tell me, Charles. She knew what tone to use on him, that mix of forcefulness and flirtatious intimacy. Fang Qi pinched the bridge of his nose. All right. I suspect he has a traumatic experience. I'm mainly suspecting he was robbed. Impossible, Zhuolinlin said. He would tell me about something like that. There's no need to keep it bottled up. Maybe he's afraid you'll look down on him. Fang Qi inserted the bookmark and closed the materials. That page was about psychological adjustment after violent injury. Many men who have been robbed have experiences of being discriminated against by women. Besides, he's a proud person. Being robbed causes insomnia, causes him to smash things, causes him to take sleeping pills. Maybe he was beaten or some other violence. We don't know what he went through, Fong Qi sighed. And Linlin, this is just a guess. Linlin finally agreed to end the call. Fong Qi repeatedly warned her not to mention these things to Gao Zhun. She promised, and finally said softly, I can only rely on you, Charles. I only have you. 3 days later, Friday evening, Fong Qi finished work and was driving home. At the intersection of Zhejiang Road and Zizing Middle Road, he saw Gao Zhun in a casual suit. He was carrying a small cardboard box, but it seemed heavy. He had to stop and rest every few steps. Fong Qi merged over, pulling up to the curb and rolling down the window. Mr. Gao. Gao Zhun turned around. Fong Qi naturally called out to him. Get in, I'll give you a ride. Gao Zhun took a step toward him, but immediately stopped, that panicked and frightened look appearing in his eyes again. No trouble, I'll walk back. It's very quick. Only then did Fong Qi remember what Zhou Linlin had said. He suddenly stopped driving, won't even go to parking lots. So he pushed open the passenger door. Give me the box. Gao Zhun agreed, placing the cardboard box on the seat and giving him the address. Fong Qi nodded and stepped on the gas. Gao Zhun's home wasn't far, a high-end apartment complex. Fong Qi parked the car at the entrance of the complex, got out, and lit a cigarette while waiting for him. Looking up at the cluster of buildings, the villas high and low, windows of varying sizes glowing with warm and cool lights, he couldn't help but think that Zhou Linlin lived in one of these buildings, in one of these rooms, lighting up one of these lamps. Gao Zhun walked over from afar, diffusing an invisible, expensive, sweet fragrance in the hazy evening light. When he got close, he said softly, Thank you. Fong Qi stubbed out the cigarette. It's just a short walk from here. Want to ride in my car? No, Gao Zhun said. Want to come up and sit for a while? Linlin said she hasn't seen you in a long time. No, Fong Qi took the box down. How have you been feeling these past 2 days? Gao Zhun took it. I drank again yesterday because I couldn't sleep. Had a dream at 3 in the morning, afraid of waking her up. Saying this, he said goodbye and walked into the complex. Fong Qi called out to him. You can call me. Gao Zhun turned around, not quite understanding what he meant. If you have a nightmare, you can call me, Fong Qi said. Even at 3 in the morning. Chapter 5. Other than heavy breathing, there was nothing in his ears. Zhang Zhun's whole body was burning hot, every inch of his skin taut, trembling under Zhun Xian's touch. They lay on his bed, wearing only underwear, thigh pressed against thigh, hip bone against hip bone, nipples standing up sensitively, occasionally brushing against each other's sweat-dampened chests, sending shivers of pleasure through them. Zhun Xian's hair fell onto his face, light and playful. Hazy light filtered through the thick curtains, turning each strand golden. On the 13th day of living together, Zhang Zhun couldn't believe they were doing this kind of thing, from kissing to embracing, to unrestrained touching, to now entwining like a real couple, locked together as if their lives depended on it. Zhun Xian licked the hollow of his neck, both hands grabbing his buttocks through the thin fabric of his underwear, kneading slowly like he was kneading a woman's breasts. Legs, he said hoarsely. Open your legs a little. Lost in passion, Zhang Zhun obeyed in a daze. Immediately after, something hot and hard pressed against his groin. He had been hard for a while already, but being pressed so brazenly by Zhun Xian, he couldn't hold back a groan. Zhun Xian rubbed against him again and again, teasing him, alternating between fast and slow, light and heavy. Does it feel good? He said with a laugh in his voice. Faster or slower? Zhang Zhun didn't speak. He turned his head and bit his lip. Zhun Xian couldn't stand seeing him like this. It feels good, so say it. What's the big deal? He deliberately provoked him, moving close to his tightly pressed lips, licking persistently like a cat lapping milk, saliva dripping, making obscene sounds. Before long, he had licked that face until it was wet and glistening. Zhang Zhun was nearly 40. It wasn't that he had never been with women, but no woman had ever played with him like this. He couldn't help but open his mouth, accompanied by short moans, his 2 arms wrapping around Zhun Xian's shoulders. Zhun Xian raised his upper body, looking down at him from above, thrusting his hips faster and harder, his hands roaming over that small, wet face, then sliding down along the narrow jawline to grip his neck, pressing on his Adam's apple, then moving down to the pectoral muscles on both sides. This truly was a beautiful body, supple and lean, every muscle seeming to have a life of its own, stretching and contracting under the sheen of sweat, glowing with erotic light. Zhang Zhun heard his own moans, so wanton they were almost shameful. He noticed Zhun Xin watching him, and his mind went blank with embarrassment. Don't look at me. He twisted his shoulders and rolled over, presenting a smooth back to Zhun Xin. They had practiced this position before. Zhun Xin would place a towel under his buttocks and rub against him through the towel. The towel was right there at hand, but Zhun Xin didn't reach for it. His right hand touched his own straining groin, then pulled down his underwear. The moment he pressed down on him, Zhang Zhun felt it. That heat, that force, even the sticky bodily fluids soaking through the underwear and wetting his buttocks. He tried to resist, but Zhun Xin held him down firmly. This scene was exactly like those porn films. Zhang Zhun felt afraid, but the more afraid he was, the stronger the perverse pleasure became. He listened to the mattress creaking nonstop, listened to Zhun Xin's rough breathing against his ear, listened to his own pounding heartbeat, listened to tears sliding uncontrollably from his eyelashes, soaking the pillow. This kind of rubbing didn't seem to be enough. Zhun Xin simply flipped him over, yanked off his underwear in one go, grasped his penis and his own together, and began stroking rapidly. Zhang Zhun's mind and body seemed to split into two places. His arms held Zhun Xin tightly, his thighs curled, rubbing the inner flesh against his hip bones nonstop, yet his mouth said, "Wait, this feels like we're really making love." Damn it, Zhun Xin didn't know what he was cursing at, or why he was cursing. He only knew to kiss him, to seal his mouth with his own. At that moment, a phone rang. Schubert's Trout Quintet. Zhun Xin reluctantly licked Zhang Zhun's tongue, then let him go. He grabbed the phone with one hand, and after calming himself slightly, pressed the answer button. "Hello, Yunting." Zhang Zhun knew it was his girlfriend. The underground relationship he had mentioned before. Her name seemed to be Feng Yunting. She was a model who had recently become popular, speaking in a cloying, soft voice. "Honey, what are you doing?" "Rehearsing lines." Zhun Xin answered absent-mindedly, while his hand roamed back and forth over Zhang Zhun's abdominal muscles. The two of them looked like they had been washed in sweat. The bedsheets were soaked through. Zhang Zhun found a towel to cover his still hard groin and got out of bed. Pulling open the glass door to the bathroom, he threw down the towel and turned on the shower. Hot water burst from the shower head, washing away the absurd lust. Let this end quickly, he thought, rubbing his head. If this went on any longer, he really didn't know what would. Zhun Xin hung up the phone in a hurry, lazily naked, walking barefoot to the bathroom. He pulled open the door, walked up behind Zhang Zhun, pressed against him, and wrapped his arms around that waist. "You haven't come yet," he said, sucking a trail of hickeys on the side of his neck. "Shall we continue?" Zhang Zhun pushed him away and said, "Get out." Zhun Xin was a bit unhappy, but still clung to him. "Come on, it's not like we're really doing this for real. We're just helping each other out." He held him tightly, pressing his lower body against his buttocks, his hand reaching forward. In just that one moment of thought, Zhang Zhun slightly turned his body, his right hand clenched into a fist, and with a thud, punched him in the face. Water splashed everywhere, covering the glass wall with a thin layer of water droplets. Zhun Xin was a bit dazed, falling onto the tiled floor. Before his eyes, two lean calves appeared in a blur. He instinctively reached to grab them, but they dodged away. He tried several times to get up, but couldn't. The shower water was still pouring down. His ears were buzzing with nothing but noise. Zhang Zhun had thrown the punch on instinct. When he came to his senses and looked, he was scared himself. He had trained in martial arts, and his hands were heavy. He was usually gentle and accommodating in his dealings with people, precisely because he was afraid of hurting someone with his hands. He squatted down to help Zhun Xin up, but was swatted away. Zhun Xin held his head, his wet hair covering his face, cursing something in Taiwanese. At that moment, the room phone rang. There was an extension in the bathroom, not far from Zhun Xin. He reached back and picked it up. "Hello, Director." Zhang Zhun took this opportunity to come closer, brushing aside the wet hair on his face. Below was a patch of purple bruising. The area under his left eye socket was already slightly oozing blood. Zhang Zhun was startled. He took a deep breath, about to apologize, when Zhen Xian hung up the phone and glared at him with a fierce, hateful expression. Half an hour. Room 3726. The director is checking our homework. As the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. Zhen Xian met the director with that badly beaten face of his. Chen Xin was smoking a cigar by the window. When he saw him come in, he was stunned for a moment. Then he directly threw the cigar on the floor, pointed at his nose, and cursed. Damn it, Zhen Xian, you don't want to work anymore. Zhang Zhun was standing behind Zhen Xian and quickly stepped forward. Director Chen, it was my fault, I wasn't careful. There were also Assistant Director Zhou, the production assistant, and two unfamiliar staff members in the room. They exchanged a look, more or less understanding what had happened. Chen Xin didn't want to look at him at all. He turned Zhen Xian's face toward him. Tomorrow your whole eye socket will be bruised. Zhen Xian was carefree about it. I'll put on some powder. You won't be able to tell. I have good bone structure. It's all in the shadows. The director was amused by him, slapping his cheek hard. You'd better be ready to start filming the day after tomorrow, Teacher Zhen. No one said anything more. The lighting crew adjusted the lights. The camera crew set up the equipment. Zhen Xian and Zhang Zhun still sat side by side on that large bed, silently taking off their clothes. Shirts, t-shirts, long pants, all thrown at the head of the bed, leaving only underwear on their bodies. Just as they had practiced countless times before, Zhang Zhun lay down first. Then Zhen Xian pressed down on top of him. After a brief moment of eye contact, their lips and tongues intertwined. Perhaps it was because Zhen Xian's bruised face was right in front of him, or perhaps the lingering aftereffects of the simulated lovemaking hadn't faded. In any case, Zhang Zhun was very into it. His whole body pressed against Zhen Xian like a wave, low moans escaping from between his teeth from time to time. Saliva trickled down his small jaw onto his neck. His long eyelashes fluttered, lightly brushing against Zhen Xian's face. Assistant Director Zhou whispered to Director Chen. Much better than last time. Zhang Zhun has a lot of feeling. The other two staff members were seeing their bed scene for the first time. They held up the sound boom, staring dumbfounded, occasionally blurting out. Holy crap. So damn wild. Zhang Zhun heard them and grew shy, burying his face in the bedsheets on the side away from the light. Zhen Xian's eyes, ears, and hands all chased after him. Just as he was about to lift him up like scooping a handful of spring water, Director Chen suddenly slapped the table and shouted at the two staff members. What are you chatting about? Don't you know that affects the actor's emotions? Cut. Zhen Xian and Zhang Zhun immediately stopped, wanting more yet at a loss, breathing heavily in unison. The staff members lowered their heads. Director Chen vented his anger, then said to the two on the bed, who were too embarrassed to look at each other. Very good. One more take. This time Zhang Zhun takes the lead. Zhang Zhun was momentarily stunned. He had never taken the lead with Zhen Xian, nor did he have the nerve to actively pleasure a man in front of the camera. He didn't know if it was from panic or something else. He looked at Zhen Xian helplessly. Zhen Xian immediately said, Director, in this scene Gao Zhun is the more passive one. The initiative has always been in Feng Qi's hands. I think. Are you the director, or am I the director? Chen Xin rapped his knuckles on the table. It's Gao Zhun who first develops dependence on Feng Qi, and it's also Gao Zhun who seduces Feng Qi first. I say how to act, and that's how you act. Zhen Xian had a good relationship with Chen Xin. He knew he was getting back at him for Zhang Zhun punching him. Director, that can't be called seduction, it's just. Chen Xin's good intentions were met with ingratitude, and his anger grew even greater. The one on the bed is Zhang Zhun, not Gao Zhun. Don't get too into character, Teacher Zhen. This sentence left Zhen Xian stunned. It wasn't that he was getting into character. Whoever spent 10 days facing only one person, and a person pressed skin to skin at that, wouldn't be able to help but care for them. He ran a hand through his hair, nodded, and plopped down on the bed. All right, I'm ready. Let's do it. Zhang Zhun hesitantly moved closer, not quite sure where to start. Zhen Xian crossed his legs and pulled him to straddle himself. Hey you, bring a cushion over. A staff member immediately threw a small cushion over from the sofa. Zhang Xian placed it between their groins, one hand on Zhang Zhun's waist, the other gathering his hair and pushing it back. It's fine. Just think of me as your girlfriend. Zhang Zhun's beautiful forehead was revealed. Below his forehead were straight brows and a pair of eyes glistening with moisture. Those two eyes lightly looked at Zhang Xian's injury. The director called. Action. He bent his neck. That beautiful curve appeared again, catching the light filtering through the gap in the curtains, glowing hazily. A kiss slowly landed on the bruise, light as a feather. Zhang Xian mistakenly thought he would go all in from the start. He arched up to meet him, but missed. He was a bit annoyed, grinned, and said self-mockingly, Our chemistry still isn't there yet. Zhang Zhun was infected by him and laughed too. The atmosphere immediately livened up. Zhang Zhun could finally, just as he did with Xiaodani, press his lips firmly onto Zhang Xian's lips, rubbing cheek to cheek with him. Zhang Xian had originally had ideas, such as at what point Zhang Zhun's kissing should make him start acting back, or what techniques could make this kiss look more real and on point. But he didn't expect that the moment Zhang Zhun's tongue tentatively slipped into his mouth, he would have no ideas left at all. Those kisses were gentle and sticky, a bit like Zhang Zhun's personality, the kind of soft, melting kisses that would wear down all your patience. As he kissed, he also used his hand to knead Zhang Xian's earlobe, stroking over his cheekbones, the bridge of his nose, and his brows, teasingly caressing his hair. The breath coming from his mouth was intermittent, as if waiting for you to tear him apart with force. Zhang Xian grew restless. The sound of sucking grew louder. His two hands kneaded and pinched Zhang Zhun's back nonstop. Although there was a small cushion between them, it was obvious that both of them had erections. The director and staff members embarrassedly averted their gazes. The people on the bed couldn't care less. Zhang Xian bit down on Zhang Zhun's Adam's apple, leaving a trail of bite marks on his flat chest like a beast in heat. Then he flicked them with his tongue, and then sucked hard on one of his nipples. Zhang Zhun bit down and groaned. It was the kind of groan Zhang Xian was used to hearing, wanton and restrained. He gritted his teeth and endured. He endured and endured, but couldn't endure it anymore. He grabbed the small cushion from under their groins and threw it on the floor, then pinned Zhang Zhun's two wrists down and pressed him onto the bed on his back. The camera's red light was still on. Zhang Zhun wondered where his shame had flown off to. He actually welcomed Zhang Xian with his thighs spread open without any reservation. Then Zhang Xian immediately responded with an even crazier, even more shameless kiss. The atmosphere in the room was strange. The ones acting were completely lost in the moment, while the ones watching felt uncomfortable. One of the lighting crew members even covered his crotch and left his post without permission, running to the bathroom. Director Chen saw this situation and could only rub his hands together. Cut. Neither Zhang Zhun nor Zhang Xian stopped. They continued entangling, rubbing their toes together on the bed. Director Chen really couldn't watch anymore. He walked to the bedside and clapped his hands. Cut. Cut. I said cut. Only then did Zhang Xian roll off Zhang Zhun, breathing heavily. The crotch of his underwear was wet. Zhang Zhun was no better off, his whole body red, half turned to the side, covering up the mess below. Chen Xin was in his 40s, and even he couldn't keep his composure. He lashed out at Assistant Director Zhou, pointing east and striking west. I told them to get along. I told them to do it like this. Assistant Director Zhou was huddled in the small sofa, staring blankly at the bed. Only after a long while did he let out a sound. Huh. Zhou Zheng. Director Chen stomped his feet in anger. At this moment, Assistant Director Zhou said very seriously, Director, I think this film is going to work. After taking turns using the bathroom, Zhang Xian and Zhang Zhun got dressed and sat side by side, listening to Chen Zhengsun give them feedback. Very good, very nice. I can see you both put your hearts into it. That. Teacher Zhun, still rein it in a bit, both in the scene and out of it. Zhang Zhun too, don't overdo it. Right? Zhou Zheng. He winked at Assistant Director Zhou. You say something too? Assistant Director Zhou cleared his throat. Just now the director and I discussed it. There are 2 days until filming starts. Teacher Zhen, take good care of your injury. And then, you won't be living in the same room anymore. Tomorrow the various cast members will arrive one after another. The rooms will be rearranged. Chapter 6. Fang Qi had an academic seminar today. He had postponed all his other patients, but he had Secretary Feng keep Gao Zhuan's appointment. At 4:05, he hurried out of the elevator and jogged into the clinic. Just in time to see Secretary Feng pulling at a troubled-looking Gao Zhuan, seemingly asking him to help tie her new silk scarf. Mr. Gao. Fang Qi was not pleased. Gao Zhuan turned around. His expression in that split second could only be described as vivid. He had been anxious and troubled, but the moment he saw Fang Qi, he immediately revealed that gentle, reserved expression, like a fledgling seeing its flock returning from afar, like trembling dew meeting the spring breeze. Dr. Feng, he smiled lightly. Miss Feng said you rushed back specially. Sorry for the trouble. Emotion is a projection. Fang Qi could clearly feel his fondness and dependence on him. Mr. Gao, please wait a moment. Secretary Feng, come in with me. Walking into the consultation room, setting down his bag, he had Secretary Feng close the door. Then he pointed at her without mercy. I've told you before, maintain distance from patients. Don't let me see this a second time. Get out. Secretary Feng was very wronged. Fang Qi was impatient. He was already 5 minutes late. He didn't want to make Gao Zhuan wait another 5 minutes. Mr. Gao has a fiancée. They're getting married soon. Get out. Secretary Feng stood with her head lowered, not moving. He strode over, opened the door for her, and at the same time smiled and greeted Gao Zhuan. Mr. Gao, please come in. Gao Zhuan had of course noticed the strange dynamic between the two of them, but he didn't say much. When he brushed past Secretary Feng to enter, Fang Qi habitually placed a hand on his back to guide him. He immediately tensed up and shivered. Fang Qi's hands sensitively felt this tension. He had originally been about to go get the air conditioner remote, but he hesitated. Quickly weighing the pros and cons, he decided to conduct this experiment. Mr. Gao, I'm so sorry. He pointed at the air conditioner in the corner of the room. The air conditioner has been broken these past 2 days. Would you mind bearing with it? The outdoor temperature was 35 degrees Celsius. Although it was already past 4, the sun was still blazing red. Gao Zhuan had attended a partners' meeting in the morning and was dressed in a formal vest suit with a wide tie. But he still agreed without hesitation. All right. Fang Qi was also wearing a suit, but not as formal as his. He took off his jacket and hung it on the back of the chair. He walked over and sat diagonally across from Gao Zhuan. Let's continue our previous topic. Early memories. Gao Zhuan looked at him attentively, like a good student. Fang Qi could imagine that this was exactly how he had been as a student. Humble, obedient, excellent. Mr. Gao, have you ever had any memories of failure? Failure. Gao Zhuan seemed very unfamiliar with this word. I've had exam performances that didn't go well, career development bottlenecks, breakups with girlfriends. But I never felt like I failed. Does that count? Very confident. Fang Qi wrote in his notepad. Did any of these things leave you with a memory, a mental image? Gao Zhuan thought about it. Maybe the breakup with my girlfriend, he said, pursing his lips with slight embarrassment. My college girlfriend. At that time I had no money. I was very unsophisticated. She looked down on me a little. I remember the weather was especially nice that day. She left my dorm. I stood on the balcony watching her. She was swinging her long hair. She looked very happy. At this point, he actually laughed. My roommate was cooking instant noodles at the time. Beef braised flavor. I ate the whole thing. Fang Qi laughed along with him. It seemed this relationship truly hadn't left any trauma on Gao Zhuan. He was about to ask the next question when Gao Zhuan suddenly said, "Oh right, I ran into her last year. She chased after me with all her might for 2 months. And then," Fang Qi followed up. Gao Zhuan was simple to the point of being cold. Nothing after that. Only then did Fang Qi realize that this person was not as innocent and fragile as he appeared. He had his own cunning and dark side. This sudden realization made him feel it was necessary to change strategy. Actually, I've been dumped by a girlfriend too. Appropriate self-disclosure. A basic quality that all psychologists should possess. Only I wasn't as lucky as you. I was the one who couldn't get over it. Gao Zhuan was sweating buckets from the heat, but still appeared very concerned. This reaction matched Fang Qi's expectations. She might be getting married soon. Gao Zhuan wanted to ask something, but Fang Qi cut him off. You're very hot. Take off your jacket. Gao Zhuan was stunned. That timid, fearful expression returned. No, I'm fine. Take it off. Take off your tie too. He pointed at the wardrobe by the door, smiling warmly. I provide hangers. Don't worry about wrinkles. Really, it's not necessary. Gao Zhun began avoiding his gaze, crossing his arms over his chest. This action appeared casual, but was actually a defensive posture. Fang Qi's brow moved slightly. Right, speaking of failure, something happened to me when I was studying in America. He deliberately dragged out the final syllable, then quickly got to the point. I was robbed. By a black man. To his surprise, Gao Zhun didn't pay much attention to the word robbed. Had he guessed wrong? He wavered a bit. One autumn evening, I was jogging in the park next to the school. I didn't know he was following me from behind. Suddenly, very suddenly, Gao Zhun's eyes changed. Like a startled wild deer, he plunged headfirst into his trap. He pounced on me from behind, holding a knife in his hand. His body odor was very strong. You know, that kind of smell black people have. He carefully observed Gao Zhun, observing his bobbing Adam's apple and his hand gripping the tie tightly. I'm not considered short over there, but I didn't resist. Because I was scared. I emptied my pockets for him, but there was no money in my workout clothes. He sat a little closer to Gao Zhun. Then he beat me. Beat me hard. The bruises on my face didn't fade for a week. But at the time I was truly relieved that he only beat me and didn't kill me. Gao Zhun was clearly terrified, staring with his two large, watery eyes, giving his whole heart and soul to this story. Fang Qi smiled instead. Thinking about it now, if I had resisted back then, who knows who would have beaten who? He was very close to Gao Zhun now, as if whispering. But after that, I never dared to jog again. At night, I have nightmares. During the day, I often feel a chill on my neck, as if there's a knife. More sweat trickled down Gao Zhun's forehead. You could see that sweat had already soaked through the shirt below his collar, revealing the color of his skin. Fang Qi asked him again, "How about taking off your jacket?" Gao Zhun shook his head. Fang Qi continued, "I didn't dare tell anyone. I was afraid they would look down on me. Chinese men, after all, care about face." And then, Gao Zhun asked in a trembling voice. Fang Qi casually tossed his hair and put some distance between them. I told everything to my mentor. He treated me. Gao Zhun clearly developed a longing for the word treatment. At this point, Fang Qi asked him for the third time, "You're too hot. How about taking off your jacket?" Gao Zhun shook his head at first. Slowly, as if in return for Fang Qi's unreserved confession to him, or as if he had finally relaxed, he nodded. Fang Qi watched him stand up, turn his back, and begin unbuttoning. Taking off the jacket symbolized letting down one's guard. Fang Qi believed this represented a major step forward in their therapeutic relationship. But he didn't understand why Gao Zhun had to turn his back. He undressed very slowly. The high-end suit made a luxurious sound as it brushed against his shirt. When he stretched his arms, his back pulled into a marvelous curve. That waist was truly slender, as if it would break with a casual grip. His appetite must not be good either. Gao Zhun was about to turn around, but Fang Qi ordered him, "Take off the vest too." Gao Zhun paused, as if making a great decision. He began unbuttoning the vest. He was already soaked through. The shirt fabric clung thinly to his flesh, revealing the muscles beneath. Fang Qi asked, "Do you usually work out?" Gao Zhun didn't turn around for a long time. He answered with his head turned to the side. "I used to have the habit. I haven't gone recently." "Why not?" "Because there are a lot of people. Sweating. That kind of smell." "What kind of smell?" Fang Qi very much wanted to ask, but held back. Today's results were already good enough. He didn't want to push him too hard. "Mr. Gao, we discussed before that you have issues with safe distance. Next, I'd like to try a physical contact experiment." He put down his pen and paper and stood up, walking toward him. "You don't need to move." Gao Zhun moved upon hearing this. He turned to face him, while simultaneously stepping back, his expression strange. Flushed red from the heat, yet pale from fear. Fang Qi tried his best to soothe him. "If you want to change, you need to try challenging yourself. If you can't take it, we'll stop at any time." Gao Zhun shook his head. "No, I don't want to try. I think it's pointless. And very strange." Fang Qi immediately switched to a coaxing tone. "You don't trust me? That would disappoint me very much." Gao Zhun was clearly frightened by the possibility of his disappointment. Actually, this was a threat. To balance out this sense of threat, Fang Qi cajoled him. Let's try it, all right. With every step Fang Qi took toward him, Gao Zhuan took a step back, until he was backed against the wall. Fang Qi still didn't give up. Just once, all right. Gao Zhuan had nowhere left to retreat. He looked at him with an expression that could only be described as pitiful pleading. Next time, can we do it next time? Fang Qi was a bit surprised. He was negotiating terms with him. I'm afraid you won't come back next time. Gao Zhuan didn't respond. It seemed he had this intention. Fang Qi realized he had still pushed him too hard. So he withdrew the pressure, voluntarily stepping back several paces. I respect your decision, but please also believe in your potential. He returned to his desk, picked up his pen, and wrote a prescription. Next time we'll continue this physical contact exercise. It's not as strange as you think. We'll take it step by step. This is the homework I'm leaving you. He handed the slip of paper toward Gao Zhuan. Gao Zhuan, freed from his tense state, quickly walked over and took it. He looked at it. Untie my tie. Yes, a behavioral assignment. Fang Qi assumed a professional attitude. I noticed you refused to untie your tie. This often suggests self-restraint and an unhealthy sense of security. I need you to liberate yourself. Try not to wear a tie to work as much as possible. Practice for a week. I'll check on it at our next meeting. Gao Zhuan wanted to protest, but Fang Qi naturally didn't give him the chance. That's all for today. Gao Zhuan thoughtfully put on his vest, his jacket, picked up his exquisite calfskin bag, and walked to the door. Dr. Fang, on my way here I saw a Japanese tavern. Would you like to go for a drink? Fang Qi was taken aback. According to what his mentor had taught him, and according to his many years of professional experience, he should not have any contact with a client outside of treatment. But considering the next session, he agreed. They walked there. It only took 10 minutes. A very small shop. The proprietress was Taiwanese. She served excellent sake. As soon as they started drinking, Gao Zhuan received a phone call. At first he listened quietly. In the end he spoke with a coldness that bordered on cruelty. You've been with me for 5 years, and you give me this kind of problem. 37 million. Don't come to me. Handle it yourself. After hanging up, Fang Qi asked what was going on. Gao Zhuan only said lightly, a collector's grade artwork. Got chemical substances on it. That kid can forget about working anymore. The lighting was dim and yellow. His soft facial contours seemed somewhat unreal. Fang Qi thus changed the subject. How did you and Linlin meet? Through work. With a drink in hand, Gao Zhuan seemed to fully relax at last. We had an exhibition. Needed a ballet dancer. Fang Qi guessed he came to this kind of place often. She's not easy to pursue. She pursued me, Gao Zhuan said proudly, winking at him. She said she'd never had a boyfriend before. But I don't believe it. Fang Qi's face stiffened slightly. He shook his head and laughed. I don't believe it either. That day they were both a bit tipsy. Even a week later, when they met again at the clinic door, that faint tipsiness from the tavern seemed not to have dissipated. At least Fang Qi felt that way. He smiled and extended his arm toward Gao Zhuan, politely inviting him in. But Gao Zhuan just stood at the doorway, staring at him in disbelief. Fang Qi felt something was off, but couldn't put his finger on it. Until Gao Zhuan glanced back at Secretary Feng. Only then did he realize. It was the air conditioner. Sure enough, Gao Zhuan avoided looking at his face. Miss Feng said the air conditioner wasn't broken last week. Fang Qi's heart sank. He wanted to explain, but Gao Zhuan immediately followed up. Why did you lie to me? The expression on his face was angry and sad, like a child abandoned by his father. Fang Qi knew he had wounded him again on top of his wounds. That was just a technique. A technique. Gao Zhuan looked like he was about to cry. Everything you used on me was a technique, and not. His mouth hung open empty, but Fang Qi knew what he wanted to say was genuine feeling. Chapter 7. The day after they were assigned separate rooms, Chen Xin arrived on set. She was a female star on the same level as Zhang Zhun, no longer young, and still single. When Chen Zhengsan had the two of them meet, Zhang Zhun wondered why they had cast her. She was short, nothing like a ballerina. Chen Xin was very interested in him, though. Her hand, adorned with fuzzy nail polish, loosely pinched his finger. Teacher Zhun, nice to meet you. Although Linlin was Gao Zhuan's girlfriend, most of her scenes were with Fang Qi, with a few intimate scenes as well. According to Chen Jingxin's plan, they would shoot her parts first. The moment Zhang Zhun heard this, he refused. Director, I spent half a month getting along with a man, and now that we're filming, you want me to work with a woman? Chen Xin burst out laughing. I thought Teacher Zhun was a universal plug. Zhen Xian looked at her without saying anything. Chen Zhengsun pulled him aside. She doesn't have a nice mouth. Don't take it to heart. Zhen Xian nodded. I've heard about it. With a mouth like that, no wonder she can't get married. Your mouth is pretty vicious, too. Chen Zhengsun lit a cigar for him. Her schedule couldn't be worked around. I had Zhou Zheng talk to Zhang Zhun about it. Just do your scenes with her, and it'll be fine. Zhan Xan looked incredibly handsome smoking the cigar, his slightly curled bangs covering half his face, smoke rising in wisps from his mouth and nose. Maintaining this handsome pose, he asked, have you seen Zhang Zhun these past 2 days? Chen Zhengsen looked at him with some reproach. Do I have nothing better to do than keep tabs on some small-time star? You did the room assignments on purpose. Zhan Xan puffed smoke at him angrily. He's in 3705, I'm in 3834, with the whole crew between us. If I can't act well, don't blame me. Who are you threatening? Chen Zhengsun snatched the cigar from his mouth. Go, build some chemistry with your female co-star. Filming starts tomorrow. Zhan Xian slumped his shoulders and walked toward Chen Xin. Chen Zhengsun suddenly remembered something. Teacher Zhun, Zhang Zhun went to pick up his girlfriend. She's coming from Guangzhou, staying for 2 days. Zhen Xian paused for a moment, then said, oh. Until filming began, Zhen Xian never saw Zhang Zhun. Actually, there was no reason to see him. In the blink of an eye, he was standing in front of the camera with Chen Xin. He was reading the script while the makeup artist touched up his makeup. Chen Xin was sipping juice and looking at him hotly. This was an office building very close to the set. The crew had rented 10 rooms, one of which had been renovated into Fong Chi's consultation room. 30-some staff members, actors, assistants, and equipment were all squeezed together, making the room seem much smaller. Warm yellow lights blazed down hotly. Assistant Director Zhou received the director's instructions, stood up with a megaphone, and called out, attention, all departments. This scene comes later in the story. Fong Chi and Gao Zhuan are already together, but Zhuo Linlin doesn't know yet. Zhen Xian handed the script to the makeup artist. Chen Xin handed her juice to her assistant. The script supervisor was Taiwanese. He began calling the slate. In character, cameras A and B, scene 239, shot 1, take 1. Then the director called, action. The camera's red light came on. Chen Xin stood on a wooden crate, barely entering the frame at the same time as Zhan Xian. Her emotions were full and on point. Charles, I regret it. She was giving him plenty to work with. Zhan Xian could easily pick it up. As the script required, he maintained a reserved silence. Chen Xin continued. He doesn't love me. He won't touch me. Zhan Xian spoke. The last time I went to your place, I forced him. Chen Xin covered her face. Tears spilled from between her fingers. You clearly cured him. Why is he treating me like this? Zhan Xian showed a guilty expression, walked toward her, and hesitantly put his arms around her shoulders. Chen Xin immediately leaned in. At an angle the camera couldn't capture, she pressed her full breasts against him. Zhan Xian shrank back. She pressed her advantage, stood on her toes, and kissed his lips. The script did have this kiss, but not this soon. Zhan Xian angrily pushed her away. Chen Zhengsun had no choice but to call, cut. What's wrong with you, Zhan Xian? He threw a fit from the director's chair. Zhan Xian wiped his mouth, speaking righteously. If you want to change the script, tell me beforehand. Chen Xin showed no sign of apology at all. Director Chen, she scratched her hair. I felt the emotion was there, so I just went with it. We're all veteran actors. No need to be so nitpicky. For some reason, the director took Chen Xin's side. Teacher Zhen, let's go with Teacher Chen's interpretation for this scene. One more time. Zhen Xian's eyes were blazing with anger. The Taiwanese script supervisor came up again with the slate. In character, cameras A and B, scene 239, shot 1, take 2. A simple kiss scene dragged on for most of the day. On the way back from the office building to the hotel, Chen Jingxin got into Zhan Xian's car and spoke to him gently. It's not that serious. It's not like it's your first day filming. I can't stand her. Zhan Xian didn't hide it at all. His hands were crossed on his knees, his eyes fixed on the window. Chen Jingxin sneered. All right, Don't throw your award-winning actor tantrum. You'll have a bed scene with her soon. Did she bring in the investment? Zhun Xian finally turned to look at him. Chen Jingxin's expression was a bit unnatural. No, she came to my room last night. The vibe was pretty good. Zhun Xian couldn't take it anymore and pressed his temple. Then keep her in line. Damn it, her big chest almost crushed me to death. Wow, having a chest pressed against you isn't good. Chen Zhengsun grinned lewdly. Or does Teacher Zhen not like breasts anymore? Get lost. Zhun Xian turned back to stare out the window. Chen Zhengsun leaned over. Seriously, a woman at this age who's still single is like a hungry wolf or a fierce tiger, buddy. If you want to make a move, do it soon. Zhun Xian pushed him away. Have some decency. They arrived at the hotel. Chen Zhengsun was the first to jump out of the car and arrange the next shoot with Zhou Zheng. All personnel, go straight to the 37th floor. Have Zhun Xian and Qin Suner get ready. Zhou Zheng was about to go relay the message when Chen Zhengsun stopped him. Zhang Zhun got back from the airport, right? Have him come too. He's not in these scenes. Zhou Zheng flipped open the shooting schedule. Chen Zhengsun patted his shoulder. Have him observe. There was a couple's suite on the 37th floor, very suitable for this scene. It was called a bed scene, but it was really just a flashback of Fong Qi and Zhou Linlin falling in love in America. A brief suggestion would be enough. The bed was covered in rose petals. Qin Suner wore a bathrobe, lying on it leisurely and playing on her phone. The room below the bed was packed full of people. Zhun Xian came out of the bathroom in a bathrobe. The staff members all nodded at him, respectfully calling out, Teacher Zhun. Qin Suner's assistant was young, sitting on the carpet by the bed holding up her juice can. Zhun Xian didn't want to look at her for even a second. He was about to push through the wall of people to find Chen Zhengsun when someone hurriedly ran in through the door. Earbuds in his ears, the cord running down to the phone in his shorts pocket. The weight of the phone pulled his shorts loosely halfway down his waist, revealing a small strip of hip bone. It was Zhang Zhun. He wasn't wearing anything on top. His lean muscles rose and fell. Qin Suner lost a lot of face. Zhun Xian didn't care about her. He glanced over at Zhang Zhun and saw him half sitting on the arm of the sofa, not looking this way at all. He was staring at his phone, probably WeChatting with his girlfriend. The second take, Qin Suner behaved herself much more. When she behaved, Zhun Xian had nothing to say. They finished filming lukewarmly and easily. Chen Zhengsun scratched his head. Both teachers, the feeling isn't coming through. One more take. So they did another take. Still didn't pass. During the break to adjust emotions, Zhun Xian pulled out his phone and sent Zhang Zhun a text. I'll treat you and your girlfriend to dinner after work. Zhang Zhun didn't reply for a long time. Until this bed scene was finally finished with great difficulty. His phone finally received a message. Okay. The dinner was at 6 in the evening, but it wasn't just the three of them. It was the whole crew. They had booked 2 private rooms at a KTV near the hotel to celebrate the start of filming. Zhun Xian and Qin Suner were assigned to one room. Zhang Zhun and Xiedani were assigned to the other. A large group of people made noise, drunk and rowdy. Zhang Zhun couldn't hold his liquor well. After 2 drinks he stopped. Xiedani sat beside him. When everyone else went to the next room to make toasts, she touched the side of his neck and said, He did this. Zhang Zhun was stunned for a moment, then understood. His face reddened a bit. He nodded. Xiedani said somewhat coquettishly, I'm going to be jealous. Zhang Zhun smiled, gently grasping her hand. You might not trust me, but you should trust my sexual orientation. He handed her his glass and picked up his own. Let's go over too. The door to the next private room was half open, packed full of people inside. The 2 of them were holding hands about to go in when they heard Zhun Xian say with a thick tongue, Yeah, I just want to get into Zhang Zhun's bed, so what? He was drunk. No one present took it seriously. They whistled and hollered and made a fuss. But Zhang Zhun let go of Xiedani's hand, his face looking terrible. A staff member happened to turn around, saw him, and called out, Teacher Zhang. Zhun Xian heard. He staggered through the crowd, 1 foot deep, 1 foot shallow, heading toward the door. Zhang Zhun turned and left. Down the long KTV hallway, he didn't lift his head. That tiny bit of alcohol all rushed to his head. Zhun Xian is too much, he thought. He's too much. Someone caught up behind him. He thought it was Xiedani, so he slowed his pace. But a broad chest embraced him from behind, pushed open the door in front of him, and shoved him inside. It was the men's restroom. Zhang Xin reached back and pressed the lock, pushing him against the sink, forcing him to face him. Then he looked at him, drunk, and said, "I'm sorry." Zhang Zhun was a soft-hearted person. In just 1 second, the voice deep in his heart was already about to say words of forgiveness. But Zhang Xin suddenly kissed his mouth, biting like a madman. Zhang Zhun immediately struggled. Zhang Xin knew his strength. He pressed his mouth to his earlobe and bit it. "Yeah, hit me. Swell my other face, too." Zhang Zhun stared with wet eyes, his fist clenched, but not moving. Zhang Xin pressed his advantage and kissed him again, kissing his ear, his cheekbone, his temple, his eyelashes. As he kissed, he murmured, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Zhang Zhun didn't know what was happening. He was just standing there dazed when Xiedani's voice came from outside the door. "Zhang Zhun. Zhang Zhun." She had seen Zhang Xin push him in, but why was the door locked? She pushed and knocked. The door suddenly opened from inside. Zhang Xin shoved past her and fled in the direction he had come from. She rushed in and saw Zhang Zhun standing quietly by the sink, his hair somewhat disheveled. "You two fought?" she asked timidly. Zhang Zhun knew this wasn't what she wanted to ask. "No." He tugged at the corner of his mouth, walked over, and took her hand. "It's nothing." Chapter 8. At 10:07 p.m., Fang Qi lay on his bed at home and dialed the number he had written down in his consultation records. "Hello." It was Zhuo Linlin who answered. He sighed. "Is Gao Zhuan there?" "He's not picking up his phone." "What happened between you two?" The tone on the other end was somewhat reproachful. "There was a problem." Fang Qi sounded very agitated. "He hasn't come to therapy for 2 weeks. Please have him answer the phone, will you?" Zhuo Linlin went to get Gao Zhuan, but there was no response for a long time. After 3 or 4 minutes, the call was disconnected. Fang Qi felt like his head was about to explode. Holding his breath, he dialed again. "Hello, Linlin. Tell him I have something to say to him. Just 1 sentence." Zhuo Linlin complained to him. "What on earth happened between you two?" Saying this, she went to find Gao Zhuan. Fang Qi stared at the wall clock. 30 seconds. 1 minute. 2 minutes. At the 3rd minute, it seemed someone was listening on the other end. He quickly said, "Mr. Gao?" There was no answer, but he knew he was there. He could hear his delicate breathing. "Mr. Gao." Hearing him call his name, Gao Zhuan's breathing trembled, even losing control somewhat. Fang Qi said, "I was wrong. You probably never want to consult with me again. I just want to tell you that from the very first meeting, every word I said to you, every emotion we experienced together, I invested genuine feeling in. Please don't doubt that." Gao Zhuan didn't hang up the phone. They hadn't seen each other for over 2 weeks. Fang Qi knew he was still attached to his voice, so he chose to play another emotional card. "These past days, how have you been?" The phone clicked and disconnected with a busy tone. Fang Qi thought quickly, then dialed a 3rd time. After a long while, Zhuo Linlin finally answered. "Charles, please don't call again. He seems to be crying." Fang Qi had guessed as much. "How has he been these past 2 weeks?" "Not good. Not sleeping whole nights through. Not going to the company much either. We sleep separately. I have no idea what he does at night. Alcohol. Yes, he's drinking very heavily." Fang Qi clenched his fist. This was his responsibility. He even somewhat regretted having taken on Zhuo Linlin's commission. "Try to persuade him to come see me, okay?" The other end hung up quickly. Fang Qi held the receiver in a daze for a long time before putting it down, lost in spirit. He had had many patients. Some were cured with a wave of the hand. Some dragged on without healing. Some had crises due to improper treatment. But none had ever made him so unable to eat or sleep in peace. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Perhaps it was Gao Zhuan's mysteriousness, his reluctance to open up to him, his uncompromising nature that presented a challenge, or because he was Zhuo Linlin's boyfriend. He remembered the breathing on the phone just now, so fragile, so helpless. He remembered the way he smiled and nodded in the elevator. He remembered those fine suits, the expensive leather shoes and bags, and that slender waist. He slapped himself. He felt the whole world should rush out to condemn him. But when he looked up, it was an empty apartment, silent and still. C'est la vie. He rubbed his brow and slid into the soft bedding. He didn't sleep well. All kinds of sounds kept calling out by his ear. Cries for help, curses, weeping, and the ringing of a phone. A fine frenzy's almost lover. I never want to see you unhappy. I thought you want the same for me. Goodbye, my almost lover. Goodbye, my hopeless dream. He suddenly opened his eyes. It was his phone ringing. He turned on the bedside lamp. The alarm clock showed 3:20 a.m. He cursed. Recently, one of his personality disorder patients often called him in the middle of the night. But squinting and grabbing the phone, he saw it was a familiar number with no saved contact. Hello. He answered lazily. He didn't even park the car properly. He killed the engine, tossed it by the roadside, got out, and ran over. Gao Zhun was looking in his direction. He must have been terrified. Fang Qi couldn't imagine how he had walked such a long, dark road alone, when he didn't even dare to sleep. Even seeing him, Gao Zhun still didn't dare step out of that circle of light. He was wearing a suit and tie, his hair hanging loosely over his forehead, with a special kind of vulnerability. Fang Qi stood in front of him, his breathing somewhat unsteady. Both of them had traveled an unusual journey to stand here. The emotions accumulated along the way had no outlet to burst forth, or rather, couldn't burst forth. They were just doctor and patient, two adults kept at an appropriate distance by reason, two men. Fang Qi looked Gao Zhun up and down to confirm his safety. Noticing his tightly clenched fist, he asked, "What's in your hand?" Gao Zhun seemed to have just come back to his senses from the wild joy of seeing him. Hesitantly, he reached out his hand and slowly opened it. Inside was a crumpled business card. Fang Qi recognized it at a glance. It was the one he had pulled from his card holder and given Gao Zhun on his first day of consultation. "I took out your card to call you." And then, Gao Zhun was slightly shy. He was lying. Fang Qi stared at him. You couldn't hold a business card while getting dressed and putting on a tie. Gao Zhun had intentionally clutched the card when coming downstairs. That was his courage. "I'm here. Throw it away. I'll give you another one." Gao Zhun didn't speak. The two of them just stood face to face, looking at each other until their eyes grew sore. Only then did Fang Qi say, "Let's go. I'll walk you back." The guard at the complex gate was from Hunan. He recognized Gao Zhun and called out warmly, "Mr. Gao," watching him lead Fang Qi inside. The complex was large, with many old trees whose branches grew thick and dense. The two of them walked along the pitch-black, tree-lined path. Gao Zhun pressed closely against Fang Qi without showing it. Although he didn't say so, he was clearly afraid of this darkness. Fang Qi hardly did any careful thinking. With a flip of his hand, he grasped the cold hand beside him. Gao Zhun gasped, immediately gripping back, so forcefully, so entangled. As they walked like this, Fang Qi said, "Tell me about your dream." "I don't dare." Gao Zhun's voice was ethereal and unreal. "What are you afraid of?" "I don't know," he choked up, tears sliding down his cheeks again. "I'm afraid of remembering that thing, but it's always there. I'm afraid of Linlin knowing, afraid of my mother knowing, afraid of everyone knowing. Now I'm most afraid of you knowing. Then I would truly be alone." Fang Qi grew even more curious about what had happened to him, squeezing the hand he held. "I want to know." Gao Zhun stopped, as if about to open the door of his heart to him. But after repeated hesitation, he retreated. In its place came a flood of tears, flowing from that swollen face into Fang Qi's heart. The tender flesh at the tip of his heart seemed to be stabbed hard. Fang Qi gently pulled him over, hugging him into his arms, like a loving mother holding a baby. "It's fine. I'm here." They stood under a half-withered banyan tree, holding each other tightly. Gao Zhun's face was buried in the hollow of Fang Qi's neck. Fang Qi only felt that patch of skin was about to be burned by tears, hot as flames. Gao Zhun's weeping was silent, just like his dignity. Without realizing it, Fang Qi held him even tighter. This body was too thin. His waist and back were already less than a handful. He slowly stroked his spine, pressing close to his ear. "See, you can accept being touched by others. Fear can be overcome too." His breath was too hot. Gao Zhun shrank his head to dodge, his voice muffled. "Only you." Fang Qi felt strange. Holding him was like holding a girl, making him somewhat lightheaded. Gao Zhun hadn't put on perfume when he came downstairs in the middle of the night. Fang Qi secretly sniffed. There was a faint, sweet body scent. "I can hear your heartbeat. Can you hear mine?" Gao Zhun nodded, nestled in his arms. They were pressed so close they seemed about to become one person. Fang Qi thought perhaps this was an opportunity. "You didn't do your homework," he said. and with one hand he grasped the back of Gao Zhuan's neck. With the other, he moved up along his waistline, stopping at the small, tight knot of his tie. "It's strangling you too tight." Gao Zhuan was like a well-trained cat. The moment the base of his neck was grasped by Fang Qi, he obediently raised his head, looking at him in panic in the darkness. "Are you disappointed in me?" Fang Qi's long fingers circled his tie knot. "I want to undo it." Feeling Gao Zhuan's Adam's apple slide as he swallowed, he slipped his index finger in from behind the tie knot, hooking the knot opening. "Can I?" Gao Zhuan hesitated. When he hesitated, he pressed his lips tight. Fang Qi strengthened the grip of the hand that held him. "Can I?" Gao Zhuan was forced to nod. The moment he nodded, Fang Qi's hand slowly pulled down. The clear sound of friction passed by his eardrum. Gao Zhuan closed his eyes, letting Fang Qi pull the entire tie from around his neck. A shudder ran through his whole body. Fang Qi casually held his trophy, watching it sway back and forth in the breeze. "You're free." Gao Zhuan still had his eyes closed. Fang Qi sensed his trembling, so he switched the tie to his other hand and placed his hand on his heaving chest, encircling his neck. "It's fine. It's fine. Don't be afraid." At that moment, a beam of light shone over. Out of a protective instinct for Gao Zhuan, Fang Qi reflexively wrapped both arms around him, shielding him in his embrace. It was a patrol team from the property management passing by. The leader was that Hunan man from the gate just now. He held up his flashlight, staring at the two of them in surprise. Mr. Gao." He wanted to come over. His companion with the same accent quickly came to pull him away, saying as he pulled, "Are you stupid? They're doing that thing." They walked away noisily. Faint voices could be heard. "Doing what?" "That thing called gay." Chapter 9. In Fang Qi's consultation room, Director Chen and Zhang Zhun sat in the consultation chairs going over the scene. Zhang Zhun leaned against the window smoking, watching the two of them with lonely eyes. Ever since the KTV incident, Zhang Zhun had not spoken to him again. Xiaodani, who was originally only supposed to stay for 2 days, had extended her stay by another week. At this moment, she was arguing with Assistant Director Zhou at the door. "Why can't I go in?" She seemed somewhat neurotic. "I just want to watch him film." This scene is a closed set. Assistant Director Zhou was very helpless. Besides the two leads, only Director Chen, me, and a few staff members will be present the whole time. "Why don't you go walk around nearby instead?" Saying this, he closed the door. Watching Xiaodani's face disappear outside the door, Zhang Zhun breathed a sigh of relief. Director Chen patted his shoulder. "Your personal affairs, I won't interfere with. But this is work." Zhang Zhun nodded to show he understood. Director Chen had the staff prepare. 2 camera positions were set up, both at tricky angles. Zhang Zhun's outfit was very handsome. Crystal cufflinks, jacquard tie, British-style fitted suit with a narrow collar, hair slicked back shiny and bright, wearing a low-key agate earring. A staff member handed him a cigarette and lit it for him. The script supervisor came up to slate. In character, cameras A and B, scene 206, shot 2, take 1. Chen Xin shouted loudly. "Action!" The red light came on. Zhang Zhun quietly smoked for a while, then turned around, looking at Zhang Zhun provocatively. "You won't sleep with me, and you won't let me sleep with anyone else." "What do you want?" This wasn't a question. Zhang Zhun looked at the white wall in panic. "Gao Zhuan." Zhang Zhun walked toward him, like a cat eyeing a mouse. Smoke swirled around his delicate face. He stopped in front of Zhang Zhun, leaving a distance of half a palm. He looked up at him haughtily. Then slowly, he stood on his toes, tilted his head, and pressed his lips against his. This was a careless kiss. A lick, a suck, letting go, then pressing back. His tongue teased at the seam of the lips. As the script required, he revealed a flirtatious, provocative demeanor. Zhang Zhun kept staring at him, staring hard at him. Those brows and eyes were cold yet fiery. His lips were close yet distant. From Zhang Zhun's lips, he licked to his chin. From his chin, he slid to his Adam's apple. One by one, he undid the buttons of his shirt. He reached his hand inside, lingering at every turn of the muscles. Then his lips descended, wetting each spot. He handed the half-smoked cigarette to Zhang Zhun's lips. The filter was wet, slightly flattened. The smoke stung the eyes. Zhang Zhun had wanted to resist this temptation, but in the end he compromised, obediently taking the cigarette in his mouth. Zhang Zhun patiently licked his chest, lightly bit his abdominal muscles, toyed with his navel. Then he knelt down, both hands resting on his belt buckle. By rights, they should have rehearsed this before filming. Zhang Zhun looked down, worried he wouldn't be able to undo it in one go. But with a crisp click, Zhang Zhun looked up, tangling his gaze with his. One corner of his mouth rose wantonly. In one smooth motion, his hands undid his pants. 2 camera positions, one on Zhang Zhun and one on Zhang Zhun. In the close-up shot, Zhang Zhun's peach-colored eyelids fluttered lightly. He pulled down Zhang Zhun's underwear and made a reaching motion. It looked like he was holding Zhang Zhun, but it was only simulated. Through the underwear, Zhang Zhun stood up rock hard, swaying slightly left and right. Zhang Zhun closed his eyes. His smooth, wet, thin lips slowly parted, revealing a bright red pointed tongue, appearing submissive as he licked upward. Zhang Zhun picked up his cue, throwing his head back with a heavy groan. The tendons on both sides of his neck bulged out. It seemed as if he was rising and falling with the obscene licking below. In reality, Zhang Zhun's face was bumping against his straining underwear again and again. There was no way around it. The distance was only that tiny bit. Zhang Zhun was being bumped harder and harder. He anxiously sucked on that half-cigarette. His other hand reached into Zhang Zhun's hair, kneading and stroking, scratching against his ear bone. He cursed intermittently. Damn it, damn it. The action notes in the script read. Gao Zhun licked with great skill, skillfully taking him in and out. Fang Qi enjoyed the pleasure he brought him, while jealously interrogating his promiscuity. How many people have you licked? Zhang Zhun grabbed Zhang Zhun's hair, forcing him to look up at him. His eyes were viciously red. Men. Zhang Zhun didn't even think, answering frivolously. 7. Zhang Zhun hauled him up, hauling him right in front of him. He had wanted to curse him, but instead he was like a clumsy lover, kissing him with wholehearted sincerity and no turning back. Zhang Zhun hummed softly in his embrace, so alluring he seemed boneless. Zhang Zhun grabbed his collar and pulled hard. It didn't come open. He pulled again with more force. With a ding, the crystal cufflink broke in two, bouncing out and falling to the floor. Zhang Zhun smiled lazily, sighing with pleasure. 90,000 Hong Kong dollars. He was talking about the price of the cufflink. Zhang Zhun was startled. In that brief moment of pause, Zhang Zhun took the opportunity to wrap his arms around his shoulders, lean close to his ear, and say in a barely audible voice, "Fuck me." Regarding this line, Zhou Zheng was afraid it wouldn't pass censorship and wanted to cut it. Director Chen and Zhang Zhun discussed it and decided to handle it as a whisper. In the finished cut, no subtitles would be added. If the censorship board flagged it, they would do a second dub. In that instant, Zhang Zhun's heart tightened so much it felt like it was being squeezed. Those two short words made him unable to tell illusion from reality. He looked at Zhang Zhun rashly, investing more than half genuine feeling. In a flash, Director Chen called cut. One take. He excitedly lit a cigar. Zhang Zhun was very precise. Keep it up. 5-minute break. The staff withdrew. Zhang Zhun stood there stunned for a long time before coming out of character. Zhang Zhun let go of him, stepping back 2 paces to maintain a cautious distance. Zhang Zhun first traced him with his eyes. Then he mustered his courage and said sullenly, "That day I drank too much." Zhang Zhun glanced at him, didn't speak, and didn't walk away. "I don't know what came over me. Maybe I thought of you as Gao Zhun. I thought I was Fang Qi." Zhang Zhun sighed, came over and took his hand, raised it to his eyes and looked at it. He said lightly, "Go rinse it." Zhang Zhun followed his gaze and only then discovered there was a cut in his palm. Blood was seeping out, staining the palm lines. He had been injured pulling at Zhang Zhun's cufflink just now. In the scene, out of the scene, you have to tell them apart. Zhang Zhun's words left no trace. Zhang Zhun looked at his neat sideburns and pale pink eye sockets. He wanted to say something. At that moment, Director Chen returned to the monitor and called out loudly, "Actors, get ready." The two of them exchanged a look, silently beginning to take off their clothes. This scene required full nudity. No underwear. No tape. In Chen Jingxin's words, they needed to fight flesh to flesh. At the innermost part of the consultation room was a large red Freudian couch. In most scenes of this film, it was merely a prop to set the atmosphere. Only in this one, scene 206, was it crucial. Zhang Zhun stripped first, lying on his back on the long couch. One camera position followed him, focusing from a horizontal angle. Another camera position followed Zhang Zhun. He straddled Zhang Xin with his back to him. His pert buttocks were right against his erect groin. In a moment, he would sit down on him without reservation. Zhang Xin had to hold his breath. This body in front of him made every hair on his body stand on end. He so looked forward to him sitting down, yet feared that sitting down would make him so aroused he'd look like a fool. Zhang Zhun's camera position took a while to find. In the end, the director decided to shoot from behind, putting the audience in Fong Chi's perspective. The script supervisor slates. In character, cameras A and B, scene 206, shot 3, take 1. Filming began. Zhang Xin, following the script's direction, appeared hesitant and nervous. Why? He asked uneasily. Why are you turning your back to me? The camera was behind him. Zhang Zhun had to act toward him. So he twisted his waist, moving the beautiful muscles of his shoulders and back. Under the bright white light, like a flower about to bloom, he half turned his head, revealing that red agate earring. One hand pretended to hold Zhang Xin's groin. As he sat down, he said frivolously, I'm afraid if I face you, you won't be able to get it up. He hummed softly, boldly playing a man who actively engaged in same-sex intercourse, facing the camera. Zhang Xin watched him sit down on his groin, skin pressed against skin, flesh bumping against flesh. The tender valley between his buttocks and the hard penis nested into each other. Zhang Zhun shivered. The skin of his buttocks quickly grew hot and red, then spread to his back, waist, and thighs. This wave of red swept over his whole body. Zhang Xin began breathing heavily. Instinctively, he wanted to thrust upward, but Zhang Zhun said in a trembling, out-of-control voice, Director, I'm sorry, stop for a moment. He couldn't take it anymore. Everyone on set knew. So the lights went off, waiting for him to adjust. He sat on Zhang Xin's vigorous groin. That slippery, burning sensation he couldn't describe. He could only wait, waiting for the sense of shame to gradually numb. Zhang Xin wasn't faring well either, being ground against dry. As if possessed, he reached up to touch his thin shoulder blades, rubbing that area in an obscene, sticky manner. Zhang Zhun's breathing was chaotic. He dodged, pulling his hand down. Zhang Xin stubbornly tangled with him. I'm suffering too, you know. Zhang Zhun turned his head. The agate earring caught the harsh light, flashing. Then don't get hard. His words carried a barb. Zhang Xin held back a surge of anger, pinching his buttock flesh hard, making as if to sit up. Zhang Zhun immediately called out to the director. Director Chen, I'm ready. Zhang Xin had no choice but to lie back down, waiting properly for Zhang Zhun to move. This time Zhang Zhun was much more at ease. One leg hung casually off the couch. His hip bones spread wide. The curve of his leg wound like a shameless whore. All eyes in the consultation room were focused on this white leg reflecting against the red couch. Director Chen pulled open his collar and said to the camera following Zhang Xin, Camera B, close up. Zhang Zhun's ankle bone and his toes. Zhang Zhun licked his lips, moaning desperately. His buttocks thrust rapidly on Zhang Xin's groin. Zhang Xin bit his teeth, furrowed his brows, breathing roughly. Listening to Zhang Zhun's hoarse cries growing more urgent, higher and higher, then suddenly stopping. Gao Zhun came. Zhang Zhun made a crying sound through his nose, accompanied by exhausted panting, shuddering, and not moving. Zhang Xin twisted his hips obscenely, slowly delivering his line. You that fast? Zhang Zhun didn't make a sound. Zhang Xin anxiously bent his knees, gently thrusting upward from below. Zhang Zhun's entire back was red through and through, like swollen, full-fruit pulp, trembling, about to fall from the branch. Zhang Xin sat up from behind and hugged him, biting his gracefully curved neck. I haven't come yet. As he spoke, he pushed him forward, making him prop himself up on the chair with both hands, buttocks raised high. He himself hugged that waist and knelt up. You're so tight, I'll be quick too. His hand refused to leave Zhang Zhun's buttocks, kneading wantonly in front of the camera. During this brief pause, he couldn't control himself. His gaze dropped down, dropping between Zhang Zhun's two buttocks. There was a hidden crevice there. He told himself, This was purely out of curiosity, just an inadvertent glance where his eyes happened to fall. But who knew what reason? Clearly in the midst of haste, he saw nothing at all, yet he still burned up with shameless excitement. If not for Zhun Xion's status as an award-winning actor, Zhou Zheng was genuinely worried he would break Zhang Zhun. Every thrust was for real, like a beast in heat, with the suspicion of taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable moment. Chen Xin signaled the camera to move. The shot on Zhun Xian stayed still. The shot on Zhang Zhun moved from behind, circling around to the front to film a facial close-up. What did it feel like to be wildly thrust from behind by a man with an erect groin? Zhang Zhun had imagined it before the actual filming, but he hadn't expected it to be like this. The area between his legs was sore and numb. He actually got hard. His soft moans and sighs weren't all fake. His engorged nipples and dripping sweat also had their genuine meaning. He even began pushing back to meet him. The slapping sounds of impact made him flush red all over. Zhang Zhun, lift your face. Director Chen gave the order. Zhang Zhun wanted to do as he said, but his sensitive body had lost its strength. His whole upper body collapsed on the couch. Only his thighs were spread wide, propped under Zhun Xion's groin. Chen Xin called out again. Zhang Zhun, face the camera. Zhang Zhun was both shy and anxious. Even his tear glands felt somewhat sore. At that moment, Zhun Xion reached one hand from behind, cupping his chin and lifting his face. His thumb rubbed back and forth on his sensual jawbone. The face of Zhang Zhun that appeared on the monitor left Chen Xin and Zhou Zheng both stunned. Of course it was flushed red, burning hot, and full of carnal desire. But what was rare was that he had charm. That springtime charm radiated from his bones, grew from between his brows and eyes. Unforgettable at a single glance. At this critical juncture, Zhang Zhun had a line. He worked his upper and lower lips with effort, speaking intermittently. Call me. His voice was like a murmur, tempting one to press closer. Zhun Xion pressed his whole chest against his back, pressing his face against his face. He heard him say coquettishly, Call my name. They were pressed tightly together, not a gap to be found. Zhang Zhun was like a clingy cat, constantly rubbing his face against Zhun Xion's palm. Zhun Xion groaned. That hand of his was injured. The script didn't write how they should end this sex scene. In a daze, Zhang Zhun must have been lost in passion. He actually hooked out his tongue and licked Zhun Xion's bloodied wound. And shamelessly, he couldn't stop. Zhun Xion had originally had the confidence to see things through to the end. But with just one tongue, Zhang Zhun made him lose all his armor. Zhang Zhun. Zhang Zhun. He called out passionately, almost without any chance to react, tightly hugging those round buttocks, coming in waves. His cries were loud, even somewhat rough. The hot semen all shot into the crevice of Zhang Zhun's buttocks, sticky and dripping down along the base of his thighs. Chen Xin seemed dumbfounded, not calling cut for a long time. Zhou Zheng came to his senses first, reminding him, Director, that's enough. Only then did the machine stop. The two people on the couch had their thighs tangled around thighs, their arms twisted around arms, immersed in some indescribable lingering afterglow. It looked like they wouldn't be getting down anytime soon. Chen Xin had the staff pack up the equipment. Unusually considerate, he said to Zhou Zheng, Let's go first. Give them some space. Zhun Xion didn't pay them any attention at all. He hooked his arm around his waist and flipped the person underneath over. Zhang Zhun used his arm to cover his face. He was still hard below. Between his legs was a white, sticky mess. Want me to help you? Zhun Xion asked with his mouth, but his hand was already touching him. Zhang Zhun didn't know if he was still dazed or if he was really holding it in with difficulty. He didn't refuse him. He just draped one arm loosely over his shoulder and closed his eyes. Closing the door properly from outside, Chen Xin and the staff walked toward the elevator. Zhou Zheng pulled him from behind. Director, he said quietly. Just now Zhun Xion seemed to call the wrong name. He called Zhang Zhun. It's fine. There's post-production. Chen Xin didn't mind. He had probably noticed it long ago. Zhun Xion already came. Are we going to make him do it again? Make a note of this scene. Wait until. As he was speaking, a person came from the opposite end of the corridor, looking at them with swollen red eyes. It was Xiaodani. She had been waiting the whole time. Clearly she had been crying. At this moment, she was searching among them with a tragic gaze. Very quickly, she revealed a shocked expression. The two of them, they haven't come out. Chapter 10. The new secretary's surname was Li. In her 40s, she looked like a gentle and reliable person. She showed Gao Zhuan into the consultation room, nodded at Fang Qi, closed the door, and went out. Dr. Fang. Gao Zhuan's gaze somewhat avoided him, but the corners of his lips were pressed together, holding back a smile that couldn't be concealed. In a good mood today? Fang Qi of course sensed it, showing a smile like an old friend. Gao Zhuan smiled even deeper. Being able to come to counseling again. I'm very happy. He was like a shy child, his face slightly red. The more he wanted to smile, the harder he tried to hold it in. This kind of child always made people want to dote on him. Fang Qi noticed that he seemed completely unconcerned about the closed door behind him. No sweating, no fear. Please sit. He walked over with paper and pen. Today let's try the physical contact exercise we talked about last time. Gao Zhuan didn't sit down. Instead, he took a deep breath, his two hands trembling as he placed them on his suit buttons. About the air conditioner. I think you had a point. Facing Fang Qi, he began to undress. One button, two buttons. His open chest, his cinched waistline. That appearance of giving his all made Fang Qi unconsciously swallow, his throat feeling somewhat tight. Actually, this action was somewhat abrupt, somewhat forced. Fang Qi knew that Gao Zhuan was doing this entirely to please him, but he didn't interrupt. He watched him continue. Gao Zhuan gently draped his suit, still warm with body heat, over the back of the chair. Then, slowly and determinately, he touched his tie. Today he was wearing an ascot tie, black and white patterned, very refined. He grabbed the knot and pulled lightly. The silk tie came loose, hanging lightly and obediently against his chest. I practiced as you said. Is this all right? My God. Fang Qi couldn't speak for a long time. This was the first time a man had undressed and untied his tie specifically for him to see. It was also the first time he had watched a man undress and felt awkward. Mr. Gao, he coughed. You did very well. I want to ask, when you were doing these exercises at home, what were you thinking about? Gao Zhuan answered matter-of-factly. Thinking of you. He clutched the tie in his hand. I imagined you watching me from across, just like right now. You encouraged me, gave me courage. Fang Qi shook his head. No, you shouldn't do anything for me. You should do it for yourself. For example, untying the tie, you should think about liberation, not about making me happy. Gao Zhuan grew nervous. His hand clutching the tie didn't know where to put it. He seemed to want to tie it back on. Fang Qi noticed and immediately leaned forward to grab his hand, saying gently, It's fine. Take your time. They stood very close. Close enough to see their own faces reflected in each other's pupils. Fang Qi was surprised. So this was how he looked in his eyes. Eager, honest, sincere. He took another step forward, almost pressing against his face. Can you accept this distance? Gao Zhuan immediately lowered his head, with a laugh in his voice. This is very strange. It was the kind of laugh like when a good friend tickles you. Fang Qi felt that Gao Zhuan had completely lost all guard against him. I might come across as somewhat aggressive. He took another step toward him. This time Gao Zhuan retreated. Fang Qi asked, Why are you dodging? That night we were hugging each other. Why are you afraid now? I don't know. Gao Zhuan showed anxiety. His breathing began to quicken. At night? I couldn't see your face. Right now like this. Fang Qi took another step. Gao Zhuan, red at the corners of his eyes, retreated again. Fang Qi could see he was trying his best to adapt. Actually, for two men, this distance had already far exceeded the standard. But he just didn't want to stop. He knew this counted as a slight sadistic tendency. He was simply indulging himself. His back hit the wall. Gao Zhuan had nowhere left to retreat. Fang Qi was 2 centimeters in front of him. His exhaled breath kept spraying on his forehead. He closed his eyes, thinking Fang Qi would come even closer. But he didn't. Fang Qi backed away a bit and said softly, Next let's try touching. Touch where? This was a question. He had worked with PTSD patients before, done similar treatments. Experience told him starting from the shoulder was a good idea. But with Gao Zhuan as the subject, he planned to try a different approach. Mr. Gao, for human beings as animals, everything below the chest and above the knees counts as a sensitive area. So, he waved his long fingers in front of his eyes. Can I touch your face? He successfully drew Gao Zhuan's attention. This technique could greatly heighten the subject's sensitivity. Gao Zhuan's gaze wandered between him and those fingers, showing a timid expression. If it's just touching. Fang Qi laughed. What else could it be? Gao Zhuan was stunned for a moment, then awkwardly lowered his head. Fang Qi tentatively placed his palm on his forehead. There was sweat at his temples. It seemed he was still nervous. Relax. If you feel uncomfortable, imagine me as a woman. Gao Zhuan didn't speak, stubbornly enduring. Fang Qi's fingers slid down along his nose bridge, lightly tapping the tip of his nose, landing on the philtrum. The flesh here was very soft. His fingers paused briefly, sliding over the slightly upturned lip, pressing once at the depression of the lower lip line, continuing downward. Chin bone, Adam's apple, collar, rapidly heaving chest, upper abdomen, taut stomach muscles, until the Versace metal belt buckle. He stopped. Then the limbs. His large hands moved to both sides at his waist, sliding up along his ribs to his armpits. Maybe it was ticklish, maybe it was uncomfortable. Gao Zhuan was trembling, biting his lip hard. Fang Qi freed a hand to flick it. Don't bite. Can we stop? Gao Zhuan looked at him pleadingly. It's very strange. Bear with it a bit more. Fang Qi moved along his upper arm, shoulder, forearm in sequence until he reached his wrist. He circled it and gripped it. Then his palm turned upward, pressing palm to palm with him. Gao Zhuan suddenly looked at him with a strange gaze. Fang Qi noticed, just puzzled, when Gao Zhuan moved his fingers, entwining with him, interlacing their 10 fingers. It was just a split second. Both of them froze. Gao Zhuan quickly withdrew his hand, his face flushing red. I'm sorry. Fang Qi furrowed his brow, as if realizing something. Gao Zhuan hurriedly explained to him. I'm sorry, I haven't shaken hands with anyone in a long time. And I was too nervous. Shoo, Fang Qi soothed him. It's fine. When you're with me, you can do anything. Do what you want to do. Gao Zhuan looked at him with something like reproach, as if hoping he would stop. But Fang Qi had no intention of backing down. He squatted down close to him. Next are the legs. To ease the atmosphere, he joked. Don't kick me, okay? Gao Zhuan didn't laugh. Fang Qi felt his whole body was tense, his 2 legs clamped tightly shut. He grasped that beautiful thigh muscle. Open them a little, can you? Gao Zhuan didn't move. He couldn't force him either. His hand slid down along the fine suit fabric, covering the knee, moving down the calf, circling at the ankle. Then he planned to return the same way. Gao Zhuan had been doing his best to cooperate. But when his hand moved upward from below, Gao Zhuan couldn't take it anymore. His 2 hands pressed down hard on his hand, not letting him go any higher. Don't. Why are you trembling? Fang Qi asked. I don't know. You're lying to me. I'm not lying. I really don't know. He began to push and shove at Fang Qi. Fang Qi was surprised at first, but quickly realized this might be an opportunity. So he symbolically pulled and tugged with him. He only used very little force. But Gao Zhuan's reaction was huge, like a fish caught in a net and pulled from the water, struggling desperately in his embrace. His brow bone was scratched. His cheek took a punch, but he still firmly held Gao Zhuan's wrist, flipping him over and pressing him against the wall from behind, using his whole body's strength to pin him down. Gao Zhuan was in tears, without any ability to resist. Fang Qi gradually relaxed his body, panting as he said, Tell me, what does it feel like? Gao Zhuan couldn't speak. His shoulders and back trembled again and again. Fang Qi supported his waist, gently turning him over. That appearance he would never forget in his lifetime. Like torn velvet, like shattered glass, shards scattered on the ground. His face was a mess from crying. In the mess there was petulance and anger. He hurriedly wiped his tears, repeating over and over. All right, it's fine. Gao Zhuan's tears seemed unstoppable, pooling in his palm, trickling down along his wrist. Fang Qi grew a bit anxious. Like that night, he hugged him, slowly stroking his back. I'm sorry. I just wanted to know what happened to you. Hearing these words, Gao Zhuan seemed to want to bury himself, drilling deeper into his embrace. Fang Qi sighed, comforting this burning body wrapped in expensive fabric. Can you tell me how you're feeling right now? You're too cruel. The voice seemed to come from deep in his chest. Like you're trying to strip me bare. Fang Qi didn't catch the deeper meaning in his words. I promise, I will never treat you like this again. I will never make you cry again. I've already cried too much. Fang Qi had a sudden inspiration, thinking of a technique commonly used in Gestalt therapy. If right now you weren't you, but your tears, what do you think they would say? They would say, Gao Zhuan's voice was muffled. No matter who it is, catch me, hold me, take me in. Even if you use your body heat to evaporate me dry. Fang Qi hadn't expected his inner dialogue to be so desperate. You feel like no one wants you? Gao Zhuan nodded. My mother only wants me to earn face for her. Lin, she has Prada and Louis Vuitton. That's enough for her. You're too negative. Fang Qi noticed that his two important personal relationships were both with women, and that their emotional projection toward him exceeded genuine emotional exchange. Let's suppose again, you became your Tai? What would you want to say? Gao Zhuan seemed to calm down, one side of his face resting peacefully against his chest, pressing close and unwilling to leave. I think I would say, right now Dr. Fang Qi is protecting Gao Zhuan. But outside this consultation room, he still has to rely on me to protect him. Fang Qi laughed. You think your Tai and I are in competition? No, it's your substitute. Gao Zhuan thought about it. It can't be Wednesday every day, can it? Fang Qi fell silent. He knew his words and actions had enormous influence on his patient, but he had never imagined it was this enormous. He pressed further. Just now we did the physical contact exercise. I touched almost your entire body. Where did you feel you could least accept being touched? Only the two of them were in the consultation room. Gao Zhuan felt safe. Because he felt safe, he dared to say anything. If it's you, it seems like I can accept it anywhere. A sudden, extremely strong and fervent emotion welled up in Fang Qi's heart. He couldn't say where it came from, nor could he say why. It was a kind of ecstatic joy at being pleased. Even his head was dizzy. Really, he immediately realized this sentence shouldn't have been asked. This wasn't a doctor's question, but came from his own selfish desire. To you, am I more important than Zhuan? Gao Zhuan felt the arm encircling him tighten, just the tiniest bit. It seems yes. Fang Qi used a very long time to digest this sentence. What he held in his arms didn't seem like a patient, but like a pet or property, something he could give or take as he pleased. After a while, having calmed the inner tide, he continued asking, just now your waist and legs had a bigger reaction. Why do you think that is? Gao Zhuan didn't speak again, so he changed his approach. If you were your legs, what would you want to say to my hand? Slower. Give me some time. If it wasn't my hand, Gao Zhuan immediately tensed up all over. Don't touch me. Fang Qi closed his eyes, reminding himself. Fang Qi, don't get emotionally attached to your patient. Don't try to turn your patient into your possession. This is dangerous. But he still lifted Gao Zhuan's face, putting on a deeply affectionate expression. I want to touch your legs again. Can I? Gao Zhuan couldn't say no to him. Fang Qi knew. He was the one who had trained him to be this way. Gao Zhuan was trembling, watching Fang Qi squat down in front of him, grasping one of his ankles, sliding up along his calf. Slower than last time, but with more force. Your muscles are fighting against me because they have memory. Fang Qi forcibly squeezed his hand between the two tightly locked knees. Now I want them to remember my hand. Remember that my hand is safe for them. Gao Zhuan's reaction could only be described as shuddering. He was using everything he had to endure. Fang Qi's hand stopped on his thigh. The warmth of his hand transmitted through his suit pants, burning his flesh. This reminded him of that night. Helpless, painful, about to cry out. Fang Qi suddenly stopped, stood up, and walked back to his desk. That's enough for today, Mr. Gao. See you next Wednesday. Gao Zhuan was stunned, like a dog that had been neglected but was raised to be well-behaved. Obediently, he picked up his bag. Only when he reached the door did he turn back and ask, can the counseling be changed to twice a week? Fang Qi smiled at him. Everything's booked up recently. Might have to wait. Gao Zhuan left with disappointment. But Fang Qi felt very satisfied. Just as he was about to get off work, Zhuan call came in. Charles, Gao Zhuan has been doing very well lately. We wanted to invite you out, to thank you properly. Gao Zhuan hadn't mentioned this matter. Fang Qi guessed it was probably Zhuan's idea. No, Lin, you know a psychologist shouldn't step into a client's social circle. Just a meal together on the weekend, shopping would be fine too. I haven't been to the movies in so long. She used that tone again, forceful with a hint of intimacy, her usual tactic with Fang Qi. Very strangely, Fang Qi discovered that she didn't seem to have that much control over him anymore. He refused easily and decisively. Still no, thank you both. Chapter 11. They were still in that office building, one of the 10 rooms the crew had rented. Because the walls were painted blue, everyone called it the Blue House. It was Fang Qi's home. Zhang Zhun and Zhang Zhun were having an intense discussion about the plot. Zhang Zhun sat far away on the sofa, listening to Xie Dani's WeChat voice messages over and over. She said, "Hi." "No, I should say bye." She paused. "I'm leaving. I shouldn't be affecting your work. I really regret you took this film." She was somewhat choked up. "I'll wait for you in Guangzhou. I love you." Zhang Zhun listened to it again. "I love you." He gripped his phone tightly, gripping until the web between his thumb and index finger hurt. Chen Xin shouted at him, "Stop playing with your phone. Let's work." He stood up, turned off his phone, and tossed it aside. Today he was wearing another suit, off-white, with a saffron tie and a men's brooch. Zhou Zheng directed him to stand by Fang Qi's bed. The script supervisor called the slate. In character, Scene 212, Shot 1, Take 1. He didn't make any movement. He stood there for a full minute. Then suddenly he undid his belt, took off his pants, and reached his hand into his underwear. The camera followed his face. He stared at Fang Qi's bed. The covers were half open. The bed sheets were messy, not tidied. His breathing quickened. His two hands moved rapidly at his waist. A sound of unbearable groaning came from deep in his throat. Zhang Zhun entered the frame. He came in from outside the door, looking at this scene in shock. "What are you doing?" Zhang Zhun turned to look at him, smiling, enjoying himself, without a trace of shame. Zhang Zhun's gaze moved down to his hand. That hand didn't stop. In reality, it was only half gripping, performing. But Zhang Zhun's face flushed red. It doesn't have to be like this." Zhang Zhun turned back, continuing to jerk off toward the bed. Zhang Zhun showed a scholarly kind of anger, going up to pull at him. Zhang Zhun fluttered his long eyelashes, looking at him through a drunken haze. "Stop pretending to be a gentleman." "Cut." Director Chen took off his headphones. "Pass." Zhang Zhun and Zhang Zhun separated. No words. Each turned their back to the other. Like the previous scene, this one also required full nudity. The staff had gone ahead to the bathroom to turn on the shower and test the water temperature, asking them to go in and block out the scene. The camera positions were already set up. Zhang Zhun took this opportunity to talk to Zhang Zhun. "I'm not leaving. What about you?" Zhang Zhun didn't even look at him, shaking his head. Zhang Zhun immediately felt a sense of defeat. With a dark face, he said to Chen Xin, "Let's just do it." Filming began officially. The two of them stood face to face under the running water, their hair wet and slicked back, steam rising from their skin as the hot water hit it. Zhang Zhun actively sucked on Zhang Zhun's lips. This was the most devastating kiss scene of all. As the script wrote it, Gao Zhun was like a snake in heat. Wrapping his whole body around Fang Qi, he moaned non-stop, like a bee pecking at honey, deeply probing Fang Qi's mouth. He was promiscuous, hungry like a woman without a man, flirtatious and passionate. Everyone felt his flirtatiousness. His arms climbed up to wrap around Zhang Zhun's neck. His lower body pressed tightly against Zhang Zhun, writhing up and down. His thighs hooked horizontally around Zhang Zhun's legs. His buttocks arched in an obscene curve. Zhang Zhun felt like he couldn't hold him anymore. Although this seductive manner was only to please Fang Qi and had nothing to do with him, he struggled to deliver his line. "Let's go to the bed." Zhang Zhun separated from him. Turning his back, both hands braced against the smooth tiles, presenting his slippery buttocks to him. "Take me," he said emotionally, while swaying his waist. "Right now." Fang Qi suddenly felt angry. One hand grabbed his hair. "Those men just pull down their pants and get on you, is that it?" Zhang Zhun laughed, turning back to wrap his arms around his shoulders, lifting his foot, accompanying the sound of pouring water. "They." The second half was a whisper between him and Zhang Zhun. The camera was on their faces. One was doing everything to provoke and tease. The other was foolish like a virgin. Zhang Zhun hugged Zhang Zhun hard, kissing him to death. Then he lifted him by the buttocks, carrying him on his body, sucking and licking as he walked toward the bedroom. The camera followed. Zhang Zhun threw the person onto the bed, then pounced on top. Chen Xin called cut again. They needed to rig the camera position. A small wide angle, shot from above. This scene was filmed in fragments, so fragmented that both of them felt like they had undergone a great torture. Chen Xin and Zhang Zhun were breathing heavily, breathing at the same frequency, as if they were truly experiencing an affair. Zhang Zhun quickly adjusted his breathing, disrupting this rhythm that shouldn't be there. In character, Scene 212, Shot 3, Take 1. The two of them lay on the bed, Chen Xin on top, Zhang Zhun below. His two legs were spread wide, directly facing the camera, hung high above. Chen Xin held those two legs apart. Unlike last time, this time his gaze at the cleft of Zhang Zhun's buttocks was blatant. Zhang Zhun felt it, but he couldn't close his legs. He could only subconsciously tighten his sphincter. Chen Xin watched that mysterious place twist into folds, the anus contracting to just that tiny bit. He thought he must be going crazy. He didn't find it disgusting at all. Instead, his mouth was dry and parched. He pressed his whole body's weight up against him. His erect groin fit right into that warm, slippery, triangular area. Zhang Zhun groaned. Chen Xin didn't know if it was acting or real. He began thrusting his hips with all his might. He felt every nerve beneath his skin boiling. The pleasure made the focus of his eyes blur and distort. Chen Xin still wasn't satisfied, knocking on the monitor and shouting, "Teacher Zhen, harder!" Chen Xin cursed, "Damn it," in his heart. He shifted the pivot point of his thigh, thrusting his waist into second gear. Zhang Zhun became restless as if a switch had been flipped. His waist, suspended in midair, rose and fell like waves. Along with it, the fine strands of muscle on his chest rippled, glowing with gorgeous light. Chen Xion's hand roamed over that area, inch by inch, lightly brushing and slowly gathering. His technique was very crude. Zhang Zhun's moans stretched out, sticky and sliding across everyone's eardrums. Chen Xin had no choice but to take off his headphones, letting those cries release into empty space. Zhou Zheng stared at the monitor. Because it was a wide angle, the focal point of the lens undoubtedly fell on Zhang Zhun's two wide-open legs. They stretched out obscenely from over Chen Xion's shoulder, raised high toward the ceiling, trembling helplessly with the violent movements. Zhou Zheng's face was red and his heart was racing. After much thought, he still said to Chen Xin, "Director, this will all be cut out anyway. Just a suggestion is enough." Zhang Zhun, "He's taking too much of a hit." Taking a hit. Chen Xin's face hardened. Chen Xion pressing against him like a pervert isn't taking a hit? Those actresses who film bed scenes aren't taking a hit? You're overthinking it. Zhang Zhun was being thrust by Chen Xion until he got hard. This position made him feel like he had truly become a woman. Even his breathing sounded abnormal. He grabbed Chen Xion's hand that was pinching his nipple like a lifeline, crying out his line, "Touch me, touch me." Chen Xion was supposed to just go through the motions, but he reached his hand down, roaming around Zhang Zhun's groin for a moment, and really grabbed him in one go. A sharp moan came through the headphones hanging on Chen Xin's arm. Zhang Zhun's voice simply couldn't stop. Following that hand, he hummed and awed, high and low. His voice was already rich and mellow to begin with. The tail end of each note trembled, like something lightly scratching at the heart. It made every man in the room go weak in the bones. Cut. Chen Xin couldn't listen anymore either. He lit a cigarette and patted Zhou Zheng's shoulder. "Move the camera over here. I think the dining table looks good. Metal base." He walked out, standing in the living room. The living room wasn't big, but it was very cozy. The sofa was a bright orange, forming a striking complementary color pair with the blue walls. After finishing one cigarette, the equipment still hadn't been wheeled out. He got angry. He charged back into the bedroom and cursed in Mandarin. "What the hell are you all doing? I told you to." Chen Xion and Zhang Zhun were still on the bed. The sounds of lovemaking in the director's headphones were still going. The camera was hanging overhead. The sound boom was propped up. No one dared to go collect them. Chen Xin was the director after all. Just as he was about to lecture them, Chen Xion turned his head and shouted at them, "Get out. All of you get out." Everyone looked at Chen Xin. He stared with wide eyes, holding it in again and again. He waved his hand for them to go out. He himself turned around and placed twice, very much losing face. "Buddy, what's the rush? There's more coming up." Sure enough, when Chen Xion and Zhang Zhun came out wrapped in bath towels, What awaited them was a simply reinforced dining table and a camera staring them down. Chen Xin pointed at the cleaned-off tabletop. Zhang Zhun, lie down on it. Zhen Xian's last bit of patience was worn away. Chun, have you no shame? No one dared talk to the director like this. Chen Xin was about to explode with anger. Zhang Zhun quickly pulled at Zhen Xian, ripped off his bath towel, and obediently lay down on it, calm to the point of numbness. Chen Xin sat behind the monitor, mocking coldly. Go hard, teacher Zhen. Zhen Xian rubbed his hair, standing dejectedly between Zhang Zhun's legs. Honestly, filming this kind of scene had him about ready to vomit. Zhang Zhun must be feeling even worse. He naturally spread his legs, welcoming Zhen Xian's still erect groin. Once he pressed in, he shamelessly clamped down on him, wrapping around his waist. The machine's red light came on. Another long stretch of mechanical movement. The metal table groaned desperately beneath the two of them. Clank clank, like an insatiable fool. Zhen Xian was already familiar with Zhang Zhun's reactions. The slightly furrowed brows, the reddened collarbones, the suppressed low moans, all indicated he was enjoying it. But this time was different. The tightly knitted brow seemed to hold pain. The bitten lip corner seemed to be enduring. Zhen Xian looked down at where he was vigorously rubbing. It was all red. He had rubbed the tender flesh of his private area raw. Damn it! He stopped, glaring at the camera with a truly angry face. I'm not doing this anymore. The atmosphere went blank for a moment. Zhou Zheng was the first to step forward, wanting to play peacemaker. But Chen Xin sneered, not at Zhen Xian, but at Zhang Zhun on the table. Can you still film or not? Zhen Xian's veins were bulging on his forehead. He was so angry. Chen Xin, don't bully people. Chen Xin completely ignored him. Zhang Zhun, can you film or not? If you can, get on the sofa. If you can't, get out. Not a single person made a sound. They all looked at Zhang Zhun. They watched him slide down from the table, covering his lower body, silently sitting on the orange sofa nearby. The bright blue walls made his face look exceptionally vivid, with a lonely kind of beauty. Chen Xin was very satisfied. All departments, prepare. Zhen Xian stood there without moving, seeming to resent Zhang Zhun's passive acceptance. I'm hungry. I have no energy. Whoever can do it, go ahead. He turned to leave. A voice called out to him. Light, low, not calling him teacher Zhen, but calling his name. Zhen Xian. Zhen Xian closed his eyes. He hadn't heard Zhang Zhun call him by his name in a long time. He turned around and walked back, not forgetting to glare at Chen Xin. Make it quick. Don't delay my meal. When he sat down beside Zhang Zhun, he couldn't even hold back a smile. The corner of his mouth was pursed awkwardly, like a fool. He hugged Zhang Zhun face to face, lifting him onto his lap considerately, leaving an inch of distance. Chen Xin saw it in the monitor. Teacher Zhen, hold him tighter. The position isn't right. Zhen Xian asked in Zhang Zhun's ear, can you do it? Zhang Zhun climbed onto his shoulder, lifting his waist and shifting a bit, moving to that so-called right position. Skin rubbing against skin created a tingling itch. Zhen Xian began breathing heavily, gazing at him obsessively, bouncing him upward again and again. Zhang Zhun hummed softly, their gazes intertwined. This scene was added on the spot. There was no script, no direction. Actually, Zhang Zhun didn't need to do anything. But he actually somewhat dazedly kissed Zhen Xian. It was that kind of simple, clean kiss, like a girl with her lover. Actually, after a whole day of filming intimate scenes, everyone was a bit fed up. No one could have imagined Zhang Zhun would end it with such a simple kiss. It made lust become clear and bright, and made love become burning hot. Even Chen Jingxin's old face turned red. After wrapping, everyone went about their own business. When Zhang Zhun was buttoning up his shirt about to put on his suit pants, Zhen Xian handed him his own pants. Mine are more comfortable. Switch. Zhang Zhun hesitated. Too long. Zhen Xian forced him to put them on, squatting down to help him roll up the cuffs. Then he squeezed himself hard into Zhang Zhun's custom-made suit pants. The staff members all saw it. No one said a word. On the way back, Zhang Zhun was in the same car as Director Chun and Zhou Zheng. Back at the hotel, everyone was discussing going out for dinner. Zhang Zhun declined because his legs hurt. When he got into the elevator, he heard Chen Xin shouting, "Where's Zhen Xian? Who saw Zhen Xian? Didn't he say he was hungry?" It was truly an awful day, Zhang Zhun thought, lying red-eyed on his bed in his room. If he were a few years younger, he would definitely be cursing. At that moment, the doorbell rang. He climbed down from bed with difficulty. The area between his legs was burning with pain. It was Zhang Xin, still wearing those short, tight suit pants. Ugly and strange. Carrying a small plastic bag. Inside was a tube of anti-inflammatory ointment. Let me help you put some on? A day's worth of grievance and anger accumulated to this moment. Zhang Zhun said coldly. Stab me with a knife, then put medicine on me? Zhang Xin thought he heard wrong. What did you say? Zhang Zhun lost control and shouted. You know exactly what I mean. Zhang Xin instead calmed down. I don't understand. Get out. Zhang Zhun seemed to have many things to say, but couldn't get them out. He was just wrestling with himself. At that moment, the doorbell rang again. Zhang Xin opened the door in anger. A young man about his height, wearing casual clothes and carrying a sports bag. Seeing him, his eyes lit up. Teacher Zhun. This guy had a mouthful of white teeth. He bowed respectfully. I'm Zhuan Ji's agent and assistant. Call me Xiao Deng. Xiao Deng. Zhang Zhun limped over. Why are you here? Xiao Deng came in and closed the door, casually tossing his bag onto the sofa. Sister Donnie called me, told me to come right away. He spotted the ointment in Zhang Xion's hand at a glance. Bro, you got hurt again? He very naturally snatched the plastic bag over. You're something else, getting hurt filming this kind of scene. Come, let me put the medicine on. Where's the injury? Zhang Zhun glanced at Zhang Xian. That face was ashen, like someone had punched him in the head. In a daze, Xiao Deng said again. Bro, wait a bit. Let me take a shower first. It's been so hot this whole trip. Saying this, the person went into the bathroom. Zhang Xian stared at Zhang Zhun in disbelief. You won't let me put medicine on you, but that kid can? Zhang Zhun wanted to explain to him, but didn't know what to explain. At this critical moment, Zhang Xian's phone rang. It wasn't the Trout Quintet. It was a fine frenzy's almost lover. Fong Chi's phone ringtone. Hello. He answered. Yunting. It was his girlfriend. Zhang Zhun didn't know where a surge of sourness came from. Not caring that Zhang Xian was on the phone, he provoked him. He's my assistant. What are you to me? Zhang Xian was stunned, speechless. The coquettish complaints from his girlfriend on the phone didn't register at all. He simply hung up to argue with Zhang Zhun. At that moment, Xiao Deng came out dripping wet, with only a bath towel around his waist. He grabbed the ointment and sat on Zhang Zhun's bed. Bro, come on. Chapter 12. Fong Chi grabbed Gao Zhuan's hand and said unhappily, So you did this to yourself? There was a large scrape on the knuckles of Gao Zhuan's right hand, red turning to purple. I broke the mirror in the company restroom. We have a term for that called reversal. Fong Chi looked genuinely angry now, his gaze sharp and severe. Someone else hurts you, and then you hurt yourself in an even worse way. Gao Zhuan lowered his head and mumbled, I won't do it again. Tell me about this colleague of yours. Fong Chi let go of him and leaned back in his chair. Gao Zhuan seemed reluctant to talk about this person, his words vague. Not a colleague. A subordinate. A young kid. Fong Chi raised an eyebrow. What kind of person? Studied sculpture. Very talented. His father is my business partner. Didn't want him doing creative work, wanted him to take over the family business, so he's been with me lately. Fong Chi suddenly remembered that Zhuo Linlin had mentioned Gao Zhuan had had a falling out with a colleague, and that there had even been a physical altercation. Have you had friction with him before? Gao Zhuan sighed. Yes. What happened? Similar to this time. Gao Zhuan looked deeply embarrassed. Probably, it's my problem. Fong Chi wrote in his notebook, tendency towards self-blame. Nothing specific really. It's just, he gives me a very strong sense of pressure. Gao Zhuan clasped his hands together, his fingers twisting until they turned white. He's very tall, very solidly built. Sometimes he'll suddenly put his hand on my shoulder. You know I'm afraid of being touched, especially by aggressive people like him. I told him not to touch me, but I feel like he doesn't respect me. How doesn't he respect you? Fong Chi pressed further. He'll suddenly scare me. Gao Zhuan's face reddened, as if he didn't want Fong Chi to see his incompetence. He's still young. Maybe he thinks it's fun, but I really can't take it. Seeing Gao Zhuan's fingers digging deep into his palm, Fong Chi suddenly grew agitated, even wanting to pull his hand away. All right, He had a moment of confusion. Let's try the empty chair exercise. He stood up, pulled his own chair over to face Gao Zhun, then stepped back a few paces, watching him from a corner a bit farther away. This seemed to help him calm down. Try to imagine. Imagine that this subordinate is sitting in that chair right now. Say to him what you want to say. Gao Zhun looked somewhat bewildered, turning back to look at him repeatedly. Each glance made Fang Qi feel more agitated. Don't look at me. He pointed at the chair. Talk to him. I don't like him. I have nothing to say to him. Can I just talk to you? Fang Qi practically forced himself to refuse. Then tell me how much you don't like him. The purpose of this exercise is to get you to say the things you can't say out loud. Well, Justin. Gao Zhun steeled himself to face the empty chair. I've told you before, I don't like people touching me. Every time you put your arms around me from behind, I feel very uncomfortable. I hope you can pay attention to that from now on. It was definitely a superior speaking to a subordinate. For some reason, Fang Qi was already starting to hate this Justin. His mind was full of images of him crossing Gao Zhun's boundaries. That straight set of shoulders, that slender waist, those hands flinching in fear. The kid had violated all of them. Suddenly, he realized he had lost focus, like a fresh graduate who had just started working. Gao Zhun, meanwhile, gradually got into character. For example, at that auction in Macau last time. I know you were very excited since it was your first time following up, but I'm your superior. You shouldn't, and you can't do that kind of thing. That's why I hit you. Once he started talking, he found he couldn't stop at all. This process of self-disclosure made him relax, even giving him a kind of liberating pleasure. This expressionism tour exhibition too. When I'm with you, you treat me like I'm a woman. Hold on a moment. Fang Qi interrupted him. Why do you say you feel like a woman when you're with him? Gao Zhun panicked a little. That sentence had slipped out unintentionally. Because he's so big and tall. The kind of real man my mother talked about is probably like that. He can easily lift painting frames that I can't lift. He makes me feel very effeminate. Effeminate. That was a misleading word. Fang Qi walked over. Gao. He almost called him Gao Zhun. Mr. Gao, can you tell me what your definitions of male and female are? Gao Zhun was like a student eager to get the teacher's praise, afraid that what he said wouldn't be the answer Fang Qi wanted. Fang Qi noticed this, so he said, All right then, I have a few words here. Help me categorize them. The words he gave were responsibility, strength, Snow White, temptation, tears, and flame. Gao Zhun answered without hesitation. Responsibility and strength are male. Snow White and tears are female. Flame should be male. Temptation. He seemed to have some doubts about this word. Is female right? There's no right answer. Fang Qi's response surprised him. Actually, this kind of binary classification is problematic in itself. Do you think women have no social responsibilities? Or that the beauty of female athletes isn't a beauty of strength? Gao Zhun was stunned. Fang Qi continued, because he wanted to break Gao Zhun's fixed values. White men's skin is snow white. When you think of flame, you might think of fiery red lips. As for tears, they're not a privilege exclusive to women either. Gao Zhun was completely lost. Fang Qi calmly returned to his starting point. So being effeminate is not a man's sin, just like left-handed people don't need to be corrected. A tear spilled from beneath Gao Zhun's left eyelash, light and quick, sliding all the way down his cheek. Gao Zhun subconsciously wiped at it, only then realizing he was crying. He was somewhat flustered. No, men and women are just like that. Everyone thinks so. As he spoke, he licked his lips anxiously. What you said might make sense, but He gripped his wrist painfully. There's something wrong with me. Otherwise I wouldn't have that kind of dream. What kind of dream did you have? Fang Qi asked with concern. Gao Zhun stopped. Was it like those dreams you had before? Fang Qi probed indirectly. No, different. He started avoiding Fang Qi's gaze. This dream was very strange. Fang Qi sat down in the chair across from him, looking straight at him. Can't you tell me? Gao Zhun started trembling, stubbornly refusing to make a sound. Just as Fang Qi was about to give up, he suddenly said, I dreamed I turned into a woman. Fang Qi frowned, but immediately composed himself. This expression couldn't be discovered by the patient. How do you know the you in the dream was a woman? My toes hurt, because I was wearing high heels. Gao Zhun's entire face went pale, not daring to look at him directly. And my voice and... He bit down on his teeth. Fang Qi thought of something and made a bold guess. Was there someone else in the dream? Gao Zhun looked at him in surprise, his cheeks rapidly turning red. Who was it? Someone from real life. Fang Qi moved his chair closer, shortening the distance between them, so as to give the other person a sense of security. Gao Zhun's face went pale again. Fang Qi watched with his own eyes as the color drained from the corners of his mouth. His heart ached, and he really didn't want to see him suffer anymore. That person, was it me? Gao Zhun covered his mouth, his two eyes widening in terror and shame, like some animal under a gun, struggling in its final moments. Fang Qi already knew the answer, but the next question he had to ask. What were we doing? Gao Zhun's tears burst out like a dam breaking. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. It seemed it was exactly what Fang Qi had thought. He had encountered this kind of patient before, not a small number of them. Most of them started having this kind of dream after developing dependence on their doctor. A lot of people are like you. It's nothing. Fang Qi's calmness made Gao Zhun relax. He asked timidly, Really? Really? Fang Qi smiled gently. He didn't tell him that the ones who had this kind of dream were all female patients, and most of them had suffered domestic violence or sexual assault. On this point, Fang Qi made a mental note with a question mark. I feel like I'm very cheap. When I woke up, I hit myself, really. Gao Zhun was eager to express his apology to Fang Qi, leaning forward as if he were about to fall into that embrace. Please don't look down on me, please don't. Fang Qi reached out to embrace him, but held himself back. Do you know why you had this kind of dream? He thought Gao Zhun would shake his head, but unexpectedly he nodded, saying in despair, I know. This meant the problem still lay in the traumatic event. Fang Qi pressed on. You still don't want to tell me what happened? Gao Zhun covered his eyes, resisting with silence. Fang Qi had no choice but to settle for the next best thing. If saying it out loud causes you pain, you can act it out for me. Some PTSD patients refuse to talk, but tend to reenact their horrific experiences. He thought Gao Zhun would be willing to try, but unexpectedly his physical reaction was extremely intense, his muscles shaking so hard the chair rattled. All right. Fang Qi quickly comforted him. Or, let's try a different approach. Can you imagine that thing one more time, and show me? Gao Zhun lowered his hand, looking at him with hazy eyes. Fang Qi said, I know this is equally difficult for you, but we have to overcome it. I want you to be healthy, with only smiles and no tears. Gao Zhun was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Fang Qi knew this, so he gave him an extra push. I'll stay with you. For me, will you try? Gao Zhun showed a kind of coquettish dependence, like a child afraid of getting a shot. He simply wanted to make Fang Qi happy, and nodded hesitantly. Fang Qi pointed at the large red Freudian couch in the corner. Lying down will be more comfortable. Gao Zhun lay down as he said. The chair was very soft, steadily supporting his entire body, like Fang Qi's hand, making him truly relax. Fang Qi brought over a chair. Normally sitting a meter away from the patient would be enough, but this time it was Gao Zhun, so he chose to sit close by. After thinking for a moment, he took his hand. Gao Zhun trembled, then immediately gripped back. Don't let go of me, he said, making Fang Qi's heart ache. He replied indistinctly, I won't let go. You can start now. Gao Zhun closed his eyes and entered his memories. Fang Qi knew nothing of that world and could only watch him quietly, connected to him through one hand and his emotions. A pale face against the large red chair. Fang Qi suddenly realized Gao Zhun was very beautiful, long eyelashes like a girl's, a forehead like the chill of early spring, lips like apricots. His hand tightened. Gao Zhun's fear came through, and soon tears were sliding down the sides of his nose again, pooling in the hollows at the corners of his mouth. What exactly had he been through? Fang Qi's mind was a mess, unable to find a direction to break through. He thought of his timidity, his terror, his neuroticism. He thought of that dream. Just now he hadn't explored what exactly they were doing in the dream. Were they talking intimately, embracing, or kissing? Could Gao Zhun have homosexual tendencies? No, probably not. Even if he did, what did that have to do with his traumatic experience? He couldn't analyze any further, because Gao Zhun's reaction was growing stronger and stronger, his hand gripping his so hard it hurt. Suddenly, as if he had been stabbed viciously, Gao Zhun sprang up from the chair, sobbing hysterically. Fang Qi glanced at his watch. Less than 5 minutes. This meant it was a sudden event, and it came on fast, the stimulus very strong. He supported his back, slowly rubbing it. It's okay. You did very well. Don't be afraid. I'm right here. Gao Zhun never let go of his hand, gripping until his fingertips went numb. Fang Qi had no intention of pulling away either. He thought what Gao Zhun needed most right now was a hug, but he wanted him to ask for it himself. Mr. Gao, do you remember the physical contact exercises we did before? He went to wipe his tears, and Gao Zhun took that hand too, nodding into his palm. Fang Qi said, I want you to take the initiative this time. Just a hug. Can you do it? Gao Zhun raised his head awkwardly, looking at him very seriously, as if trying to make out that face. Then slowly, mixed with shame and longing, he opened his arms toward him, like a baby chick with imprinting behavior, throwing itself into a safe embrace. Fang Qi hugged him back. Fang Qi's thought, this is a good start. Step by step like this, Gao Zhun would eventually tell him the whole story of that incident. That's enough for today. You did very well. Gao Zhun nodded along with his encouragement, and the two of them just held each other like that, as if frozen in time. When Fang Qi looked at his watch again, 15 minutes had already passed. The session had gone over by 10 minutes. Gao Zhun felt very apologetic, apologizing repeatedly. Only when he put on his coat and was about to leave did he remember. Right, Dr. Fang, are you free this weekend? Fang Qi was a bit surprised. Gao Zhun normally probably didn't invite people out much, and looked very awkward. Linlin said she hasn't seen you in a long time, and she wants to thank you too, to invite you out. Fang Qi actually had a pile of excuses waiting for him, the kind he used on Zhuo Linlin. One sentence, and he could brush her off. But Gao Zhun had such a humble look, talking to himself in embarrassment. I told her you're very busy, probably don't have time, so... Fang Qi heard it. He wanted him to go, and was very afraid of being rejected. So he leaned against the edge of his desk, looking at him with a playful expression. Sure, he smiled a bit dashing. You guys set the time. Call me Friday night. Chapter 13. Zhang Zhun opened the door. It was little Deng, wearing a casual blazer on top and ripped jeans on the bottom, his hair styled with a glossy sheen, looking every bit the celebrity. Zhang Zhun couldn't help but laugh. Dressed up so sharp? Little Deng's face flushed slightly, his eyes sparkling bright. So many big shots here. Can't make you lose face, bro. He came inside and closed the door. Zhang Zhun hadn't turned on the lights. The dusk light coming through the window cast the room in a grayish-red hue. Feeling any better, bro? Little Deng was asking about the injury on the inside of his thigh. Much better. Zhang Zhun sat down on the edge of the bed and asked him with a weary expression. Did they go ahead? Left about half an hour ago. Little Deng came over and sat beside him. That KTV place is right across the street. Zhang Zhun nodded and said nothing more. After 3 to 5 minutes of silence, Little Deng said carefully, Bro, you've suffered. He tucked his neck in, his face hanging down toward his chest in dejection. These past 2 days seeing Zhun Xin. I want to punch him so bad. It's fine, Zhang Zhun said lightly. It's work. Not a single decent person among them. Little Deng was getting worked up, his fists clenched tight. Bro, let's not go. Why the hell should we sing with these bastards? Zhang Zhun turned his head to look at this young hothead, his eyes growing wet. These are face-saving matters. We have to get through them. I should have come over sooner. Little Deng's eyes were wetter than his, 2 fingers pinching the corners, his long arm draping over his shoulder, buddy style. Bro, seeing you suffer breaks my heart. Zhang Zhun gritted his teeth and stood up. Let's go. I'll change. He only put on a simple outfit, a white t-shirt and sneakers, clean and fresh like a teenager. When they got to the private room, some people were already drunk. Chen Xin was singing a Sa Ding Ding song, the sound bouncing off all 4 walls as if she wanted the whole world to know she was a freely wandering flower. Zhun Xin and Chen Zhonglin were surrounded by a crowd, every hand holding a full glass of alcohol. Chen Zhonglin spotted him and called out, Little Zhang, come here, come here. He'd been drinking for less than an hour, and already his tongue was thick. Ah, Teacher Zhen has been praising you, saying you've got the touch. Taking a drink from someone, he grabbed Zhang Zhun's wrist hard. Late. First punishment, 3 glasses. Zhang Zhun couldn't hold his liquor well, but the director's drink. Little Deng didn't dare take it for him. He gritted his teeth and downed 3 glasses. Wiping his mouth, Zhang Zhun stood before him, also holding a drink. Except it wasn't a glass, it was a whole bottle. "You toast the director, but not me," he said, with a certain wickedness about him, his messy curls catching the colorful laser lights, looking so unrealistically handsome. "My bro can't drink." Little Deng panicked and let out a low shout. Zhang Zhun looked somewhat surprised upon hearing this, and quickly pulled the bottle back. At this point Chen Xin spoke up. "You too drink. You have to do a cross-armed toast." The whole room started egging them on. The smell of cigarettes, alcohol, and sweat, mixed with the deafening music that blared, "'Cause we could be immortals, immortals." Zhang Zhun's expression was pained. Zhang Zhun looked at him and felt even more pained inside. He wanted to call it off, but he couldn't stop it now. So many people squeezed them into the center, shouting high and low, "Cross arms! Cross arms! Cross arms!" A whole bottle of beer was shoved into his hand. Zhang Zhun was like a lamb pushed onto the execution platform. Across from him was his executioner, so heartless, yet showing tender eyes. They were pushed closer and closer, wrist twisted against wrist. Zhang Zhun had some fight in him too. Eyes shut, heart hardened, he chugged it. Zhang Zhun could hold his liquor, but drinking with Zhang Zhun, it was like he was trying to win some competition, gulping down madly. He finished his own bottle, and before anyone could react, he snatched Zhang Zhun's and kept chugging. The girls screamed like they were crazy. Chen Zhonglin even jumped onto the sofa shouting, "Zhang Zhun, down it! Damn, you've got guts." He drank about a bottle and a half, set the empty bottle on the table like it was nothing, and went to take Zhang Zhun's hand. He wanted to say a few words of apology to him. Chen Zhonglin shouted from the sofa again, "Zhang Zhun, sing one for Teacher Qin." Qin Suner was splitting her time between productions. She was leaving the set tomorrow and wouldn't be back for at least a month. Today's gathering was nominally to send her off. Zhang Zhun was a bit drunk now, covering his mouth, his face and neck flushed red. Zhang Zhun wanted to speak up for him, but happened to see Little Deng's hand supporting his waist. Overthinking it, he didn't say a word. In the end, Zhang Zhun chose a love of a lifetime. Truth was, nobody really wanted to hear him sing. When people go out to have fun, it's all about showing face for each other. He sat on a tall bar stool in a drunken daze, surrounded by the noisy sounds of finger-guessing games. Across a whole sea of indifference, only Zhang Zhun was quietly listening. Once upon a time, now, the past will never return again. Red falling leaves, buried deep in the dust. Start, end, always unchanged. You on the horizon, drifting beyond the white clouds. A Cantonese song, his voice low, like singing a shattered dream. At a party where everyone was going wild, nobody ever sang this kind of song. He was like a drop of water falling into a lake, causing the surroundings to quiet down. Those playing finger-guessing games let go of their hands. Those competing to drink turned their heads back. They listened to him without understanding why, but he was completely unaware, just singing to himself in a daze. The sea of bitterness, love and hate arise. In this world, hard to escape fate. Loving each other, yet unable to draw near. Perhaps I should believe it is destiny. The singing was beautiful. Zhang Zhun felt his heart was making such a racket, racketing so hard it wanted to jump out of his chest. It must be because the singing was too beautiful. At this moment, Qin Suner came over, holding a glass of wine, leaning into his arms with all her charm. Teacher Zhun, listening so entranced. Zhang Zhun was annoyed by her, but since she was leaving soon, he replied lazily, "I love listening to whatever he sings." Qin Suner giggled, as if he'd told a joke. "Don't get too into the act. What's in the drama you can see but can't touch?" Her hand with fuzzy nail polish rested on his belt buckle. "I'm leaving tomorrow morning. Tonight." Zhang Zhun wasn't planning to give her face. He was about to push her hand away when Little Deng walked over. First he called out, "Sis Suner," then faced Zhang Zhun, somewhat ingratiatingly, "Bro Zhun." Little Deng had dated Qin Suner's previous assistant for a while, so their relationship was still decent. Her hand stayed on Zhang Zhun's waist, showing no sign of moving away, like she was petting some kitten or puppy. "Little Deng, good boy." Little Deng smiled perfunctorily, looking at Zhang Zhun for help. Zhang Zhun sat still. He'd wanted to give this kid the cold shoulder for a while now. Little Deng understood, but couldn't care about dignity anymore. Bro Zhun, I'm begging you for something. Zhun Xian smiled, slowly stood up, and took the opportunity to brush Chen Xin's hand away. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Little Deng. Little Deng gestured with his eyes toward the corner by the karaoke machine, motioning for Zhun Xian to look. It wouldn't be good if I went. Could you help me out? It was too dark for Zhun Xian to see clearly. The person singing on the tall stool now was a girl with a ponytail. He frowned and looked around the room. Where was Zhang Zhun? Little Deng was anxious. On the way here, Zhuan Bro said if anything really happened, I could find you. Only then did Zhun Xian make out that in the corner sat Zhang Zhun and Chen Zhonglin, close enough to be overlapping. Zhang Zhun sang well, and Chen Zhonglin liked that. As soon as the song ended, he squeezed over and pulled him to sit in the corner. Zhang Zhun was truly drunk now, swaying about like he had no bones. Chen Zhonglin poured him 2 more glasses. Little Zhang, you're quite good. Before, sometimes, it wasn't aimed at you, you understand. Zhang Zhun nodded dizzily. Chen Zhonglin looked at his defenseless appearance, thought of Zhun Xian's repeated lapses in composure, and couldn't help but grow curious. Taking advantage of the alcohol, he put his hand on his thigh, rubbed it, then slid up to his waist. It was an enticing body. Chen Zhonglin wasn't gay, but in this industry people played all kinds of games. When he ran into someone who suited his taste, he wanted to try too. Just as he was thinking of having a casual go, Zhun Xian came charging over from nowhere and shoved him. Who the hell are you touching? Chen Zhonglin sobered up, watched him pull Zhang Zhun up and head for the door, and let out a snicker. I was just warming things up for you. Little Deng was waiting not far away. Zhun Xian carried the person over and reached his hand out toward him. I'll take him back. Give me the room key. Little Deng absent-mindedly handed him the room key, watched him push the door open and leave, and only then remembered he should follow. At this point Chen Zhonglin called out. You, Zhang Zhun's assistant. Come here, have a drink with me. Zhang Zhun was completely out of it. Zhun Xian carried him up to the 37th floor, swiped the card, turned on the lights, closed the door, propped the person onto the bed, pulled the thin blanket over him, sat by the bed catching his breath, stood up to leave. The main light switch was by the door. One hand pressed it down, the other turned the door handle. The world went black in an instant, but he didn't open the door. Standing there for a long while, he only let out a long breath. Finally, as if he'd made up his mind, he let go of the door handle. There was only a light click. He turned and walked back toward the bed. For a moment, he couldn't see anything. He undressed in the darkness. Apart from the guilty breathing of a thief, the room was terrifyingly quiet. He climbed onto Zhang Zhun's bed in the dark, lifted the blanket, and stripped the person underneath as bare as himself. He didn't dare touch him. He only held his hand and placed it on his own already erect crotch. At first he just let him hold it lightly, then slowly rubbed in small movements, and finally just went crazy pumping up and down. He felt he wasn't normal anymore, like a pervert, doing something inhuman. What was scarier was that he couldn't stop at all. That hand had no strength at all, soft and clueless, like it was gripping his heart. He felt it wasn't enough, still not enough. So he turned on the small bedside lamp. A beam of yellow light shone down on Zhang Zhun's face. A thoroughly flushed face, half-parted lips, disheveled hair. He came hoarsely, too fast. He was breathing hard, barely able to support himself. Zhang Zhun moved slightly and let out a hum. Zhun Xian felt like they hadn't been together in a long time. Even though every day they entangled in front of the camera, that wasn't them. Just 2 shadows called Feng Qi and Gao Zhuan, living in the universe of film. He scooped up Zhang Zhun's waist and rubbed his lips against him. Yes, he wanted to indulge himself, do what he'd always wanted to do, but never did. He started from the forehead, inch by inch going down. From the ears smelling of soap, the chest beating with unusual force from the alcohol, the sweat-damp armpit, the muscle-wrapped ribs, the deeply hollowed groin, all the way to the thinly scabbed inner thigh. He sucked and licked there, making both sides wet and sticky. That was his handiwork. Zhang Zhun got hard, right before his eyes, standing up lively and erect. Zhun Xian thought for a moment, just a split second, and then took him in his mouth. He told himself it was only because he was drunk, but his body didn't think so. The moment he swallowed Zhang Zhun down his throat, he shamelessly got hard again. Women often went down on him. He knew how to do it, sucking with wet sounds. But Zhang Zhun had never been blown before. His butt started trembling, unconscious moans coming from his mouth, his two hands reaching down to hold Zhun Xian's head, scratching at his hair. Zhun Xian held Zhang Zhun's butt tight, pushing him into his own mouth. Zhang Zhun made crying like humming sounds, clearly unable to take such intense pleasure. Zhun Xian felt he was about to come, so he slowed down, swallowing more and more shallowly, and finally let him go. Zhang Zhun rubbed his legs and arched in his arms, seeming awake, yet seeming drunk. Zhun Xian stroked his hair, kissing his collarbone while asking, "Feels good?" Zhang Zhun answered him with a kiss. Very passionate, very hungry. His tongue roamed his mouth, his teeth gnawed at his chin, his limbs flexibly wrapping around him. Zhun Xian never thought he would be this proactive. He hadn't even dared to imagine it. So excited he felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Zhang Zhun's movements grew more and more wanton, his strength growing greater, pulling at Zhun Xian, even wanting to press him underneath. Zhun Xian used a lot of effort to flip back, holding his chin. "You better look clearly." "Who am I?" Zhang Zhun fluttered his eyelashes, his hazy eyes half closed, somewhat sluggishly saying, "Feng Qi." Zhun Xian was choked speechless. Feng Qi it is then. Better than his girlfriend. He kissed him again, using all his tenderness and affection, wishing he could die on Zhang Zhun. At this moment the doorbell rang. Zhun Xian straightened up in panic, listened for a while, no more sound. He wiped his sweat, looked at the person still writhing beneath him, and suddenly felt a wave of guilt. He wanted to get out of bed, but at this moment Zhang Zhun bent one leg, revealing the round curve of his butt, and at the end of that curve, the mysterious slit. Zhun Xian swallowed hard, carefully parted his legs. The bedside lamp was too dim. He couldn't see clearly at all. In a kneeling position, he pressed his penis up against him, trying to push into the possible destination. After pushing for a long time, he finally felt he'd found the right place. He put force into his waist, but no matter how he pushed, he couldn't get in. Recalling the scenes from those porn films, he cursed. "Damn! What's going on?" Zhang Zhun might have felt pain. One hand landed on his leg, his eyes opening and closing, pitifully losing his senses. Zhun Xian thought about it, and still gave up, kissing his knee reluctantly. The drunk Zhang Zhun had no bottom line, grabbing Zhun Xian's hand and putting it on his own lower body. Zhun Xian held it firmly, circling his own thing with his hand too. The two of them jerked each other off. The night was deep, the warm yellow light hot enough to roast. They tossed on the bed, breathing at the same frequency. Zhun Xian looked at Zhang Zhun's face about to climax, couldn't hold it, and came first. Zhang Zhun followed right after, thrusting his waist and shooting 3 or 4 spurts, all over his neck and chest, a few stray drops on his face. Zhun Xian's first thought was to grab a pillowcase to wipe him, but soon, a second thought popped up. He got out of bed, fished his phone from his pants pocket, sat on the headboard, pointed the camera at Zhang Zhun's face. Half asleep and half awake, Zhang Zhun stared blankly at the phone. Click. Zhun Xian pressed the shutter. Hearing a door closing next door, Little Deng jumped out of bed in one move, put on his shoes, and opened the door to look out. He saw a figure turning the corner at the far end of the long corridor, looking like Zhun Xian. He pressed Zhang Zhun's doorbell again. Still no response. Scratching his head, he went back to his room to sleep. Chapter 14. Feng Qi parked his car on the tree-lined road outside Gao Zhuan's residential complex, lit a cigarette, and leaned against the car door smoking. At exactly 9 o'clock, he saw Zhou Linlin walking toward him with her arm linked through Gao Zhuan's from afar. Feng Qi raised his arm and waved, went up to stand at the main gate, and glanced to the side to see the property guard at the gate staring at him with fixed eyes. When their gazes met, the guard hurriedly looked away. Feng Qi remembered. It was the security guard who had patrolled the complex that night. He felt somewhat awkward, so he could only look straight ahead and pretend not to see. Zhou Linlin looked beautiful today, her long hair reaching her shoulders, her short skirt studded with crystal decorations large and small, her feet in 7 or 8 centimeter red high heels. Her 2 long legs were very striking, making her look even taller than Gao Zhuan. "Charles," She ran over ahead of Gao Zhun, half falling into Fang Qi's embrace, gripping his shoulders and planting a kiss on each of his cheeks. When Fang Qi turned his head, he saw the property guard's face. How to describe it? The young man was dumbstruck, as if he'd seen something eye-opening. Fang Qi noticed that she had dressed up entirely for him. Earth-toned eyeshadow, YSL Rouge per Couture No. 17 lipstick, milk tea-colored nails, all things he liked. That sweet feeling from when they were in America was stirred up again, giving him a moment of distraction. Zhuo Linlin left his embrace, as if the camera had cut. Gao Zhun appeared before his eyes. A delicate face, a shy smile, a small jacket with the collar slightly open, light-colored jeans, chestnut-colored high-top calfskin boots. Completely different from his weekday self. Dr. Fong, good morning. His voice was soft and drawn out, like he'd eaten candy. You didn't wear a tie. Fang Qi couldn't help but smile. Gao Zhun looked as if complaining. The homework you assigned me. Zhuo Linlin inserted herself between the two of them. There's an art exhibition this morning, 10 minutes drive from here. In the afternoon, we'll catch a movie. In the evening, we'll have dinner together. She looked at Fang Qi with those phoenix eyes, smiled, and revealed half a dimple. Take your car. Fang Qi glanced at Gao Zhun. 10 minutes drive. Let's just walk over. Zhuo Linlin pouted. But I'm wearing high heels. Gao Zhun showed a troubled expression. Fang Qi noticed. Mr. Gao and I will walk over. I'll call a car for you, princess. Then forget it. She rolled her eyes, linking one arm through each of theirs. You two better hold me up good. If I fall, I'll make you come to the hospital to keep me company every day. The three of them walked down the tree-lined road, Gao Zhun on the outer side. Sunlight filtered through layer upon layer of branches, casting shifting patches of light on his face. Fang Qi tilted his head to steal glances at him. Zhuo Linlin noticed his gaze and thought he was looking at her. She felt somewhat shy, yet also pleased with herself. At this moment, Gao Zhun's phone rang. He picked up. Hello, Justin. Fang Qi pricked up his ears and heard Gao Zhun say helplessly, It's not that I don't want to take you. It's just that Eason would be more suitable this time. Charles, Zhuo Linlin suddenly turned her face toward Fang Qi. Do you still remember that time we went to an art exhibition in New York? It was this kind of nice weather too. On Gao Zhun's end. Justin, you're overthinking it. I can't take you on every business trip. We passed by a coffee shop. The owner was Chinese. She leaned in lightly, somewhat nestling against his arm. She said we looked very good together. Charles, are you listening? I'm listening. Fang Qi hadn't heard a word she said. He was focused on Gao Zhun's phone call and only found her noisy. To change the subject, he asked a question he already knew the answer to. Who's calling? Zhuo Linlin paused, then changed her tone. Oh, one of his subordinates, she said casually, even a bit impatient. He's been calling him a lot lately. I'm sick of hearing the name. A car came up from behind, brushing past Gao Zhun's arm. Fang Qi, startled, let go of Zhuo Linlin's hand and circled around to the outer side. Right at that moment, Gao Zhun put down his phone, smiled at him gratefully, and supported Zhuo Linlin's slender waist, carefully switching her back to the middle again. Fang Qi grew agitated. He found himself uncontrollably looking toward Gao Zhun's side. And honestly, he had never really thought before that Zhuo Linlin was such a talkative person. The art museum was located on a corner covered in evergreen ivy. 2 stories, not very large. Today happened to feature a human body art exhibition by 2 Korean sculptors. Fang Qi and Zhuo Linlin walked in front. The manager seemed quite familiar with Gao Zhun, and the two of them chatted slowly in the back. Remember Texas? Zhuo Linlin was still holding Fang Qi's arm. 3 years. I always think of that little filly, the one you really liked. Named Cha-Cha. Gao Zhun maintained an appropriate distance from the exhibition manager, happily discussing new directions in art investment lately. Fang Qi quietly listened to his voice, until Zhuo Linlin suddenly stopped. I know you hate me. She lowered her voice, not forgetting to keep an eye on Gao Zhun's side. Because you can't forget me. She knew her own charm, provocatively lifting her snow-white chin. Fang Qi hadn't forgotten her. Looking at that tender stretch of neck, he clearly remembered how she felt to the touch. Gao Zhun finished chatting with the manager, fresh and clean as a bamboo branch, walking over toward the silver light cast by the overhead lamp. Zhuo Linlin gave him a sweet smile. You guys chat. She looked at Fang Qi with seeming meaning. I'm going to the restroom. This was a hint. How could Fang Qi not know? But Gao Zhun was right beside him, looking at him lightly, making him unable to move his feet. These sculptures. He felt his mouth go dry. They seem unfinished. Men and women, naked bodies, materials of knotted wood or cracked ceramic, with a kind of rough texture. Gao Zhun standing among them looked excessively slender. It's just a style. Modernism. Fang Qi weighed his words. Do you think the male body is more beautiful, or the female? Gao Zhun was like a startled little child, his eyes widening, then breaking into a smile like ice cracking. When I was at art school, I drew human bodies every day. I drew until I was sick of it. In my eyes, there's no difference between men and women. It's just now looking at you. He stopped. Fang Qi asked curiously, looking at me how? Gao Zhun lowered his head, very bashful. Occupational hazard. Don't mind me. His voice was so quiet it was almost inaudible. However many clothes you wear, to me it's like you're wearing nothing. Fang Qi was speechless. Gao Zhun's face reddened, and he quickly explained. That's not what I mean. I'm saying, what I see are bones and the direction of muscles. No matter what you wear, no matter how thick, what I see is the body itself. And I can tell at a single glance. He seemed not to know where to put his eyes. You have a great body. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Next to Fang Qi was a clay-gray female sculpture, with large buttocks and swollen breasts. Lin has a nice figure. Gao Zhun's reaction was cold. He merely nodded. Fang Qi felt this was a good opportunity to explore. How's your relationship with her? Gao Zhun took a breath, looking somewhat aggrieved. You noticed? The corner of his mouth twitched. We might be breaking up soon. Fang Qi wisely said nothing, waiting for him to continue. Sure enough, after a brief silence, he went on. I can't satisfy her, he paused, his voice somewhat shaky. In every aspect. Fang Qi was about to speak when Lin came out of the restroom, her face dark, her high heels clicking loudly, deliberately showing Fang Qi her moist, makeup-smudged eye corners. The three left the art museum. It was just past 10. The movie theater was nearby. By the time they arrived, there were already quite a few people. Fang Qi had been subtly keeping Gao Zhun in front of him, half shielding him, afraid he would be frightened by the people brushing past at any moment. One thriller and one romance film. Lin looked excited. Haven't watched a horror film in so long. Let's do this one. Gao Zhun showed a look of terror. Fang Qi immediately said, let's watch the romance film. I like warm and cozy ones. Charles, I seem to remember you loved horror films the most. Lin raised her eyes. The subtle rise of her apple cheeks indicated she was being mischievous. Fang Qi knew her too well. As he expected, she smiled and asked Gao Zhun, what do you think? Gao Zhun looked at her, then looked at Fang Qi, so pitifully pale. Since Dr. Fang likes it. 3 tickets. One was against the wall. Gao Zhun walked through the narrow aisle and sat down first. Lin was about to go in next when Fang Qi stopped her. He went in instead. Lin paused, then quickly understood, happily sitting by the edge. She thought Fang Qi wanted to separate her from Gao Zhun. All the lights went out, and the dragon logo came on. Darkness everywhere. Gao Zhun's breathing grew erratic. Fang Qi could feel it. His whole body was tense, like he was bound hand and foot by an invisible rope. The opening credits weren't long. The scene shifted to a small alley, no beginning or end, only the sound of leisurely footsteps. Gao Zhun leaned more and more toward Fang Qi. His cool breath was already hitting Fang Qi's ear. Suddenly, a bloodstained hand flashed on screen. The sound effect went boom. Gao Zhun's whole body cringed. Fang Qi immediately reached his hand over in the darkness and firmly grasped his hand. Almost simultaneously, Lin's soft hand slid onto Fang Qi's thigh, paused for a moment, then moved to his other hand, her fingers intertwining with his. Fang Qi couldn't say why, but he felt repulsed inside. He used drinking water as an excuse to pull away once. She intertwined again. At this point, Gao Zhun's hand was trembling so much it couldn't be held. Fang Qi could only intertwine fingers with him the ways Lin had done with him, while propping his shoulder over, pressing against his cheek and saying, close your eyes. If you're really scared, lean on me. Gao Zhun's eyes, brimming with watery light, shone brightly in the darkness. Fang Qi saw them and couldn't care about anything else. He simply lifted the armrest between their seats and wrapped his arm around his waist. Gao Zhuan's body was warm, like a frightened kitten or puppy, burrowing alive into his embrace. Zhuolinlin looked over from the side, very unhappy. What's going on? I need to take him out. Fang Qi stood up holding the person. You watch first. Under everyone's watching eyes, he carried a beautiful man, stumbling and bumping his way out of the theater. Even after getting out, he didn't dare take the person anywhere too bright. He stopped behind a square pillar in the corridor. Like peeling a piece of flesh from his own body, he slowly let go of him. Gao Zhuan's lips were trembling. A line of tears had pooled beneath his eyelashes. His gaze was unfocused. Fang Qi grasped both his hands and called out urgently. Gao Zhuan, look at me. Look at me. Gao Zhuan seemed not to hear, muttering from deep in his throat. No, let me go, please. Fang Qi realized he was associating this with his own traumatic experience. At times like this, direct comfort usually didn't work. He adopted a guiding strategy. You want me to let you go? He loosened his grip slightly, making as if to move away. Gao Zhuan immediately reacted, grabbing his hand back, looking at him in panic, and for the first time called out his name. Fang Qi, Fang Qi. Fang Qi smiled calmly. I'm right here. He held his hand with one hand, pressed, and rubbed his chest with the other. It's okay. Come, breathe with me. He breathed in and out. Gao Zhuan followed his rhythm, like a pair of fish keeping each other alive in the water. Zhuolinlin stood at the theater entrance, looking at the two of them in disbelief. Fang Qi turned his head and saw her, saying matter-of-factly, We'll head back now. She opened her mouth to agree, but somehow a thorn grew in her heart. She said coldly, I'm hungry. Let's eat first. Fang Qi looked at her incredulously, using his thumb to wipe away the tears at the corner of Gao Zhuan's eye. In the end, they did as Zhuolinlin said, ate lunch before going home. She picked a Korean restaurant, their specialty being ginseng chicken soup. While waiting for the food, the three of them looked at each other. Gao Zhuan was very self-blaming, looking apologetically at Fang Qi. Today I ruined it. I'll make it up to you next week. Fang Qi wanted to comfort him with a few words, but Zhuolinlin said, Exactly. It's rare that Charles comes out. She rubbed her metal chopsticks against each other, making a small grating sound. Gao Zhuan said nothing, took out his phone and looked down at it. Fang Qi felt he still hadn't come out of the panic from just now. Those hands should be cold. He really wanted to warm them. Discovering his own thoughts, he was somewhat surprised. At this moment, the server brought out side dishes, sour and spicy, making one's stomach tighten just looking at them. Gao Zhuan didn't touch his chopsticks. He struggled to hold on for a while, but finally couldn't endure it and stood up. I need to use the restroom. Only Fang Qi and Zhuolinlin remained. She was gentle and beautiful again, her phoenix eyes slanting upward, presenting her most moving demeanor to him. This was the moment Fang Qi had dreamed of for 3 years. Good food, soft light, her. What more could he ask for? But he was distracted, always wanting to look in the direction Gao Zhuan had left. This unknown restlessness was unusually intense, beyond his imagination. Suddenly, the phone rang. I never want to see you unhappy. I thought you want the same for me. Fang Qi immediately got up, taking a call. He went straight to the restroom, didn't even look and hung up the call, rushed into the restroom, looked around, and Gao Zhuan wasn't there. He panicked. Facing that row of stalls, he called out, Mr. Gao? From the innermost stall came the sound of a lock being fumbled with. Perhaps because of trembling, the door took a long time to open. Fang Qi pushed the door in and saw Gao Zhuan standing alone, like an abandoned orphan, his finger pressed against his lips, as if afraid he would make a sound. At this moment, Fang Qi wished he could stab himself with a knife. Really, he couldn't stand seeing him like this. I'm sorry. I came too late. Gao Zhuan pressed his finger even tighter. Fang Qi hurriedly lowered his voice. Don't be afraid. They can't hear. He reached out his hand, carefully going to cup his wet face. Gao Zhuan said in a voice so light it was almost inaudible. Hug. What? Fang Qi was like holding a pearl, or like cupping a gust of wind, not daring to use even slightly more force. Gao Zhuan was trapped between his palms, begging him. Hug me, please. If there were a layer of gauze, at this moment it would surely break at a touch. If there were a wall, at this moment it would collapse into sand. Fang Qi was like a thief, and also like a bandit, snatching him into an embrace, holding him tightly. Gao Zhuan let out a long sigh, whether from the pain of being snapped at the waist or from the relief of things finally settling. "Save me," he said. Chapter 15. Zhang Zhun's point of view. In the pitch black, there was a gold-red glimmer. His temples throbbed one beat after another, like the pulse of a heart. His lower body had that post-indulgent satisfaction, his bones and muscles carrying fatigue. The echo in his ears wouldn't stop. "Feels good." That voice was very familiar, sexy, teasing, making his whole body go limp. "You better look clearly." "Who am I?" Zhang Zhun sat up from the bed with a jolt. It seemed to be noon. He held his hungover head, fumbling for his phone in a daze. The blanket was tangled messily around him, his underwear half hanging on his hip bones. He suddenly remembered something and froze. Zhun Xian's hot breath seemed still spraying on the tip of his nose. He widened his hazy eyes, his teeth chattering. They had kissed like a man and a woman, tongues twisted together, dripping with sweat, nipples hard, lower body pressed against lower body, rubbing shamelessly. He slapped himself. It burned, but that trembling was still on his body. He couldn't tell if this was real or a dream. Suddenly, a vivid image crashed into his mind. Zhun Xian holding his butt and going down on him. He covered his mouth in disbelief. This was a dream. Without a doubt it was a dream. Zhun Xian couldn't do this kind of thing. He couldn't set aside his dignity to give a man oral sex. Zhang Zhun seemed to feel a trace of relief, but behind the relief, a much larger dark cloud pressed heavily on top of his head. How could he have this kind of dream? He tried to recall last night's events. Being late, drinking contests, the cross-armed toast, then a song. Loving each other, yet unable to draw near. Perhaps I should believe it is destiny. Every joint of his fingers was trembling. Impossible, he told himself. But what came out of his ears was Zhun Xian's voice, lazy, with a kind of playful arrogance. "If you ask me, why talk about it? Just kiss. Will it work? Want to try? I picked you. What else could the relationship be? It's not like we're really gay. Yeah, I just want to get into Zhang Zhuan's bed, so what? Sorry. You won't let me put medicine on you, but that kid can? Feels good. You better look clearly. Who am I?" Tears gathered at the edges of his wide-open eyelids, ready to fall at the slightest tremor. Zhang Zhun bit his fingers hard, not letting them drop. The image of Zhun Xian crouched between his legs stretched before his eyes, his tongue circling and licking, his lips rounded and swallowing, the roof of his mouth half soft and half hard, pressing tight against the urethral opening, plus the dripping sounds of saliva. So wild, so real. So he had been fantasizing about this kind of thing all along. Zhang Zhun collapsed onto the bed in exhaustion, and couldn't help but hate Zhun Xian, hate those porn films, hate this drama. But he was erect. His lower body raised its head and pushed up his underwear, like it was on fire. He clamped his thighs and curled up for a while, then reached his hand down in despair, the way Zhun Xian had done to him in the dream, wrapping around and rubbing up and down. Siadani had never made him this excited, rubbing and twisting, wishing he could die. In his mind, real and unreal, it was all Zhun Xian's face. Messy curls, melancholy eyes, morning stubble not fully shaved, his mouth, his hands, his voice hoarse from smoking. "Feels good. Zhang Zhun feels good. Good, really good." He admitted through tears, his hand never stopping, rubbing until the skin hurt. At this moment someone rang the doorbell, pressing repeatedly, then pounding on the door after the bell. Zhang Zhun buried his head in the blanket, moaning in the suffocating darkness. He imagined Zhun Xian watching him in this blackness, watching his shameless rubbing hand, then bending down, extending his tongue. Immediately after, his phone rang. Probably little Deng. Zhang Zhun knew that when he got anxious, he would find a server to open the door. The anxious fear and the inverted pleasure made him so excited he lost all sense, from his spine to his tailbone feeling like they had broken into pieces, softly humming Zhun Xian's name. At a completely unanticipated moment, he thrust his waist and came, his gluteal muscles trembling violently, his toes curling, the skin of his whole body rubbing against the bedsheet, rubbing until red. He gasped messily like a fish out of water, and riding the afterglow of his climax, he carefully chewed over the two words Zhun Xian on the edge of his lips. Hand shaking, he grabbed his phone. Sure enough, it was little Deng. He called back. The other end asked anxiously. Bro, are you okay? Fine. He didn't dare speak loudly, afraid of exposing his breathing. Drank too much. Oh, after eating, the entire main creative team went to look at the set. This drama had a key scene, an underground parking lot. The crew had built a studio in the suburbs, basically a real location reconstruction. There were parking spaces, lighting, an elevator area. Prop cars arrived one after another. Still missing were 5 Volkswagens and 7 Toyotas. Zhang Zhun's top-of-the-line Kian was parked at the visual center, Prussian blue, freshly waxed, gleaming brightly under the welding sparks of the surrounding workers. Chen Xin had Zhang Zhun lean against the car, looking again and again through the viewfinder. Beside him was the Hunan girl in charge of wardrobe, taking the modification details he mentioned into her phone, such as waist taken in a bit more, buttons changed to ultramarine. Even sleeve length and shoelace texture were attended to one by one. In Chen Xinglin's words, this is a heavy scene. Extreme close-up. Zhang Zhun and Zhou Zheng stood to the side smoking, listening to Xiao Wang in charge of scheduling chatting with a few crew members. They say Wu Rong is arriving this afternoon. They were all young guys, each looking very expectant. The order is all set. Don't cut in line for the group photo. Wu Rong is coming soon. Zhang Zhun pretended to be casual, but inside he was actually very uncomfortable. Zhou Zheng looked at his watch. Coming straight from the airport. This is his big scene. Zhang Zhun snorted. His big scene. And you have me looking at what's set. You and Zhang Zhun have a few scenes together here too in post-production. Zhou Zheng knew he'd said the wrong thing and quickly made up for it. From Director Chen's meaning, he wants you to come over tomorrow for the official shoot too. Zhang Zhun was about to say something when he suddenly saw Zhang Zhun staring at him with a deathly pale face. They were 8 or 9 meters apart, with an evoke in between, plus Chun Zhenglin and the wardrobe girl. But in just an instant, Zhang Zhun started running from beside the Kian, extremely fast, pressing down on the evoke's hood, a beautiful one-handed vault, his 2 long legs wrapped in suit pants drawing scissor-like arcs in the air. Zhang Zhun didn't know anything anymore, only cursing. Damn. This Zhang Zhun was too fucking handsome. The person broke through the wind and charged over, knocking down Chen Zhenglin. Zhang Zhun almost stretched out both arms to receive him, but was heavily pushed by him, pushed in the chest. He staggered back a few steps, his spine slamming into the Buick door behind him. Everyone was stunned, looking at Zhang Zhun like he was a madman. Not a single person's thinking could keep up with his movements. At this moment, the 3 workers in charge of the overhead rigging above shouted, "It's fine, we caught it." Only then did everyone look up. A 10-centimeter thick steel plate, knife-like tip, cold gleaming and snow-bright, hanging suspended above Zhang Zhun's head, held only by a thin hemp rope. The other end was in the hands of those workers, being pulled up bit by bit. Zhang Zhun panted urgently. Sweat seeped through his shirt. Not from running. Cold sweat. He stood in the gaze of everyone, wishing that steel plate would really fall and hit him. Then no one would care about his original intention. He had only pushed Zhang Zhun away. He hadn't cared about Zhou Zheng, hadn't cared about the crew members. He himself couldn't believe it. In his eyes there was only him. There was murmuring around. Wow, such good kung fu. So hot. He only pushed Zhang Zhun. Are they that close, not even caring about his own life? Zhang Zhun felt he had no face left to show, wishing he could find a crack to crawl into. Zhang Zhun was looking at him, with a fiery hot gaze. He was about to walk toward him, his half-open lips seeming to want to say something. Zhang Zhun was so scared his knees were trembling. At this moment, Zhou Zheng beside him pressed his shoulder. "Teacher Zhang." Fortunately, it was a false alarm. "Are you injured?" Only then did Zhang Zhun feel pain in his left waist. The suit pants were too tight, he'd twisted it. "I'm fine." Chen Zhenglin was helped up by the wardrobe girl. Perhaps still in shock, or perhaps intimidated by Zhang Zhun's momentum. For the first time ever he called him Teacher Zhang. "Are you okay? Will it affect tomorrow's shoot?" Zhang Zhun said with certainty that it wouldn't. Chen Zhenglin glanced at Zhang Zhun. This glance was sensitively caught by Zhang Zhun, his face flushing red. Chen Zhenglin had him return to standing by the car. Zhang Zhun wouldn't have it. He might be injured. "Chen, do you have any humanity?" Zhang Zhun's left leg was indeed a bit lame. Chen Zhenglin saw it. but still blocked Zhang Xin from going over. He had his way of handling him. Sure, Teacher Zhun. He lowered his voice, carrying a hint of a smile. What did you do to him last night, that he'd risk his life for you? Zhang Xin immediately lost his confidence. What are you talking about? Nothing happened. Also, Chen Zhonglin looked regretful. From what I see, his legs are still quite nimble. Zhang Xin immediately understood what he was referring to, his face reddening, cursing in embarrassment. Damn, aren't you disgusting? Before long, Wu Rong's car arrived. A white Infiniti. The door was kicked open from the inside. A person jumped out. Black tank top, camouflage pants, a clean and sharp buzz cut, a pair of silver sunglasses. All the way he was surrounded by crew members calling, Brother Wu. Wu Rong, like Zhang Zhun, trained in martial arts. But unlike Zhang Zhun, he debuted as a male lead. Dozens of productions large and small, never played a supporting role. Zhang Xin heard him calling out casually from afar, Zhuaner. He was a Beijinger, just calling the name with an added sound. It sounded so intimate. Zhang Zhun saw him and very unceremoniously waved his hand, softly calling out, Senior brother. They were actually the same year. Zhang Zhun was even a few months older than Wu Rong. Later they both became actors, grew closer and closer. Wu Rong entered the industry a few years earlier than him, so he forced him to call him senior brother. Zhang Xin felt his stomach was about to turn over. Watching the two walk together, affectionately hugging. Wu Rong seemed to notice at a glance that Zhang Zhun had twisted his waist, half-jokingly pinching it. He was a bit bigger than Zhang Zhun, one arm very naturally draped over his shoulder, pointing at Chen Zhonglin's nose and saying, Director, what's this, bullying my junior brother? Chen Zhonglin hurriedly waved his hands, one, Teacher Wu, after another. A group of people exchanged half-serious, half-joking greetings for a long time. Wu Rong's arm never came down. Zhang Zhun grabbed the hand draped over him, his mouth open wide as he followed along laughing. Zhang Xin seemed to be seeing him for the first time. They quickly got to the main topic. Chen Zhonglin led Wu Rong to look at the cars. The expressions on all three faces were very serious. Zhang Xin watched Zhang Zhun get into the car holding his injured waist, sitting behind the steering wheel and reclining the seat. Then Wu Rong got in, lying on top of him. The two of them burst into laughter the moment their eyes met. Wu Rong even buried his head in Zhang Zhun's neck, like a tail-wagging husky, laughing until he was out of breath. Zhang Xin became the outsider. He lit a cigarette. The flame was blue-green, like burning loneliness. In the evening, after eating, Zhang Xin unconsciously walked toward Zhang Zhun's room. Room 3705. He stood at the door for a while, then pressed the doorbell. The one who opened the door was little Deng, bare-chested. Seeing Zhang Xin, he paused. Laughter came from inside the room. Zhang Xin walked in. Zhang Zhun was wearing only a pair of boxer shorts, lying face down on the bed. Wu Rong was dressed the same, straddling his bare legs, his big hand pressing on his left waist. Oh, Zhang Xin. Wu Rong looked up, smiling as he jumped off the bed, his hand full of massage oil and medicinal wine reaching toward him. This afternoon the director was all about the script, didn't get a chance to introduce us. First time working together, please take care of me. Zhang Xin was hesitating whether to shake his hand when Wu Rong apologetically withdrew his hand. Damn, a bit oily. Next time, next time. He jumped back onto the bed, about to continue rubbing Zhang Zhun. Zhang Zhun pulled his shorts up toward his waist, somewhat bashful. Senior brother, no more rubbing. Wu Rong looked at his watch. Still 15 minutes short. Hurry, hurry. Without allowing discussion, he pressed down. With every application of force, Zhang Zhun hummed into the bedsheet. Zhang Xin didn't know what his own expression looked like. He only heard Wu Rong chattering noisily at him. My wife really likes you. When you have time, can you give me an autograph? Chapter 16. Saturday, as agreed, Fang Qi was still waiting outside the complex, smoking a cigarette. At exactly 9 o'clock, Zhuo Linlin came out alone, dressed to the nines, stepping with a light and graceful gait. Where's Gao Zhuan? He looked behind her. He's not feeling well, she smiled brilliantly, walking past him to pull the car door open. Let's go. What's wrong with him? He grabbed her arm, his grip strong. Why do you care about him? Even her anger was beautiful, aggressively beautiful. Isn't it me you care about? Fang Qi looked agitated. You already have a boyfriend. We can break up. Her tone was flippant. I don't want to spend my whole life with a psycho. Fang Qi was angered by her choice of words. I told you, he's not sick, he just… Do you want me or not? She took a step toward him, almost pressing into his embrace. If you don't, plenty of others do. We have to go back. Fang Qi let out a sigh. We can't leave him alone at home. Zhuo Linlin immediately put on a fragile expression. Charles, you know my feelings for you. She pressed her forehead against his chest, her hair giving off a faint citrus scent. I'm going on a European tour. Leaving tomorrow. We'll be gone a month. I just want to spend one good day with you. What man could refuse such soft words? Fang Qi didn't speak. She continued playing the emotional card. I'm getting old. Can't dance for many more years. I just want to find a good home. She leaned her whole self toward him. Is that wrong? Fang Qi almost hugged her, but suddenly Gao Zhuan's body flashed through his mind, held tightly in his arms, murmuring desperately by his ear. Save me. Fang Qi pushed her away, very firm. We have to go back. Gao Zhuan's home was like the man himself, very tasteful. Upon entering, one saw a set of Giuseppe Arcimboldo's The Four Seasons hanging on the living room wall. Zhuo Linlin pointed at it dismissively, saying it was Gao Zhuan's copy. She was used to seeing art, but it was Fang Qi's first time witnessing such talent. So magnificent, so vivid, it made him unable to look away. Indeed, as Gao Zhuan had said, he and Zhuo Linlin slept in separate rooms. His room only had a small bed. Right now he was curled up on it, huddled in a thin blanket. Zhuo Linlin led Fang Qi into the room and went out, seeming to begrudge giving Gao Zhuan any care. Fang Qi saw a three-legged wooden chair by the low window, picked it up, and sat down by the bed. Mr. Gao. He greeted him, saw the blanket move, and gently placed his hand on it. He could feel the person underneath trembling. Won't you let me see you? Slowly, half a face peeked out from the foot of the bed. Hair messy, eyes red like a rabbit's. Dr. Fang. He was deeply ashamed, unwilling to show anything below his nose. I'm sorry. Fang Qi didn't know why he was apologizing. This was typical self-blame behavior. Did something happen? Justin. He said that name again. Fang Qi listened quietly. He said, because of the business trip matter, yesterday he came to my office and smashed everything that could be smashed. Were you hurt? When he asked this question, Fang Qi suddenly remembered his first-year university textbook, which wrote, the questioner's first question is often what they care about most deep down. Gao Zhuan shook his head, seeming to relax a little, and stretched out his ice-cold right hand from the blanket, along with half a tulip-colored silk pajama sleeve. He wanted Fang Qi to hold it, so Fang Qi held it. What happened during the business trip? On the business trip, I didn't take him, took someone else, and he just… Gao Zhuan's lips trembled, looking very aggrieved. He actually said I. Fang Qi waited for him, but he bit his lip and swallowed the rest of the sentence back. Fang Qi knew forcing him was useless. It's quite cool outside. Want to go for a walk? Seeing Gao Zhuan's eyes dodge, he said, keep me company? Gao Zhuan chose between himself and Fang Qi. There was almost no suspense. He chose Fang Qi. The blanket loosened, revealing a half-open collar and the honey-colored skin beneath, with a small light pink bruise on it. Fang Qi frowned. He hit you. No. Gao Zhuan stared at his outstretched hand, nervously grabbing his collar. It was an art catalog that hit me. The catalog was very thick. For a while, neither of them spoke, until Zhuo Linlin came in carrying a glass of water, looking at Fang Qi in surprise. That chair is a 19th century antique. Normally, I don't even let people sit on it. Fang Qi hurriedly stood up, took the water she handed him, and looked at Gao Zhuan apologetically. Why didn't you say? It was like the complaint between close friends. Zhuo Linlin was surprised their relationship had actually become this good. What surprised her even more was Gao Zhuan's answer. Do you like it? I'll give it to you. $70,000. Normally, she wouldn't even let people touch it. Now he said give it away, and it's given away. She really didn't know whose jealousy she should feel. Fang Qi laughed heartily. I don't understand art. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even sit on this kind of chair. These words were a bit ambiguous. Only after saying them did Fang Qi notice. All three of them were a bit awkward. Gao Zhuan's face reddened, and he said dryly, I'll change my clothes. He meant to ask Fang Qi to go out. Fang Qi didn't react, still standing there stupidly drinking water. Zhuo Linlin pulled him. Come help me. Fang Qi followed her out of the room. She closed the door tight behind her, then threw herself into his embrace, thrusting out her chest and arching her hips, twisting out a delicate and exquisite curve. Fang Qi's head buzzed. To maintain distance, the back of his head hit the wall. Lin, are you crazy? Gao Zhun is right in the room. She sealed his mouth with her lip gloss-covered lips, peach-flavored, sticky, and filling his mouth. Fang Qi's body burned hot, responding to her fiercely as if he'd lost consciousness. Probably the thrill of a secret affair. It was as if a huge crystal chandelier was exploding in his brain, thousands of fragments floating down, scattering, sparkling. He was devouring Gao Zhun's woman. Realizing this, he felt no guilt whatsoever. Instead, he was unusually excited, kneading Zhuo Linlin's shoulders, squeezing her into his embrace. Zhuo Linlin was overwhelmed by favor. She had never seen Fang Qi like this. It was as if his feelings for her over 3 years hadn't diminished one bit, but had grown stronger. She moaned. Charles. Hearing her voice, Fang Qi immediately sobered up, pushed her away, and glared at her somewhat hatefully, while continuously wiping his mouth with his sleeve. The door handle turned. It was Gao Zhun coming out. Fang Qi quickly ran his hand through his hair and walked over. The wooden door opened before him. The person stood there, again that delicate and refined appearance. Seeing him, he smiled faintly. Fang Qi felt his heart thumping. He interpreted this as a guilty conscience. Does your chest hurt? He threw out a random question to divert Gao Zhun's attention. But Gao Zhun seemed not to understand, staring at him blankly. Fang Qi felt puzzled. Didn't an art catalog hit you here? His finger lightly brushed against Gao Zhun's thin shirt. Here. It's fine. Gao Zhun lowered his head. I'll tidy up a bit. Wait for me. He said tidy up a bit, but it turned out to be a major project. Fang Qi leaned against the bathroom doorway, watching dumbstruck as he rubbed all kinds of creams onto his neck and face, reminding him of the old days waiting for Zhuo Linlin to go out. Is that makeup? Collagen, moisturizing water, things like that. Gao Zhun said somewhat embarrassedly, quietly explaining. Probably because I entered this industry, influenced by people. Fang Qi found it amusing, so he teased him. Will your skin get very smooth? Gao Zhun grew even more embarrassed, holding a bottle of some men's essence, hesitating whether to open it or not. At this moment, Zhuo Linlin said from the living room side. He's smooth, smoother than me even. Gao Zhun's face turned completely red. He put down the essence water, randomly picked up a perfume, and sprayed it on his armpits and behind his ears, then started rummaging through a small wooden box by the sink. Inside the box were neatly arranged earrings, bracelets, and rings. Fang Qi stared at his fingers fiddling with those things, and suddenly had a strange feeling, his heart soft and itchy. You? Gao Zhun looked over at him while putting on an earring, his eyes moist, his cheeks and shoulders twisting into a beautiful angle. Fang Qi watched the hard metal earring pierce into the tender flesh of the earlobe. Nothing. He swallowed, somewhat unable to understand himself. What was this deadly nervousness about? Gao Zhun walked out of the bathroom, passing by him. In the brief moment their shoulders brushed, he stopped, turned back, and leaned in close. Fang Qi unconsciously stepped back. He followed one step forward, as if about to kiss, standing on tiptoe to sniff at his temple. Fang Qi's whole body felt like electricity was running through it. He stared at him in disbelief. Gao Zhun also stared at him, but those eyes were empty, containing nothing. Are we going or not? Zhuo Linlin stood with her arms crossed, complaining at the door. Fang Qi was muddled, and replied to her offhandedly. Did you go to the bathroom? Oh. She dropped her purse and headed toward the bathroom. Almost forgot. She had the habit of going to the bathroom before going out. Fang Qi knew this all too well. But the moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. He immediately looked at Gao Zhun's expression and saw him heads down, seeming not to have noticed their conversation. All days Zhuo Linlin was the main character. Gao Zhun and Fang Qi accompanied her shopping for clothes everywhere. Fang Qi wouldn't let Gao Zhun carry the shopping bags, treating him like a woman who needed care. Gao Zhun's spirits were always low. Fang Qi thought it was because of the unpleasantness at the office, and didn't pay it much mind. As evening approached, the three of them slowly strolled along the riverside. Haven't been this happy in so long. Zhuo Linlin walked very close to Fang Qi, sticking to him like a pair of lovers. Fang Qi didn't speak. She glanced at him and continued, "You pity him?" She was referring to Gao Zhuan. Fang Qi immediately looked back. He was following a few steps behind them. She smiled. He can't hear. Passers-by on the road kept sizing her up with sidelong glances. This made her feel good. He's a selfish person. Do you think he loves me? He doesn't. I'm just his collection, the same as those chairs and oil paintings. She flicked back her long hair, with the air of someone who had been through it all. He depends on you only because he needs you. The only one he loves is himself. So what? Fang Qi asked. Don't pity him. She winked at him. Pity me. The moment the words fell, a bang sounded overhead. A cluster of pink fireworks exploded at the zenith of the sky, brilliant for a moment, then dimming, replaced by a new cluster. People by the riverside all stopped to watch. Groups of young people shouted loudly, "Happy Qixi!" The river water reflected the continuous fireworks. Sea and sky were the same riot of colors. Zhuo Linlin was surprised and delighted, instinctively leaning into Fang Qi's embrace. But he left her behind and went toward Gao Zhuan's side. Gao Zhuan was already quite far from them, standing alone in a small plaza by the woods. No lights, only the scattered yellow glow cast by the office building behind him. Fang Qi passed through pairs of embracing couples, his steps urgent. He was afraid he was scared. The more afraid, the more he felt he couldn't see his figure clearly. Fireworks were still exploding overhead, like a giant heartbeat, resonating with his throbbing chest. Gao Zhuan seemed to see him, trembling in the shadows behind the bright light. Fang Qi knew he was waiting for him, like a soul waiting for its master. He even broke into a jog, running up to him, slightly out of breath, saying, "Come on, let's go watch the fireworks." Gao Zhuan didn't move. "You and Linlin aren't just ordinary friends." It was abrupt, the stiff voice like a frozen lake, as if an ice pick would break it into pieces. Fang Qi remembered his unusual closeness, the breath he took near his temple, and the way he silently adjusted his sleeves. He recognized her scent, the sweet fragrance of citrus and peach, and he guessed their past intimacy. Was it because of her that you? Gao Zhuan adjusted his breathing once. Are so good to me. Fang Qi felt at a loss. He studied psychoanalysis. He could switch concepts, understood behavioral logic, knew how to guide thinking. But he couldn't give a perfect answer. At this moment he wasn't a psychologist, just an ordinary man, asking in puzzlement. She treats you like this. Why don't you break up? If I break up with her. Although Gao Zhuan's expression couldn't be seen clearly, his collapsing voice completely revealed his inner heart. Will you stop paying attention to me? Charles, Zhuo Linlin shouted from the riverside. Fang Qi waved at her and said to Gao Zhuan, "You two should talk." He was going to bring her over. Halfway there, like Orpheus in hell who couldn't endure the torment of longing, he recklessly turned his head and saw Gao Zhuan's back view. A desperate, lifeless, gradually receding back view. "Gao Zhuan," he shouted. This was professional experience. But what drove him to run over wasn't any damn experience, but an impulse, a brief madness caused by excessive adrenaline secretion. Gao Zhuan answered his call, turned his head, and suddenly, the small plaza was brightly lit. Simultaneously, tall columns of water sprayed up from the ground, one row after another, rustling, surrounding Gao Zhuan in the middle. This was a ground fountain. In the water light was such a shattered face, soaked by tears, filled with humiliation. Fang Qi stared blankly. This was the most beautiful moment he had seen in his life, beautiful enough to make his heart clench. Gao Zhuan opened his mouth, like a sinner awaiting judgment, yet unusually calm. I was raped. For a moment, Fang Qi completely didn't understand the meaning of those words. Gao Zhuan hugged his own shoulders in the water curtain. By a man. The world went empty, as if God had pressed the pause button. Not a single sound. Chapter 17. Even though it was a studio shoot, the crew still waited until evening. Zhang Zhun wore his blue suit, looking devastatingly beautiful among a group of rough men. Zhang Xin stood next to him, smelling the faint cologne on his body. Zhang Zhun had his back to him, and each of them looked at their own phone. Over by the monitors, Chen Xin was showing Wu Rong a few intimate scenes they had shot earlier, mainly to set a benchmark, to help him find the feeling. Damn! Wu Rong propped both hands against his cheeks, covering an unnatural expression. Director, this is too intense, isn't it? What was playing was the clinic scene. The red couch, wanton thighs, ankles twisting with the vibrations. Then close-ups. Zhang Zhun's eyelashes, lips, Adam's apple. Everything on screen seemed to carry temperature, hot and blazing. Your scene is different from theirs. Director Chen became very serious when talking about the work, his hands gesturing non-stop. They have feelings in it. Yours, it's completely violence. I want you intense. Going a bit over is fine, don't hold back. Wu Rong was still covering his mouth, tilting his head to look at the screen sideways. Got it. However shameless, that's how I'll do it. He was talking big. The more something made him nervous, the more he acted like he was all for it. I'll go at it with everything I've got. Chen Zhenglin was pleased, exchanging a look with Zhou Zheng. Then tonight it's all on you, Teacher Wu. All departments prepared. Chen Zhenglin specifically went to smell Zhang Zhun. Thought his scent wasn't strong enough, and had makeup add more cologne. While they were touching up his makeup, Zhen Xin pretended to be casual. Doing okay? Zhang Zhun's expression shifted, as if he understood what he meant, and as if he didn't. What's okay or not okay? It's just filming. Zhang Xin glanced at him and nodded, only saying after a long while, yeah, with anyone, it's all the same. Zhang Zhun seemed to regret his earlier answer, adding, or maybe you shouldn't watch. Why wouldn't I watch? Zhang Xin put on the airs of a male lead. A minor subplot of rubbing through pants. Zhang Zhun found it both annoying and somewhat amusing, the corner of his lips curving up. Does your mouth have to be so poisonous? Wu Rong walked over with vigorous steps, wearing a black hoodie, a baseball cap, and a pair of faded jeans. One arm wrapped around Zhang Zhun's shoulder, leaning in to sniff at his collar. Does it have to be this thorough? You're suffocating me. Zhang Zhun used adjusting his tie as an excuse to slip out from under his arm. I'm even more suffocated than you. Zhang Xin lit a cigarette, sizing up Wu Rong through the smoke. His face was slightly flushed, seeming a bit embarrassed. That, bro hasn't filmed this kind of thing seriously. Do I need to prepare? Zhang Xin snorted out a laugh. You don't even take your pants off. What preparation do you need? Zhang Zhun was still good to his senior brother, glaring at Zhang Xin, pulling Wu Rong to one side, whispering in his ear. When they got to the embarrassing parts, the two of them would awkwardly stare at each other's lips, then burst into laughter simultaneously. Damn, Zhang Xin cursed softly, cursing to himself. The director called to clear the set. He walked away from Wu Rong's side, and before leaving patted him on one shoulder, speaking in soft Taiwanese accented Mandarin. Bro Rong, take it easy. Zhang Zhun took his position. The slate clapped. Into the act. A and B cameras, scene 1, shot 1, take 1. Action. The lift opened. Zhang Zhun jangled his car keys and walked out, looking to be in a good mood. In the preparation area diagonally across, Wu Rong rolled his neck and walked into frame. The camera followed. Zhang Zhun opened the car door. The Prussian blew Qian. Wu Rong appeared behind him, his gaze tracing down the lean back toward the waist and hips, then suddenly pressing on his neck and shoving him into the car, squeezing in after him, closing the door and locking it. There was a camera in the back seat, facing Zhang Zhun's face directly. He was panicked, but still relatively calm. Don't be impulsive. I won't resist. How much do you want? He reached into his suit jacket for his wallet, fingers trembling, pulling out a thick one, with RMB and US dollars. Take it, it's all yours. Wu Rong smiled, smiling very roguishly. Suddenly he reclined the seat and punched him in the temple. The leather wallet rolled down, red and green bills scattering all over the car. You've got money, I don't care about that. Keep that money to find a shrink. He pressed his whole body on top, one hand undoing Zhang Zhun's belt, the other pulling out his phone to take photos. The flash going off chaotically made Zhang Zhun unable to open his eyes. Pants and underwear were pulled down. A pair of large hands rubbed back and forth at the base of his thighs. Only now did real fear hit. Zhang Zhun's temples throbbed one beat after another. He began to resist in disbelief. Wu Rong was excited by his shame, his half-soft, half-hard crotch pressing against the space between his legs again and again, his hot tongue licking wildly across his face. Think you're so great because you've got money. You're still getting fucked just the same. Zhang Xin held a paper cup in one hand, the other pointing at the monitor, glaring at Chen Zhonglin beside him. Didn't you say no taking off pants? That's what we told Zhang Zhun. Chen Zhonglin's full attention was on the scene, too lazy to deal with him. That expression just now was so real, so effective. Zhang Xin had a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent. His fury, jealousy, and worry were known only to himself. The lust on the monitor continued. Wu Rong pulled open his fly, fiercely grabbing Zhang Zhuan's hair, breathing heavily against his ear. You're so rich, your back door hasn't been pleasured yet, has it? Let me give you a free ride. The dialogue was amplified through the microphone, coming through the director's headphones. Zhang Xin stared dead at the screen, the paper cup in his hand crushed out of shape, the already cold water dripping down. Chen Zhonglin noticed his pants were wet, turned his head, and saw the expression on his face. In the enclosed space, apart from Zhang Zhuan's face and the dotted lights outside the car, Wu Rong couldn't see anything. The evaporating cologne mixed with their body odors, becoming an erotic scent. He felt he was really hard now, his heart racing, the body beneath his crotch unusually hot and pliant, making him want to thrust up hard. That tightly pressed mouth was right before his eyes, yet he didn't dare kiss it. The more he didn't dare, the more he stupidly stared at it without moving. In this moment of hesitation, the director called cut. He covered his lower body and got up from Zhang Zhun, his face full of frustration. Zhang Zhun lay panting in the car seat. Crew members surrounded them from all sides. Wu Rong's first reaction was to cover Zhang Zhuan's lower body with his cap. Water was passed in through the car window. Chen Zhonglin didn't use the walkie-talkie, standing directly outside the car talking to the two of them about the scene. Teacher Wu, you're still not there yet. A rapist beats people. You're not into him, you're going to do him. Wu Rong tucked his neck and nodded, his eyes glancing down as he did so, his hand still on Zhang Zhuan's bare leg. The space in the car was too small, and it was full of that damned cologne smell. Chen Zhonglin emphasized again and again. It's not making love, it's rape. Okay. After speaking, he went to scold the lighting crew. Zhang Xin came over at this moment, standing outside the car window, staring straight in. Zhang Zhun didn't know what expression to use to see him. His face turned inward, slightly hiding toward Wu Rong's embrace. Wu Rong sensed it, and said to Zhang Xin with a smile, don't look, this is embarrassing. The way Zhang Xin looked at him was practically like knives, standing his ground and not moving. Wu Rong stared him down for a while, couldn't outstare him, and simply rolled up the window, cursing at him. Are you sick or what? Who knew Zhang Xin would walk around the front of the car, actually pull open the door, and sit in the passenger seat? Wu Rong was dumbstruck, very rudely shoving him. You get the hell out of here. Zhang Xin didn't back down, extending his arm to shove back. The two of them were at it like this. Zhang Zhun knew Wu Rong's hand strength. Afraid he would hurt Zhang Xin, one hand awkwardly holding his pants, the other going to hold Wu Rong's arm, calling out senior brother again and again. Hearing him call out to someone else, Zhang Xion's heart suddenly went empty. Silently taking a few hits from Wu Rong, he self-destructively slammed the door and left. The director and all departments got back into position. Zhang Zhun held his head, his eyelashes fluttering. Wu Rong didn't take Zhang Xin seriously at all, letting out a sigh. Bro, I'm really going for it this time. Zhang Zhun smiled helplessly. You weren't going for it just now? You were killing me. Wu Rong climbed on top, both arms propped on either side of his forehead, like looking at a woman in his own bed. Can't take it already? Bro's got even more intense moves. Zhang Zhun made as if to knee him, laughing as he cursed. Go to hell. They both knew this was playfulness before getting serious. After laughing, Wu Rong's face darkened. Zhang Zhun watched Zhang Xion's retreating figure through the tinted car window. The director gave orders through the headphones. Action. Wu Rong immediately buried his face in Zhang Zhun's neck, inhaling the provocative scent of cologne. Both hands traced up along the waistline, stopping at the shirt on Zhang Zhun's chest, reaching in to slowly feel around for a couple of strokes, then grabbing the fabric and ripping it open violently. The ultramarine buttons scattered and flew, one hitting the camera lens with a ding, bouncing back to hit the window glass with another ding. This sense of realism made Zhang Xin, in front of the monitor, hold his breath involuntarily. Next, Wu Rong slid his tongue across that honey-colored skin, from behind the ear to the collarbone, from the chin to the eye socket. Zhang Zhun trembled as he begged, "Let me go. I'll give you money." What answered him was a fierce and powerful fist. Wu Rong spat into his palm, making as if to wipe downward. "That'd make you paying me. Wouldn't work." His "wouldn't work" was said very coquettishly, carrying a shameless hooligan air. Riding this coquettish energy, he pretended to thrust his lower body into Zhang Zhun's body. A whimper came through the headphones, low and sharp, purely pain. Cold sweat dripped down Zhang Zhun's cheeks. He didn't struggle much anymore. Both hands weakly gripping Wu Rong's hoodie, his eyes staring blankly at the car roof. His long lashes, made transparent by the parking lot white light, trembled on their own, with teardrops condensing on them. "Damn!" Wu Rong moved with large motions, his face and body also wet with sweat, brows furrowed, jaw muscles tensed. "This is fucking intense." He lifted one of Zhang Zhun's legs, straddling it on his shoulder like a warlord, turning his head to suck out a string of hickeys. "Feels good, huh?" Zhang Zhun let out fragmented moans from his nose, as if unable to bear it, and as if tasting the marrow and knowing the flavor, his slender waist twisting into an unnatural angle. Wu Rong's mind was still clear at this point. He knew he had to push harder. So one hand pinched Zhang Zhun's small nipple, the other reaching toward his open crotch. The distinct sensation startled Zhang Zhun. After a brief eye contact with Wu Rong, he gave up and ran a hand through his hair. Both of them were going all out. Zhun Xin, staring dead at the monitor, sensed that tension. Between man and man, perverted, enticing, making one want to take the risk and try this inverted passion. He knew it all too well. The sounds in the headphones changed, sometimes short and sometimes long and deep, both Wu Rong's and Zhang Zhun's. The two of them were sticky and tangled together, one violently plunging, the other responding lingeringly. This didn't look like acting, but like real lovemaking. Zhun Xin crushed the empty paper cup in one grip, threw it on the ground, stood up, and walked away with his head turned. The director and crew were all staring at the monitor. Nobody noticed him. Zhang Zhun and Wu Rong were entangled, tightly pressed together, like two fish out of water, desperately rubbing against each other. Wu Rong's nose pressed against Zhang Zhun's throat, acting so entranced he was about to lose himself. Just as he was about to sink into this inescapable pleasure, a barely audible moan suddenly came by his ear. Xin. Zhen Xin. In the surging sea of desire, Wu Rong knew he had called the wrong name, but didn't clearly hear who he was calling. Although the microphone couldn't pick up such a small sound, he still cursed. "Damn, I'm gonna die on top of you." Then he sealed Zhang Zhun's slightly open mouth with his burning hot lips. This was a gut-wrenching kiss. Wu Rong admitted to himself he had never kissed his wife this crazily. He almost exchanged souls with the person beneath him through this kiss. Zhang Zhun's two hands wrapped around his head, beginning to moan loudly, his hips rhythmically thrusting upward, swaying as he pressed into Wu Rong's embrace. This was the moment for the final push. The whole Qian shook violently. The cameras outside the car were aimed at the front and rear respectively. At this moment, Chen Zhenlin suddenly wanted to add a scene. Zhou Zheng immediately went to arrange the actors. Wu Rong only heard through the headphones. "Teacher Wu, hold on a bit longer. Damn, I'm about to come." Whether this was a line or said for the director to hear, he mustered his last bit of strength, bouncing his hips even harder and heavier. Soon a man and a woman came out from the elevator area, arm in arm. The man was clearly drunk, flirting with the woman. Walking near the Qian, the man pointed at the car. "Car sex, how shameless." Taking advantage of the alcohol, he went to peek through the window. "Driving a nice car makes you so great. Rich people are just perverts." The woman pulled at him, but he insisted on looking. One camera followed him, another camera aimed at the passenger window. The man made a shocked expression, staggering back to his girlfriend's side, spitting on the ground. "Damn, two men." The two cursed as they walked away. The Qian shook heavily 2 more times, then slowly stopped moving. In the director's headphones, only the lingering panting sounds remained. The cameras were still rolling. Wu Rong propped up his upper body, looking down at Zhang Zhun from above. Pinkish face, a dazed and infatuated expression. He combed back his disheveled hair. "When you reported to the police, don't say I didn't fuck you good." He slapped his cheeks with a pop, browsing his naked body from top to bottom like admiring a trophy. Director Chen took off his headphones and called, "Cut." Wu Rong didn't even have the strength to open the car door. His hands were sticky. It was Zhang Zhun's. He had come on Zhang Zhun's leg. He secretly glanced down between those legs. He had rubbed him red. Taking off his hoodie to cover Zhang Zhun's body, Wu Rong bared his torso, wiping his hands on his pants, pushing open the door. The moment his feet hit the ground, his legs were weak. "This is a huge loss. I didn't get this tired filming fight scenes." The door slammed shut. Zhang Zhun lay alone in the car. The crew considerately didn't come over. Through the tinted car window, he looked toward the monitor area again. Zhen Xian wasn't there. He pressed his forehead and cursed. Damn. Chapter 18. Fang Qi kept checking his watch. Gao Zhuan's appointment was getting closer and closer, and he was completely unprepared. In his left hand was a thick stack of case reports about male sexual assault. In his right hand was clinical data about women who developed PTSD after sexual violence. As he expected, no one in the country had ever combined these two fields. He was facing an entire academic blank space. Rape. He had never connected this word with Gao Zhuan. He had treated female patients who had been raped. He knew too well what this word meant. It did not only represent force, humiliation, and loss of virginity. It represented physical violence, genital damage, and infectious diseases, much more. Of course, there was also discrimination from the outside environment. Psychological trauma came last. Gao Zhuan had been raped. This sentence had a special power over him. It made him feel like his heart and lungs were starved of oxygen, his mind was numb, and even his hands were ice cold. That beautiful Gao Zhuan. That proud Gao Zhuan. Raped by a man using rough methods. He could not imagine it. He slammed his fist heavily on the desk. Now he understood those trembles, those tears, those words that were started but never finished. Gao Zhuan had said he was afraid of being looked down on by him. Fang Qi tore off his tie and went to the restroom to wash his face. Secretary Li knocked on the door. Gao Zhuan had arrived. He told himself, treat him normally. Do not show pity or excessive concern. The door opened. Gao Zhuan stood there properly and correctly, still elegant and appropriate as always, just with his head lowered. He did not greet him politely, nor did he smile warmly. Fang Qi went to take his hand, but Gao Zhuan avoided it openly. Fang Qi could see that he was trembling. "Mr. Gao, shall we sit down first?" Gao Zhuan's back was pressed tightly against the door panel. This defensive state of having nowhere to escape made Fang Qi's heart ache. "You spoke up. I admire your courage very much," he said firmly as he moved closer to him, ignoring his silent resistance, gripping his hand tightly. "I can help you." Those hands were cold as ice and soft as snow. "As long as you are willing to put yourself in my hands." Gao Zhuan could not resist his temptation. "What else do you want me to do?" he mumbled. "I told you everything. I laid myself bare for you to see." There was grievance in his words, and blame, and a strong desire for redemption. The mystery of the car was solved. The incident happened in the underground parking lot, and very likely inside the car. Fang Qi recorded quickly. "I had just opened the car door when someone pressed my neck from behind and pushed me into the car." Gao Zhuan gripped his collar tightly, his upper and lower teeth gently knocking together. He was wearing a baseball cap and a hoodie. About 27 or 28 years old. "I thought it was a robbery, so I took out my wallet to give him, but he didn't want it." He began to shudder. He was very strong. He held me firmly and punched me in the temple. Then, Fang Qi felt like his heart was about to stop beating. Cold sweat broke out on his palms. There was a tense feeling like sitting on pins and needles. Then he reclined the seat. As he spoke, Gao Zhuan shed tears. Fang Qi gave him a tissue. He held it in his hand, but did not wipe. He pressed down on me and undid my belt. At that time, I didn't know what he was going to do. His tears completely would not stop, sliding down his chin in strings into his collar. He also took photos. Fang Qi was very sensitive. "Of your body?" Gao Zhuan shook his head. "Only my face." He took many. Fang Qi felt sick just thinking about what that person might do with those photos. "When did you know he was going to violate you?" Gao Zhuan's voice was so small it was almost inaudible. "When he touched me." "Touched where?" "Down there." His voice was too small. Fang Qi had to pull his chair closer to him. "You mean your genitals?" This word made Gao Zhuan tremble. "Also my thighs." and he was pressing against me. His crotch was very hard. He became agitated. I started struggling, but the more I struggled, the more excited he got. Did he say anything? He said. Gao Zhun opened his mouth several times, but could not get the words out. I can't say it. Was it insulting words? Gao Zhun nodded. I felt like I had turned into a woman. I even hated myself. Why didn't I have the strength to resist him? Then what? Fang Qi had filled a whole page with notes. What else did he do? Gao Zhun finally looked up at him, his cheeks trembling, his eyelids swollen and red, as if blaming him for knowing everything clearly, yet forcing him to say it. He tore my shirt, licked my face, and then hit me again. The atmosphere was tense, like a compressed can twisted to its limit, just waiting for the moment it would burst. Fang Qi knew they were about to reach the hardest part to speak of. Gao Zhun covered his face with his pale palm and said very weakly. He probably spat, and then, Fang Qi watched tears flow out from beneath those slender hands. He entered. Fang Qi looked calm, but his sweat-soaked hand could not hold the pen. He wrote the character for come and entered several times over. It hurt. It burned. I thought I was going to die. Gao Zhun was in so much pain that his back bent into a ball, curled up on the chair. He kept asking me if it felt good. Then he twisted my chest and kissed my mouth. Fang Qi felt like he was not a doctor at all. He irritably pinched the pen shaft, drawn into Gao Zhun's situation by him. This was counter-transference toward a patient. Why didn't you call for help? I didn't dare to shout. Compared to what he was doing to me, I was more afraid of being seen with him riding on top of me. So you chose to endure? Fang Qi rarely showed anger during treatment. Let him on top of you. He forcibly stopped himself, adjusted his emotions, and wisely switched to another question. At that time, were you face to face? Gao Zhun could not believe he actually asked such a thing. Do you really want to help me? From deep inside, he felt a sense of humiliation, a sense of unwillingness to accept his misfortune. Or are you curious about how I was raped by a man? I just want to understand the details of the traumatic situation. Fine. Gao Zhun's voice rose, unable to control his emotions. He was on top of me face to face. I spread my legs like a woman. He put one of my legs on his shoulder. He kissed me while doing me. That string of hickeys didn't disappear for more than half a month. Are you satisfied now? I am not satisfied. Fang Qi threw down the pen. The recording paper slid off his knee and scattered all over the floor. I still want to know if you felt pleasure when you were raped, if you moaned, if you had an orgasm. Gao Zhun sprang up from the chair, looking at him in shock. How did you know? He covered his mouth, clearly panicked. I didn't want to. Fang Qi also stood up, hating his own recklessness. I'm sorry, I was too impatient. Shall we go wash our faces first, okay? He supported Gao Zhun's shoulder. Gao Zhun, in a daze, was pushed forward by him. After a few steps, he suddenly turned back and threw himself into his arms like a bird with broken wings, desperately pleading. Don't look down on me. Please, please. Fang Qi hugged him tightly, as if hugging a dew-covered flower. Gao Zhun's temple pressed against his cheek. He unintentionally turned his head and kissed it. He did not know why he did this. It was so natural, so effortless. Then he pulled the person into his embrace, using his tightly locked chest to trace out his form. I won't let you go. Fang Qi accompanied Gao Zhun to the restroom. Watching him wash his face while crying, it felt like a knife was gouging his heart. He pulled a hand towel from the rack, grabbed Gao Zhun's arm, and gently wiped his face for him. Can we continue? Gao Zhun nodded, creased his delicate brows at him once, and hid in his embrace again. At first it really hurt. He was very strong. Every thrust felt like it was hitting my heart. But slowly, his voice was muffled. It felt very good inside my butt. Really good. Completely different from being with a woman. I must be crazy. Fang Qi hesitantly hugged him. He felt that talking about this would be more appropriate back in the chairs, but after thinking it over, he did not want to interrupt. Describe your feelings. I could hear myself humming. Gao Zhun pressed against him, both hands wrapped tightly around his back. I was like those women in movies. I think I even hugged him, but I couldn't control myself. Fang Qi felt the place on his chest where Gao Zhun pressed was burning hot, as if he wore no clothes. Every tiny movement between the two of them was strikingly vivid and deeply etched. How long did he violate you? I don't know. Gao Zhun rested his head on his shoulder. At that time it was like I had turned into an animal. Fang Qi lifted his chin, forcing him to raise his face. In the end, Gao Zhuan avoided his gaze. He came inside me. What about you? They were too close. Hot breath exchanged between them. I came on myself. Am I very low? He asked in panic. Fang Qi stared at his crying red lips, not speaking for a long time. Gao Zhuan waited for his verdict in fear, but he deliberately delayed. Did you come by yourself? The bones on both sides of Gao Zhuan's cheeks turned red. He helped me, with his hand. He used the word helped. Such a simple word, yet Fang Qi felt stung by it. There are many records of men who experience sexual assault obtaining pleasure, erections, or orgasms. First, it is physiological structure. Second, perpetrators often intentionally stimulate the victim to achieve sexual conquest. By claiming the victim enjoyed the sexual process, they can also evade punishment. He explained dryly. Gao Zhuan grabbed it like a drowning man grabbing a life preserver. Really? So maybe I am not gay. Have you ever doubted your sexual orientation? Gao Zhuan had a moment of panic. He licked his lips in embarrassment. Fang Qi felt blood rushing up, using his thumb to guiltily rub his chin. After it ended, what did you do? I went to a hotel and got a room. The back was torn. Blood kept flowing. For several days I couldn't go to the bathroom. Thinking of that experience, Gao Zhuan still trembled all over. I didn't dare tell anyone. No one would sympathize with me. If my mother knew, she would only curse me for not being a man. Lin, what woman would be willing to live with a man who had been raped? Fang Qi leaned against the restroom wall, letting him lean more solidly against him, both hands loosely circling his waist. A little further down was his, but that had been bullied. The next day I had a fever, but I didn't dare go to the hospital. Whether asleep or awake, those images would always suddenly appear. Every time I thought of them, it was like I was being raped all over again. I didn't dare turn on the TV, afraid of hearing any news related to sex. I always held a fruit knife, stabbing wildly at him in my dreams. Shoo! Fang Qi coaxed him like a child. After the injuries healed, how did you deal with this pain? Gao Zhuan smiled bitterly. The pain is always there. He pinched Fang Qi's collar, neurotically rolling it with his fingers. To go to the bathroom less, I didn't eat much. Every few dozen minutes I would go wash there. I felt very dirty. I always felt like he was still there, crudely going in and out. I started drinking. Only when drunk could I temporarily forget. Fang Qi combed his hair with his fingers. How long did these symptoms last? Gao Zhuan smiled. Because of the special nature of the sexual assault, this smile looked very seductive. Before I met you. His eyes rippled with light, his head slightly raised, looking like he was waiting to be kissed. I was always like this. Before I met you, I was always like this. A ball of fire exploded in Fang Qi's chest. Something in his ears was buzzing sharply, like the restless agitation of being 17 or 18 years old. Gao Zhuan's lips, carrying a salty taste, he could kiss with just a lowering of his head, but he held back. Chapter 19. Bro, what are we shooting today? In the elevator, Xiao Deng said while playing with his phone. Character posters. Zhang Zhun frowned. Shooting them this early? It seems the set for the next scene isn't ready yet. Director Chen said to shoot it when we have time. The elevator reached the top floor. The morning restaurant was always crowded. The two of them lined up, walked around the buffet counter once, and sat down in a booth with bread and coffee. Brother Wu is going too. Xiao Deng tore open the sugar packet for Zhang Zhun and spread the butter. And Zhun Xin. Zhang Zhuan's hand mixing the salad paused for a moment. Where are we shooting? Do you know the plan? Xiao Deng blinked mysteriously. It seems we still have to take our clothes off. Zhang Zhun was about to say something when someone slapped his shoulder with a loud smack. He looked up. It was Wu Rong, holding a plate and grinning, showing two dimples. Move in a bit. It was a four-person booth. Zhang Zhun moved to the inside. Wu Rong plopped down. Yesterday's scene. Damn, I still haven't recovered. He said with an expression somewhere between excitement and disgust, his face glowing red. Thinking back, it was absolutely insane. As he spoke, he habitually put his arm around Zhang Zhuan's shoulder. Did you report to your wife? Zhang Zhuan raised one eyebrow, looking at him in a bland way. Wu Rong laughed, laughing shamelessly, leaning in very close to him like they were discussing something very private. You shooting this stuff? Didn't your girlfriend make a fuss? Zhang Zhun was almost face to face with him, their mouths only a few centimeters apart, but he was very calm. I have a girlfriend. You have a wife. It's different. Wu Rong was acting all cheeky, like he was digging for some secret, his eyes shining bright. What? Can you still break up or something? Zhang Zhun knew he never said anything serious, so he couldn't be bothered to talk to him. His gaze shifted, and he saw Zhen Xin. He was carrying a bowl of hot tang yuan and freshly squeezed orange juice, walking toward them. Zhang Zhun couldn't describe his own mood. He felt like Zhen Xin was walking toward him. Subconsciously, he wanted to pull away from Wu Rong, while at the same time glancing at Xiao Deng to see if there was enough room for him to sit. Zhen Xin also saw him. His dark eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't come over. He took a longer route and sat at a square table. From this point on, Zhang Zhun became absent-minded. Xiao Deng said, "Brother Wu, your next scene is a bed scene, right?" Wu Rong nodded tragically, his hand gripping Zhang Zhun's neck and squeezing hard. "Zhun, tell me, after all these years of acting, who have I ever been scared of? I'm really scared of you." Zhang Zhun looked at him blankly, but in his mind, he was thinking about those narrow, dark eyes. Wu Rong's mouth was moving. He said, "How come when I press down on you, I just can't act anymore?" Zhen Xin was completely ignoring him. This realization made Zhang Zhun's heart feel sour, with a cool sense of loss. Suddenly aware of his own loss, he fell into a panic of not knowing what to do. Zhun. Wu Rong's rough thumb scraped against the sensitive skin at the base of his neck, raising a patch of fine goosebumps. "Tell your brother, that kind of scene. How did you shoot it with that crazy guy?" Zhang Zhun helplessly waved away his hand. "Brother, please spare me." The poster shoot was at the Bund, in a not very large private studio. The photographer's surname was Zhu, a woman in her 40s with prematurely white short hair. She was long-limbed and tall, at first glance looking like a handsome guy. The costumes were brought by the production crew, 3 sets of pure black satin tuxedos. Zhou Zheng rode in the car with them, and on the way he told the main actors, "Be careful what you say in a bit. That Sister Zhu," he curled his index finger, somewhat mockingly, "is gay." She was the kind of person you could tell was gay at a glance. Her face was delicate, but she looked at men coldly. Holding a huge Hasselblad, she pointed at Zhang Zhun and said, "You, come here and let me see." They were about the same height. Zhang Zhun put on the tuxedo and stood gracefully in front of her, with a red cummerbund and black bow tie, like a brand new painting. Sister Zhu observed him from head to toe, then called to the photography assistant, "Xiao Hai, give the white ones to him, the red ones to Zhen Xin." The assistant named Xiao Hai brought out 2 large baskets of roses from the prop room, 1 basket red and 1 basket white. The baskets were shallow and long, a very rare vintage style. When Wu Rong heard this, he wasn't having it. "Hey, I say, what about mine?" Sister Zhu ignored him and said to Xiao Hai, "Shoot the solo photos first. Give me Rembrandt lighting." She shot commercial photos differently from others. Other people used studio lighting, but she insisted on using a kind of oil painting-like yellow light. Under the thick halo of light, Zhen Xin carried a basket of red roses, throwing a proud gaze into the lens. The white pocket square on his left chest was folded into a straight line, echoing the highlight on his right shoulder from afar. He was handsome. Wu Rong had to admit it, with a bit of mystery and a bit of decadence. Even the scorched black roses under the strong light were not as dazzling as him. "This kid is really handsome." He turned his head and saw Zhang Zhun's expression. How to describe it? Somewhat evasive, somewhat entangled, and some indescribable feeling, like some kind of desperate adoration. Soon it was Zhang Zhun's turn. He was small in build, and a basket of flowers looked cumbersome no matter how you looked at it. Sister Zhu simply had him put down the basket and go hold that bunch of several dozen roses. "Like Princess Sisai," she said. "Hold them gracefully." What kind of hold was graceful? Zhang Zhun didn't know, but he had watched Princess Sisai as a child. Under the crystal chandelier, the way Sisai held the roses, he could never forget. That was a true princess, pure as an angel, innocent as a child. Long-stemmed white roses, under the yellow light, showed a delicate creamy color, abundantly and lushly blooming on him. Zhang Zhun was a bit shy, squeezing out a hazy smile. After the shoot, he came down from the set, and carefully handed the roses to Xiao Hai. But Sister Zhu had them throw the flowers on the ground and step on them with their feet, trampling the branches and vines until they were scattered, then called Wu Rong over. "Teacher Wu, please squat in the middle for a bit." Wu Rong looked at Zhou Zheng. "This is the treatment you get as a supporting role, huh?" His mouth was sour, but he still quickly walked into the frame, stylishly tilting his head, putting his muscular arm toward the camera, and squatting dashingly. "For my junior brother's sake, I'll endure it." Zhun Xin snorted disdainfully, glancing toward Zhang Zhun. It happened that Zhang Zhun was also looking at him. Under the warm yellow Rembrandt light, the contours of his face changed in countless ways, and his expression was rich with a classical kind of romance. Zhang Zhun quickly moved his eyes away, like a thief whose tracks had been discovered. Zhun Xin felt that something had indeed been stolen from him. Otherwise he wouldn't have lost his soul like this, his heart tightening and panicking. So much so that when Sister Zhu called him to shoot the duo photos, he didn't know what expression to use facing Zhang Zhun. A simple set of kissing photos, but Zhun Xin had to hold his hand. In the past, Zhang Zhun was numb and accepting. No matter how he was teased, he had a kind of nearly rigid restraint. Now he showed a youthful, vividly animated shyness. The closer Zhun Xin pressed in, the more he retreated. This ambiguous distance born of hidden motives, everyone on set could feel it. Zhun Xin was a bit anxious. Before the distance was right, he rashly moved his mouth forward. Zhang Zhun timidly dodged. After dodging, he felt it wasn't right, secretly sizing him up with a half-lit, half-dark expression. Zhun Xin was made a bit agitated, pulling the person and moving forward again. Back and forth 3 or 4 times. The two of them were like a pair of courting macaws on a tortoiseshell stand, suddenly raising their gorgeous feathers, probing each other. "Hey, that guy." Wu Rong felt something was off and asked Zhou Zheng. "What are those two doing, reading each other's faces?" Zhou Zheng was vague about it. "Finding the feeling, I guess." Two handsome guys. Sister Zhu had been focusing for a long time and finally spoke up. "If you want to flirt, please go back and flirt slowly. I just want you to kiss, short and sweet, okay?" Someone among the photography assistants laughed. Zhun Xin got fierce and bit Zhang Zhun's mouth in one go, just holding it there, nothing else. Zhang Zhun stared blankly with his eyes open, looking at him from a distance so close it was blurry. The non-stop flashing lights were like countless shattered dreams. In the dreams reflected the light of the other person's pupils. At the end of the light was a stretch of pitch-black sea, and the soul was intoxicated in those waves. Sister Zhu pressed the shutter while saying, "Princesses, can you give some reaction? Is your tongue just for show?" They had chemistry. As long as the corner of Zhun Xion's lips moved slightly, Zhang Zhun knew to open his mouth, obediently welcoming him with a wet oral cavity. This chemistry was built on 15 absurd evenings and mornings, lying on one bed, passionately rubbing against each other in the blue light after the screening ended. "Damn." Wu Rong was completely dumbstruck, tugging at Zhou Zheng's sleeve. I can't do this. It's too damn passionate." Zhou Zheng glanced at him sideways, thinking to himself, "Teacher Wu, you are overthinking it, really." When it was Wu Rong's turn to go up, his legs were a bit weak. Zhun Xin came out of the frame, arrogantly brushing past him. Zhang Zhun waited for him under light like an old church, half his face lit up, the other half in shadow, his smile seeming both distant and near. The closer he walked toward him, the more he felt a subtle tension, like a bottomless abyss sucking people in. Wu Rong coughed uncomfortably, shrugging his shoulders, and stood opposite Zhang Zhun. "Brother, how do you want to do this?" Zhang Zhun said, his eyes and brows more affectionate than himself. "I'll cooperate with you." It was probably the magic of the lighting, Wu Rong thought. "Well, I should be the one cooperating with you." He looked nervous. "This kind of thing, I have no experience either." Sister Zhu had Xiao Hai fold a flower for each of them and put it in their suit breast pockets. Zhang Zhun put his in and stepped forward, the tips of his shoes pressing against Wu Rong's shoe tips, the white rose pressing against Wu Rong's chest. Of course Wu Rong's red rose also pressed against him. "Brother, I'm coming." His breath sprayed on Wu Rong's chin. "Come on." The light was too strong to tell, but Wu Rong's face was red. He straightened up a bit, feeling itchy in his heart. Zhang Zhun slightly went on tiptoe, his moist lips brushing against his lips like a dragonfly touching water, a harmless kiss. The flash started going off. After it went off, Zhang Zhun moved away. Wu Rong blurted out, "Zhun, why are you acting like a girl?" Huh? Zhang Zhun was stunned. Wu Rong hugged him in one go, chest pressed against chest, mouths needless to say, twisting at an angle and rubbing against each other in front of the camera. Zhang Zhun subconsciously grabbed Wu Rong's suit collar, his knuckles twisting badly in the light. Sister Zhu was very appreciative, seizing the moment to snap shots. "Good. Teacher Wu, very good. Hold it." This kiss looked intense, but was actually fake. Wu Rong's tongue had been hiding behind his teeth the whole time, not daring to move at all. The onlookers didn't think so. Zhun Xian said loudly from below, "This is called no experience? Teacher Wu, you are too modest." Wu Rong didn't put up with his attitude, letting go of Zhang Zhun, glaring back at him with his whole body's momentum, his brows sharply furrowed, with a kind of startling fierceness. "Next time for this kind of thing I go first, so I don't have to eat your spit." This expression was too vivid. Zhun Xian was stunned by his blunt directness. Sister Zhu also couldn't resist snapping 2 shots. The photography assistants whispered in the corner, "Wow, worthy of being an action star. I really want to worship him as Big Brother." The atmosphere became awkward. Zhang Zhun was about to leave the shooting area when Sister Zhu called out to him, "Your flowers." She grabbed a small camera from the workbench, wooden body, seemed to have some years on it. "Please stand side by side." Only then did Zhang Zhun notice the rose on his chest. Because of the sudden kiss, it had been flattened by Wu Rong's chest pressing against it, half wilted on the small tuxedo. Wu Rong's was the same, flattened on his chest. There seemed to be no better sexual innuendo than this. During the kiss, Zhang Zhun didn't feel very shy. But now he was so embarrassed he couldn't raise his head. Sister Zhu really liked him like this, pressing the shutter enthusiastically. "The feeling is right. There's an atmosphere of having an affair." "Yes, Teacher Wu, move a bit closer." Zhang Zhun looked up and saw Zhang Xian's face, smoking a cigarette, his 2 eyes dark and heavy, staring at him even more intensely than Sister Zhu's camera. He was jealous, blatantly so. Discovering that Zhang Zhun had finally turned his gaze toward him, his temper immediately flared up. He stubbed out the cigarette and shouted, "Give me the keys. I'll wait for you in the car." Zhou Zheng hurriedly called out to him, "Teacher Zhun, there's still one more set." Zhun Xian made a puzzled expression. Zhou Zheng said, "Director Chen arranged it. Shoot double. There's another set showing 2 points." Sister Zhu wiped her lens while saying, "My suggestion, split into 2 groups. Wu Rong in Group A, Zhun Xian in Group B. Group A goes first, Group B goes out." She looked at Wu Rong, then at Zhun Xian. "I'm afraid they'll start fighting while shooting." "Well, I say." Wu Rong hadn't quite figured it out. "Why am I in Group A?" Sister Zhu found it quite funny. "Wasn't it you who requested it, that for this kind of thing you go first?" Wu Rong couldn't say anything for a long time, his neck stiff, turning in place 2 circles, tilting his head, accepting it. He threw off his jacket and yanked open his bow tie, revealing a shirt stretched tight. Sister Zhu turned back and asked Zhang Zhun, "Do you need me to find a changing room for you?" Zhang Zhun shook his head and also started undressing on the spot. He and Wu Rong both came from martial arts backgrounds. Before shooting they had a habit of doing push-ups first, usually 30 to 50. The muscles came out very nicely, moistened with sweat, with a kind of fleshy beauty. Both Wu Rong and Zhang Zhun had this kind of body. Zhang Xian stared at them obsessively out of the corner of his eye. Sister Zhu saw it and called Xiao Hai. "Take Teacher Zhun to the break room to sit for a while." Zhang Xian understood what she meant. He didn't need Xiao Hai to lead him, directly heading for the main door. He pushed it open and looked back. Zhang Zhun and Wu Rong were standing flesh against flesh. He moved his eyes away, let go of his hand, and the door slammed shut behind him. Chapter 20. At 5:15 on Thursday afternoon, after seeing off the last patient, Fang Qi tiredly packed up his things. 5 minutes later, carrying his briefcase, he opened the clinic door. He was surprised to see Gao Zhuan on the long bench in the waiting area, with neatly combed short hair, wearing a gray British-style small suit. "Dr. Fang," his voice trembled. "Sorry, I came on my own." They had just seen each other yesterday, More than an hour of treatment, aggressive questioning, and laying everything bare. Fang Qi said to Secretary Li, "You can get off work." "It's fine." Secretary Li very dutifully flipped out the registration book. "If there's a temporary patient, it is nothing for me to wait a bit longer." "No need." Fang Qi turned on the clinic lights and called out to Gao Zhun. "He is my friend." After entering the room, Gao Zhun was always trembling with fear, his eyes following Fang Qi as he moved, watching him put down his briefcase, take out materials and a glasses case from the bag, take off his suit and hang it on the coat rack, rotate his neck, then look at him. "Mr. Gao, what is it?" Gao Zhun's eyes flickered. "I'm fine. I just wanted to see you." He fidgeted, thinking back and forth, and finally said, "Is your time free? Can we change it to twice a week?" Fang Qi silently stared at him, somewhat cautious and somewhat amused. Gao Zhun panicked, very afraid he would be unhappy. "And never mind, if it doesn't work. Is this time convenient for you every day?" Fang Qi interrupted him. 5:30 to 6:30. Gao Zhun's eyes went wide, clumsily hiding his inner wild joy. "I'm free. For our treatment, I want to change it to once a day." Fang Qi grabbed the record book and pen, smiling as he walked toward him. "Do you think that is okay?" Gao Zhun didn't need to answer at all. His slanted eyes, his slightly red cheeks, his tightly pressed lips, were all answering Fang Qi he could do it. He would be overjoyed. "Dr. Fang, you know, Linlin isn't here. I'm alone, very scared." He was rationalizing his unusually strong dependence. Fang Qi nodded. "How did you feel going back yesterday?" Gao Zhun took a deep breath. "I feel like I'm not alone anymore." Being able to say it, "I'm very grateful." His fingers repeatedly rubbed the embroidery on the bottom of his suit. "Before I thought, if people knew about that thing, I would go die. But now you know, I instead feel like I've come back to life." When he said this, his whole person was burning hot, a temperature that almost burned Fang Qi too. But Fang Qi pretended to be cold. "Mr. Gao, today let us talk about your dreams." Hearing the word dream, Gao Zhun's face stiffened a bit. Fang Qi certainly wouldn't give him a chance to object. "You have serious sleep problems because of dreams. Last time you called me at night was also because of a nightmare. I want to know about those dreams." "It is that thing." Gao Zhun wanted to be vague about it. Fang Qi took off the pen cap. "Tell me the details." Gao Zhun showed his hurt expression again. "He took off my pants, rubbed his hardened lower body against me. He entered me. In the dream, what was different from reality?" Gao Zhun clearly didn't expect him to ask this. After brief shock, as if accepting his fate, he said, "Sometimes it is not in the car." "Then where is it?" "In." Gao Zhun clenched his fist tight, then loosened it. "In bed." Even Fang Qi couldn't help being surprised. "You and him in bed?" Gao Zhun looked at him pleadingly. "I lay on the bed like I was drunk, with no strength. He stood opposite me. I saw. He wore nothing, his thing sticking up high against his belly, an erect man." Fang Qi felt strange about himself, subconsciously using the record book to cover his crotch. Gao Zhun didn't notice his abnormality, and continued. "The room was very dark, but there were mirrors on all four sides. I saw him climb up in the mirror, then press down on me, and say in my ear." "What did he say?" "He said." Gao Zhun started trembling. "He said he was going to buy me." Without realizing it, Fang Qi stopped the pen in his hand, listening to him with his whole being. "He toyed with me like a plaything. I was tossed around by him like a whore. It still hurt very much. He was very thick and big. I completely couldn't handle him." "What other reactions did you have?" "I screamed." Gao Zhun's face was completely red. "Because it was in a room, I screamed without caring." "Did you orgasm?" Gao Zhun nodded pitifully. "He kept playing with me. I couldn't control it." Fang Qi felt there was a ball of fire below his waist, and also a ball of fire in his heart. The lower one was lust, the upper one was anger. "Besides him, have you dreamed of anyone else?" He added sharply, "Besides me." Gao Zhun clearly hesitated, then said, "No." Fang Qi finally found an outlet for the ball of fire in his heart. He slapped the pen on the record paper and said sternly, "You think I can't tell you're lying?" Gao Zhun surrendered, leaning his body forward, anxiously defending himself. Only once. Fang Qi discovered to his dismay that when Gao Zhun gave in, his anger only grew stronger. "Who was it?" "It was." Gao Zhun still wanted to hide it. Fang Qi's expression told him he couldn't hide it. So Gao Zhun said, "It was Justin." Fang Qi had guessed this name long ago. "Why him?" "Because he makes me very scared." Gao Zhun fell into a state similar to a flashback. "Before there was an auction in Macau, I brought him along. At the dinner he drank too much. When going back to the room, he pinned me against the hotel corridor. He seemed to have an erection. I couldn't be sure. Maybe it was a phone. Did this kind of thing happen again?" There was also an expressionism touring exhibition. There was a piece showing same-sex sex. Gao Zhun secretly observed Fang Qi's expression. When he and I were studying the piece, he asked me if I had watched Spring Fever. I had watched it, but I said no. "What is Spring Fever?" Fang Qi asked. "A movie about male homosexuality." Gao Zhun nervously tightened his fingers. "There's a scene in a bathroom inside. Very that." Fang Qi frowned. "Why do you watch this kind of film?" "I like Lu Yi. I've watched all his films." Afraid Fang Qi would misunderstand, Gao Zhun explained again. "Many people in our line like him. His shots are very beautiful." Fang Qi didn't want to get tangled up in these side branches. "Tell me about your dreams with Justin." Gao Zhun didn't want to say it, resisting with silence. Fang Qi waited a while, glanced at his watch. "How about we stop here for today?" He made a move to end the session. Gao Zhun immediately said, "Cezanne has a painting called The Rape. Have you seen it?" That was a very visually striking painting. Evening forest, bluish-purple reefs. A pale woman seized by the waist by a crimson man. It happened that Fang Qi had seen it in a cognitive psychology class, but he said no. "Describe it." "It is just." Gao Zhun struggled to find words. "A man, in the wild with a woman. He forces her. In the dream Justin forced me like that." He no longer knew what expression to use facing Fang Qi, embarrassedly covering his mouth and nose. "I resisted, really, but he wouldn't let me go. I twisted desperately. It was no use." Fang Qi was fully erect. He hated his own sexual desire, and was even more annoyed by this unprofessional stress response. But in the end, he redirected his anger at Gao Zhun. "You felt pleasure, didn't you?" "I." Gao Zhun wanted to refute, but racked his brains and found nothing to say. Having pleasure in a dream, the body is also very likely to react. Fang Qi made a movement, which was shaking his head, indicating negative evaluation. "Maybe when you woke up you found you had a wet dream." "No." Gao Zhun stood up excitedly, red around the eyes, anxiously declaring to Fang Qi, "With him absolutely not." Fang Qi looked at him provocatively. "Then with who?" Gao Zhun opened his mouth empty, his eyelashes trembled, and he collapsed back into his seat. Fang Qi knew him too well. As long as he was a little gentle with him, he would tell everything. "Tell me with who?" His Adam's apple moved up and down. Gao Zhun shamefully closed his eyes. "With you." Was it that time? Fang Qi was referring to the time he turned into a woman in the dream. He didn't expect Gao Zhun to foolishly say, "Every time." The pen slid off his knee, falling to the ground with a ding sound. Even Fang Qi's voice was a bit shaky. "Many times." Gao Zhun panically grabbed at his suit pants fabric. "Sorry." He kept repeating these 3 words. "Sorry I dirtied you. I have no shame. I'm sick." Fang Qi was a bit slow to react. "Did I also force you like they did?" "No." Gao Zhun hung his head deeply. "When I was with you, I was willing." His heart started beating wildly. Fang Qi could no longer maintain the image of a doctor. What willing or not willing? "It is true." Gao Zhun was so fragile he almost cried. "In the dream, I felt something enter from behind, burning hot, rubbing fiercely. I pushed with my hands and kicked with my feet. Then I saw it was your face, and I..." Fang Qi breathed rapidly, his palm pressing hard on the record paper. "Continue, I want to hear." Gao Zhun was immersed in his own world, self-blaming and murmuring. "At first I couldn't believe it was you. I touched your face, gently. You hugged me tightly, panting heavily on top of me. I felt it hurt less. My legs unconsciously spread wider. This is a dream, I know, so I hugged you and cried on your shoulder." "Why cry?" Fang Qi couldn't sit still, and speaking was also a bit labored. "Because you finally came." Gao Zhun raised his head. On his pale face only his lips were bright red. "To save me." Fang Qi was speechless, denying in panic. "That wasn't me. It was just my face. The body was also you." Gao Zhun said stubbornly. Fang Qi found it funny. "How do you know?" Gao Zhuan said in a small voice. I know. Fang Qi remembered. Gao Zhuan had said he had precise body analysis ability. So in those dreams, he was indeed naked and having sex with him. I made you orgasm. Gao Zhuan's two hands twisted together, twisting so hard they almost broke. When I woke up, the bedsheet was wet. Fang Qi comforted him. This isn't your fault. Dreams are the subconscious. You can't control it. Gao Zhuan shook his head with tears in his eyes. Sometimes. He hunched his shoulders. Have you thought about it? Your residential compound is so tightly secured. How did he get in? And the surveillance and semen. You didn't preserve any of this important evidence. Hearing him say semen, Gao Zhuan's face changed with humiliation. But Fang Qi said something that scared him even more. Have you been tested for HIV? Gao Zhuan had never thought of this. His pupils suddenly dilated, and he asked tremblingly, could it? Fang Qi sighed. This weekend. No, tomorrow. I'll go with you. He stood up. Let us stop here for today. He didn't put down the paper and pen, but held them in front of his crotch. I need to use the restroom. Gao Zhuan sat dumbly in the chair waiting. He waited a long time, but Fang Qi didn't come back. His mind was full of HIV. He unintentionally glanced toward the restroom, suddenly thought of something, and his face flushed red. Chapter 21. Filming wrapped, and it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Sitting in the crew van, Zhou Zheng took a call, made some vague sounds of agreement, and told the driver. Straight to that KTV from last time. Teacher Wu. He turned around. Director Chen wants to welcome you back properly. Wu Rong loved to party, loved to make noise, loved that buzz from alcohol. About damn time. If you guys didn't do this soon, I'd quit the crew. Zhun Xian sat coldly in the middle row. From the rearview mirror, he could see a corner of the back seat. That black hair was Zhang Zhuan's. He didn't know the filming details between him and Wu Rong, just as Wu Rong didn't know his with Zhang Zhuan. When they arrived, Zhun Xian got out first, deliberately waited a while, then pulled Zhou Zheng aside. Their next scene is a bed scene. Zhou Zheng lit a cigarette for him. Yeah, closed set. Closed set. Zhun Xian felt a little off. When does he leave? Zhou Zheng knew who he meant. This weekend, probably. He doesn't have many scenes left. He stubbed out the cigarette, grinding it under his shoe. They entered the private room. Pushing open the door, they saw beer bottles covering the table, the overhead lights on. On the black leather bench, Wu Rong had his cigarette-holding arm around Zhang Zhuan, leaning in annoyingly close. Come on, what's wrong with singing Nian Ren with your big bro? Not singing. Zhang Zhuan was also smoking. Your taste in music is terrible. They joked and bantered. In no time the main group arrived. Chen Xin came through the door looking for Wu Rong, wanting to drink the first toast with him. Wu Rong was always up for a drink, so without a word they knocked back 3 in a row. Then he pointed at the karaoke machine. Second hand rose. Nian Run. He loved rock, northwestern and northeastern styles. He belted it out. The two of us row a boat to see the sights. We wear the boat thin. We wear the water shy. The two of us ride the wind to see the sights. We wear the wind sultry. We wear the fog charred. Zhun Xian couldn't understand what he was singing. He looked at the lyrics on the screen, the simplified characters reading. In the third watch, the two of us enter the embroidery room. The two of us get into bed, undo the fragrant powder pouch, reveal the chrysanthemum fragrance, a fresh flower plucked by the young man. So high and so high. You ask the young man if it's fragrant. He asked Xiao Wang beside him, what's this song about? Xiao Wang was a little embarrassed, leaned into his ear, and said, you know, that kind of thing. Zhun Xian immediately understood what kind of thing he meant. Right behind him was the control screen. He reached back and hit skip. Wu Rong was right at the chorus. If you want me to come, who the hell wouldn't want to come? What bastard wouldn't want to? Who the fuck skipped it? Zhun Xian played dumb. Wu Rong fumed and picked another song, tender and mournful. Pomegranate blossoms yellow leaves. Ants teach their children to be virtuous. All strange songs. The songs and the man shared the same temperament. Zhun Xian didn't mind them, but anything involving Zhang Zhuan irritated him. Just then, another voice joined the audio channel, deep and somewhat impassioned, one he knew very well. You are the rare man of this world. I am the goose grass on the ground. I want to give you fresh flowers. You let me smell the bone-chilling fragrance. Zhang Zhuan held the mic. Looking at Wu Rong, That kind of heart-to-heart between buddies. Zhun Xin couldn't stand it. He couldn't bear hearing their voices rise and fall together. The crew members were very supportive, going up in groups to toast. Wu Rong could hold his liquor, drinking from the stage to the floor. Zhang Zhun kept him company, making the rounds again and again. Before long he was drunk. Learning from last time, he sat down early, closed his eyes, and pretended to be passed out. With his eyes dark, his ears actually worked better. He listened to the distant and near sounds of toasting, and all those rambling drunk words. He didn't know who shouted. "Director, Obsessive Crow is upstairs. I ran into their lighting crew." Chen Xin slurred. "Old Zheng's crew. Everyone up. Up. Come with me to say hello." People started moving, someone constantly brushing past his legs. Like a sudden whoosh, the private room emptied. Zhang Zhun had just relaxed when a phone suddenly rang from the other end of the room. "Goodbye, my almost lover. Goodbye, my hopeless dream." He instinctively shuddered. On the other end, the call connected. "Hey," Zhang Xin said lazily. "Yunting, I'm in the room." His voice started moving closer, alone, closer and closer. "Yeah, next month." He sat down extremely close, so close Zhang Zhun could feel the heat from his thigh. "Okay, talk later, I'll call you tonight." The phone hung up. A strong smell of alcohol mixed with hot breath sprayed onto his face. Zhang Zhun kept his eyes closed, every pore on his body opening up. He felt Zhang Xin was going to do something, but couldn't say what. Panic, and a little anticipation, until his lips were taken, the sound of wet kisses rising in the darkness. Zhang Xin was desperate, wanting to touch him, afraid he'd wake up, lost in lust, pressing him against the chair back, his whole body tangling with him. Then the door opened, someone walked in, but he was completely unaware. Wu Rong had just gone upstairs when he realized he'd left his phone. He was waiting for his wife's call, so he went back to the private room alone. Pushing open the door, the lights were off, but he could see a writhing figure on the bench. He knew the one underneath was the drunk Zhang Zhun. He only froze for a split second. He grabbed an empty beer bottle from the table and charged over. "I fuck your mother, Zhang Xin." Zhang Zhun was aroused, relaxing his mouth, letting Zhang Xin explore. He could have pushed him away, but didn't. Instead, he secretly tasted the forbidden flavor, his heart pounding, blood rushing against his eardrums. Until he heard Wu Rong's roar. He opened his eyes and saw the bottle flying toward Zhang Xion's head. He didn't need to react. There was no time to react. He twisted his body and shoved Zhang Xion down onto the chair. Wu Rong watched the bottle graze his ear bone and shatter against the wall. Like a video recorder hitting pause, except for the bottle breaking into pieces, everyone froze in place. Dead silence. After a long while, Wu Rong squeezed out one sentence. "Zhun, you're awake?" Zhang Xion wanted to ask the same thing. He was pressed against his chest by Zhang Zhun. Under that palm it felt like something was exploding, burning hot and painful. He wanted to grasp that thin wrist, but it was pulled away. Zhang Zhun opened his mouth, about to say something, when the private room door was pushed open from outside. A large crowd surrounded Chen Xin coming back in, noisy and rowdy. "Where's the booze? Keep the rounds going." No one noticed the three of them. No one even noticed Zhang Zhun was awake. In the flowing waves of the mundane world, passion is nothing but a chance ripple, and sin is merely the shadow of that ripple. Zhang Zhun and Zhang Xion silently separated. Wu Rong also looked away, blending into the crowd as if nothing happened. In a moment, the waters of the mundane world were calm again. The next day, Wu Rong was dragged out of bed by Xiao Wang. He'd never drunk so much in his life, practically pouring it down his throat, almost wanting to drown himself in liquor. When he got to the set, the equipment was already set up. The first thing he saw was Zhang Xion sitting in the work chair. He was stunned. Xiao Deng came over to greet him. "Bro, you drank too much last night." Wu Rong was flustered. "What's he doing here?" Xiao Deng glanced in the direction he was looking. "He's always here for this kind of scene. Director Chen has him observe." "Fuck." Wu Rong was deeply unwilling. "This kind of scene is something you can observe." Xiao Deng laughed. "Bro, your scene is fine. Lots of dialogue, not much action. You were here watching the whole time they built the set yesterday?" "Bro Zhun gave me the day off. Had me come learn." Xiao Deng used to study design. Always wanted to switch to set design. Wu Rong didn't know what came over him, said bitterly. Zhun is just too damn nice. Gets taken advantage of. Speaking of Zhang Zhun, at this moment he was wrapped only in a bath towel, listening to the director explain the scene. Chen Xin pointed at the script and told him, "This scene, Gao Zhun and Fang Qi have been apart for a while. He's been through a few men, so I want you slutty, find that sex addict feeling, give it a little of that seductive charm." Zhang Zhun kept nodding. Seeing Wu Rong, he awkwardly twitched the corner of his mouth. Wu Rong felt sour inside. He walked over casually. "Director," he first exchanged a few words with Chen Xin, then looked at Zhang Zhun. "Bro, in a bit I'm following your lead." Zhang Zhun smiled, that kind of relieved and intimate smile. How could he not look out for his senior? When they stripped down and held each other face to face on the bed, he even gave Wu Rong a reassurance pill. "You just focus on your lines. I'll handle everything else." The director called, "Action." The camera was close. Wu Rong and Zhang Zhun were even closer, leaning lazily against the headboard, kissing now and then, stroking each other's chests. "I really can't believe it," Wu Rong said while pinching Zhang Zhun's nipple. "Someone like you could live in my crappy place. Let me sleep with you." He needed almost reverently. "Just thinking about it makes me come." Zhang Zhun's hair was loose, with a sweet coquettishness. He seemed to enjoy Wu Rong's obsession, laughing ticklishly, showing the few white teeth beside his lips. "Are you going to talk or do it?" At such close distance, he easily draped one leg over Wu Rong's shoulder, swaying it cheekily. "I'm wet enough." According to the script, Wu Rong was supposed to half turn his head, kiss Zhang Zhun's swaying ankle, while sliding his hand up from the calf, knee, thigh, ass, until the open crack between his buttocks. But Wu Rong was too mesmerized to look away. It wasn't until Zhang Zhun pinched his abs that he slowly turned. Before his mouth even touched, he saw Zhang Xian's scrutinizing eyes. His heart immediately went weak. When he turned back, something was off. His hand touched, but trembled. Zhang Zhun felt it. As he worked his hips, when the hand slid into the crack, Wu Rong had a line. "I want you to blow me," but he forgot it. Chen Xin shook his head in front of the monitor, waved at the cameraman, meaning no need to film, but didn't call cut. Considered it a rehearsal. Zhang Zhun looked at Wu Rong with seductive eyes, slowly rubbing down. Wu Rong's hands pressed against the wooden headboard, his gaze following him down. The director couldn't see from his angle. At this moment his expression was scared yet curious. Zhang Zhun's mouth occasionally touched the skin of his side ribs. Every touch made him shiver stupidly like a greenhorn. Zhang Zhun stopped at his crotch, stuck out his pink tongue, licked like a cat. He was only licking a small patch of skin at the hollow of the hip bone. But Wu Rong's reaction was huge. The hand gripping the headboard unconsciously exerted force. With a clunk, the wooden headboard sank an inch or so. One hand went to rub Zhang Zhun's hair. Woodenly he delivered his line. "What do you want for lunch?" Zhang Zhun picked up his cue. "Aren't I eating right now?" "Fuck." Wu Rong thrust his hips down hard twice. "I'm being serious. I'll cook you a couple dishes. What do you want?" Zhang Zhun let go, crawling toward the foot of the bed on hands and feet, his legs sticking against Wu Rong's legs. "Don't want it." He arched his back, pushing his round ass back. "Let's get the real business done, then go out to eat." Wu Rong let go, only then realizing his hand was a little numb. He turned around. A smooth, supple back awaited him, the waist and hips exquisitely shaped. He swallowed and climbed on. "Damn, you're gonna be the death of me." Zhang Zhun let out a sound, starting to rock rhythmically. Wu Rong bit his neck from behind, thrusting fast. Zhang Zhun closed his eyes, because Zhang Xin was sitting right across from him, impeccably dressed, watching. Zhou Zheng quietly said to Chen Xin, "Wu Rong still doesn't quite have it for this kind of scene." Zhang Xin was irritated. Had been irritated since last night. Now he seized the opportunity, putting on a sour face, speaking at just the right volume. "The camera's already off. Why are you still making him act?" Wu Rong was too focused on thrusting to hear. Zhang Zhun was very sensitive to Zhang Xian's voice. Through the gaps in his loose hair, he looked over. The camera light was indeed off. When Wu Rong touched him again, he wouldn't have it, shifting to get off the bed. Wu Rong was acting obsessed, chasing him to hold him. Zhang Zhun resisted in embarrassment, calling out, "Sure, Shige." Zhang Xian uncrossed his legs to go up. At this moment, Chen Xin spoke. Wu Rong, get down. Teacher Zhun, you go up. Give him a demonstration. Zhang Xian was surprised. Zhang Zhun on the bed was even more surprised. When their eyes met, Zhang Xian clearly saw avoidance in his eyes. Wu Rong came down panting. Zhang Xian took off his jacket, got on the bed from the other side, asked Chen Xin, where do we start? The director's answer was the full set. So Zhang Xian faced Zhang Zhun just as Wu Rong had. I really can't believe someone like you could live in my crappy place. Unlike Wu Rong's acting style, he murmured cloyingly, his thumb seemingly absent-mindedly scratching Zhang Zhun's nipple. Just thinking about it makes me come. Zhang Zhun should have that coquettish quality. He should have been at ease. But facing Zhang Xian, that confidence softened. His face reddened as he dodged. Are you going to talk or? The rest was almost inaudible. He looked at Zhang Xian's eyes in panic, his lips trembling as he kissed him. Not childish pecks. Every kiss went deep to the throat and tongue, tangling and unable to stop. I'm wet enough. He tried to drape his leg over Zhang Xian's shoulder, but whether from slipping or something else, he missed twice. A layer of water light in his eyes, he was circled by Zhang Xian against the headboard, listening to him say softly by his ear, do you like me? From his ear roots to his scalp went completely numb. Zhang Zhun was certain that line wasn't in the script. He paled in fright, like a camellia suddenly falling from its branch, shrinking and trembling. Zhang Xian was somewhat forceful, insisting on holding his hand. He stubbornly struggled once. Cut. Chen Xin threw the script on the ground. Zhang Zhun, what's wrong with you? You were fine just now. He grabbed the ceramic water cup with his name on it. Wu Rong, go home and think it over. That's a wrap for today. He stormed toward the door, halfway there turned back. Same scene tomorrow. If we don't get it, the day after too. Crew members started packing up equipment. Zhang Zhun and Wu Rong silently dressed. Zhang Xian had wanted to wait, but Chen Xin called him to go back together. When he went out, he happened to see Xiao Deng, politely nodded at him. As they headed to the elevator in 2s and 3s, Zhang Zhun and Xiao Deng walked in front. Wu Rong followed behind, head hanging. After all these years of acting, dragging down the crew was a first. He thought it over, hurried a few steps to catch up, grabbed Xiao Deng's shoulder, and pushed him aside. Threw his arm around Zhang Zhun's shoulder, leaned into his ear, and said, Can I come over to your place tonight? Zhang Zhun roughly knew what he meant. He didn't think much of it, so he nodded. Xiao Deng complained unhappily, Bro Wu, what's with all the secrecy? Chapter 22. Fang Qi and Gao Zhuan discussed whether to go to a community clinic or the CDC. Gao Zhuan was afraid of running into someone he knew, so they skipped the morning rush and arranged to meet at the subway station. At 9:30, the subway was still fairly crowded. Fang Qi kept making sure Gao Zhuan stayed in front of him, lightly holding him from behind, hugging him a little when it got too packed. The car swayed. Through the thin dress shirt, their skin was slightly warm, but Gao Zhuan had no mind to feel awkward. His head was a mess, filled entirely with the word AIDS. He hadn't slept at all last night. Compared to sexual violence, this was real terror. Discrimination, sickness, death. Promotional images he must have seen somewhere without thinking kept flashing before his eyes. It was a living nightmare. Don't be scared. As if sensing his panic, Fang Qi lowered his head, hot breath blowing against his ear. I'm right here with you. Gao Zhuan's heart twisted so hard, he was about to cry. He let himself lean back against Fang Qi's chest. The subway stopped at a major station, and quite a few people got off. Fang Qi nudged him toward an empty seat. It was such a spacious bench, yet they sat pressed tightly together. It looked a little odd. The air conditioning wasn't even that cold, but Gao Zhuan was shaking. Weakly he said, if it's positive. He turned to look at Fang Qi, with an expression cold enough to freeze dripping water. Don't bother with me. Just let me die. Fang Qi couldn't stand hearing that. He grabbed the stiff hand on Gao Zhuan's knee, lacing their fingers together, rubbing between the gaps. Immediately people looked over. He could even hear whispering. Gao Zhuan insisted, even pulling his finger back. Only then did Fang Qi understand. He was being extremely careful, afraid of the tiny risk of infecting him. His heart melted completely, yet his face was stern. Hand. Give it to me. Facing him, Gao Zhun didn't know how to refuse. He spread his fingers. In the blink of an eye, the needle went in. Feng Qi held his hand, letting the dark red bead of blood drop onto the sample area, then added the buffer solution. He put away the needle, held up the test strip, and sat down beside him. In that moment, Gao Zhun was content. Even if they told him the result was positive right now, he would accept it. How long do we wait? Half an hour. Feng Qi was afraid he'd get anxious. So he added, "It'll pass before you know it. Goodbye, my almost lover. Goodbye, my hopeless dream." The phone rang. Feng Qi glanced at it and hung up. It rang again immediately. He hung up a second time. When it rang a third time, he handed the test strip to Gao Zhun and answered reluctantly. "Hello, Miss Bai." He kept looking over at Gao Zhun uneasily, then pushed the door and went out. Gao Zhun chased him with his eyes like a ship chasing a star, until the young man beside him said in a flat tone, "Your boyfriend treats you pretty well, huh?" Gao Zhun didn't understand what he meant. He looked at him in confusion. The boy looked him up and down openly, a little mocking. "Isn't he your boyfriend?" Quite a few nearby people cast curious glances. Gao Zhun was a little dazed. Looking past him, he took in the people around him for the first time. They were all young, fashionable boys, their features carefully groomed, their clothes immaculate, with a kind of cheap prettiness. He wasn't unfamiliar with this type. He'd encountered plenty in the industry. He just felt a little disgusted. Disgusted that they would think of Feng Qi that way. "No, he's my doctor." He put on a proud, looking down from above expression. Immediately someone picked up on that. "The kind of doctor who gives you injections at night, right?" They laughed, laughing in all their colorful glory. Gao Zhun frowned in revulsion, turned his face away in disbelief. Just then Feng Qi came back, quickly sitting down beside him. "How is it?" He carefully studied his expression. "Did you get scared?" Gao Zhun was about to answer when that boy leaned over familiarly, his bright sparkly eyes looking youthful and lively. "You're a doctor?" Feng Qi glanced at Gao Zhun. "Yes, a psychologist." The boy let out an exaggerated, "Oh," then in what he thought was his most handsome pose, asked half shyly, "If I have psychological problems, can I find you?" Gao Zhun felt his scalp go numb. Right then the phone rang. He looked. It was the board of directors calling. "Hello." He had to answer, his tone very agitated. "The price can't change." "You tell him. 22 million, that's my number." He kept looking over at Feng Qi and that boy. They were chatting pleasantly, shoulders touching. "I have nightmares a lot, and insomnia," the boy said. "I'm really troubled. I don't know what to do. You can come in for a consultation." Feng Qi was being very gentle, professionally gentle. "No charge." Then, the boy looked at him with a certain sweet gaze. "Can I have a business card?" The phone was still haggling over the prices of several Qing dynasty textiles. Gao Zhun watched as Feng Qi pulled out his card case, opened it with a crisp click of his long fingers. The white cardstock. He smoothly pulled one out. He'd pulled one out for him too. Gao Zhun felt like he couldn't breathe. The same sound, the same gesture. Back then Feng Qi had said to him, "Mr. Gao, very pleased to meet you." The boy took the card, slipping it into his pocket without forgetting to give Gao Zhun a faint look. Then he shook his own test strip, saying lightly, "Oh, it's negative." He said goodbye to Feng Qi generously, tossing the test strip into the trash can in the corner as he went out. The call had ended long ago. Gao Zhun didn't even know what he'd said. He couldn't explain what was wrong with him. From then on, no matter what Feng Qi said to him, he ignored it. "What's wrong with you?" Feng Qi tried to take his hand. He jerked away neurotically. Feng Qi tried to look at his test strip. He wouldn't let him either, moving to a different chair, sitting apart from Feng Qi. The onlookers nearby giggled, chattering back and forth. Throwing a tantrum. Getting jealous. Feng Qi heard, feeling an inexplicable anger. "Mr. Gao?" "Gao Zhun." He sat down next to him. "Look at me." Gao Zhun wouldn't turn his head. Feng Qi tugged his arm. "Are you afraid they'll think we're that kind of relationship?" "Of course not," Gao Zhun thought to himself. But he wouldn't say a word. Feng Qi almost hugged him. "Did they say something to you?" He lowered his voice. "Look at them. They're all alone. Those bed partners and so-called boyfriends, none of them came with them. But you have me. So they're jealous." Gao Zhun finally turned to look at him. "Then what are we?" He wanted to ask, but he couldn't get it out. Feng Qi thought he'd softened, so he took the test strip from his hand. There was only one red line in the control zone. Negative. He let out a long breath. That relieved, reassured expression made him look more like the one being tested. You're safe. He looked at Gao Zhun deeply, repeating it. You're safe. Gao Zhun didn't know what expression to give him. He treasured his care so much, yet resented his smoothness with everyone. He suddenly realized that he wanted this man. Wanted him to belong completely to him. Belong to him alone. Fang Qi watched Gao Zhun get up from in front of him, silently walk to the door, and go out alone. He froze for a moment before chasing after him, calling his name as he ran. But Gao Zhun didn't respond, plunging headfirst into the vast crowd at the subway entrance. Fang Qi followed him, baffled by his distance. He stood on the same platform, boarded the same car. Even though he was shaking with fear, Gao Zhun wouldn't accept his touch. More and more people came. Gao Zhun was pushed farther and farther away, until he was swallowed up. The thought of him forcing himself to endure made Fang Qi unbearable. He was a man who followed rules. But right now he didn't care. Using his height, he shoved a path through the densely packed crowd. Amid complaints high and low, he reached Gao Zhun's side. Gao Zhun lifted his reddened eyes, looking at him timidly. He needed Fang Qi, but didn't dare say so. Fang Qi sighed helplessly and pulled him into his arms. It was brief intimacy. From exiting the subway to walking Gao Zhun to the entrance of his residential complex, neither of them said a word. About to part, Fang Qi asked uneasily, "Can I walk you up?" Gao Zhun just shook his head, then walked home alone. As he walked, he felt his nose sting, like tears were falling. He desperately wanted to turn around and tell Fang Qi, "Walk me up, don't go." But the words stuck in his throat, choking him with pain. Pushing open the apartment building door, he wiped his tears. He happened to see the metal mailbox on the wall, stuffed full of letters about to fall out of the slot. Taking the elevator up, he held the mail in one hand and opened the door with the other. Home, he flipped through it casually. Most were Lean's credit card statements, a few of his monthly reports and documents, and one small letter with no stamp or postmark. Puzzled, he tore it open. Surprisingly, the letter was handwritten. The handwriting wasn't beautiful, but had a kind of sincere warmth. The salutation read, "Mr. Gao. Writing letters to patients is one method of narrative therapy. When I write to others, I usually recap the treatment process at the clinic. But this time I'm writing to you, so I want it to be different. Mr. Gao, would you like to know how I see you? I remember that night when I came to your house, and you were waiting for me alone in the dark. I remember those physical contact exercises, how terrified you were, yet you didn't run away. I remember the fireworks and fountain that night, when you boldly told me your story. What impressed me most about you was your courage to face death. And beauty. It may be inappropriate to describe a man as beautiful, but you truly are beautiful. Just as the most delicate flowers are the ones people pick, beauty has brought you some bad things. But you should know that beauty is not your fault. What I least want to see is you torturing yourself for someone else's crime. What I fear most is hearing that word death from your lips. Then there is your talent. Those paintings I saw in your living room. It's hard to believe they came from your brush. You are so thin and delicate, yet you have a distinctive style and a captivating inner world. I don't think you know that in my eyes, you are a rare treasure. I hope to see you shine forever, bright forever. Finally, thank you for your trust and cooperation all along. No matter how excessive a request I made, you would swallow your grievances to satisfy me. More than once I have felt that meeting you is one of the greatest gains of my life. Thank you, Gao Zhun. Signed, Fang Qi. Date, the 7th day of the 7th lunar month. Tears flowed down both sides of his nose bridge. The hand holding the letter shook rustlingly. This was written by Fang Qi on that day, the day the truth came out. Gao Zhun couldn't describe this feeling. Both joyful and fearful, both sweet and painful. Wanting to throw himself into the fire, yet afraid the result would be pathetic one-sided love. He blamed himself for only seeing this letter now. Blamed himself for that tantrum at the CDC just now. He pulled out his phone from his suit pocket, trembling as he dialed that number. It only rang once before connecting. Mr. Gao, hearing Fang Qi's voice, tears fell again. Do you have patience? No. I pushed back all morning appointments. Both sides fell silent. After a long while, Gao Zhun finally murmured, the letter. I got it. Fang Qi said nothing. Not even an oh. Quietly, simply waiting for him to speak. This was a game of chess. The one who fell first was inevitably the one who moved first. I'm sorry, Gao Zhuan said awkwardly. I shouldn't have thrown a tantrum this morning. Fang Qi was very satisfied, asking gently, why did you throw a tantrum? Even through the phone, Gao Zhuan felt humiliated. You really don't know? Fang Qi played it cool and collected. I want to hear you say it. Gao Zhuan wanted to hate him, but couldn't. With a certain self-abandoning mindset, he said, I couldn't stand you giving that boy your card. I couldn't stand you being as nice to others as you are to me. Suddenly, he found the word. I get jealous. Chapter 23. After dinner, Xiao Deng went to Zhang Zhuan's room to chat, lying lazily across the bed, clicking the remote aimlessly. Bro, that thing, you and Zhang Xin. Zhang Zhun was folding laundry that had just come back from the wash, sitting on the sofa nearby. Xiao Deng glanced at him. Today's scene, with you and Brother Wu, you were so seductive and so shameless, but it still felt pretty normal. The moment Zhang Xin got on there you went all weird. Weird how? Zhang Zhun finally responded to him, coldly, with a kind of indifferent irritation. Xiao Deng was scared of him. Anyway, something wasn't right. Just then the doorbell rang. Zhang Zhun was about to answer it, but Xiao Deng jumped off the bed first, running over barefoot. He opened the door to find Wu Rong, sneaking in furtively, looking embarrassed at Zhang Zhun, then at Xiao Deng. Deng, your bro and I have some business. Go play outside for a bit. Xiao Deng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm a grown man. What am I supposed to go play? Quit with the back talk. Wu Rong got aggressive when he felt guilty. Get out now. Don't come back till I call you. Xiao Deng looked at Zhang Zhun. He had his head half lowered, with a kind of reluctant, shy acceptance. Go out first, Zhang Zhun said lightly. Brother Wu and I are running lines. At the mention of running lines, Xiao Deng understood. He looked back and forth between the two of them, staring until Wu Rong got creeped out. He kicked him in the butt and booted him out. The door clicked shut from outside. The room was so quiet it was unsettling. Wu Rong rubbed his hands together, his bravado softening. So you wash up first, or me? Zhang Zhun burst out laughing. Wash up for what? We're just running lines. What are you thinking? Wu Rong's face flushed red instantly. Damn, this kind of thing, it's my first time. They looked at each other in silence for a while. Zhang Zhun started unbuttoning his shirt first, the buttons opening one by one, revealing the vague shape of his body underneath. How about we turn off the lights first? He walked toward the bed. Wu Rong obeyed him docilely. The lights went out, and he started undressing too, the clatter of his belt buckle ringing out. Zhang Zhun turned on the bedside lamp. Wu Rong immediately grabbed a bath towel from the bathroom to wrap around himself, then sat on the edge of the bed with him. Zhang Zhun was wearing boxer briefs, half reclining in the warm yellow glow of the bedside lamp. His long eyelashes were stretched out by the hazy light, fluttering, delicate as a girl. Where do we start? Suddenly, Wu Rong pecked him on the mouth. It was that kind of clumsy, don't know my own strength rashness. Let big bro get used to this first. Zhang Zhun pushed him. I think being more targeted would be more. Wu Rong sealed his mouth, hugging him, smacking kisses. I can't believe I'm doing this with you. If word gets out, I won't be able to show my face. Zhang Zhun laughed while taking his kisses. You're talking like I did something to you. Wu Rong pressed him against the headboard, kissing him while sliding down, both of them slipping onto the fluffy down pillows. Wu Rong's body was excited. Zhang Zhun could feel the muscles in his shoulders and neck all tensed up, thin sweat rubbing between their chests. Are you going to talk, or do it? Zhang Zhun stumbled through his lines. I'm wet enough. Wu Rong buried his head in the crook of his neck, one hand supporting his waist, the other drawing circles along the edge of his armpit. They say you and Zhang Xin did this for half a month. Hearing that name, Zhang Zhun suddenly went wrong. A fine layer of goosebumps rose on his skin. He became even more sensitive to Wu Rong's touch. Shishige, stop for a minute. Wu Rong didn't stop, his lower body pressing hard against him. The words Zhang Xin wouldn't leave his head. Zhang Zhun felt that if they kept grinding like this, he was going to get hard. Wu Rong, get up. The man on top of him was still clinging, his whole body tingling and numb. Zhang Zhun breathed softly, then kicked his shige square in the butt. There was a yelp and Wu Rong tumbled off him. The big bath towel came loose from his waist. Accidentally seeing what was underneath, Zhang Zhun cursed fiercely. Wu Rong, why the hell did you take off your underwear? Zhang Xin wanted to go find Zhang Zhun after eating, but he felt too listless to make up his mind. On his way back to his room, he passed 3815, the production office where Xiao Wang was usually stationed. The door was wide open and peals of laughter came from inside. He glanced in and saw Xiao Deng. Hey, what are you doing here? He asked offhandedly. Usually at this time, aren't you always hanging around at Zhang Zhun's place? Xiao Deng was playing with Xiao Wang's polarized 3D glasses. Seeing Zhang Xin come in, he somehow felt a little intimidated. Ah, bro Zhun has some stuff going on. Some stuff going on. Zhang Xin frowned. What stuff? Nothing really. Xiao Deng was evasive. Brother Wu is in his room. Oh. Zhang Xin nodded, didn't say anything, turned and walked out. After 2 steps he turned back. Wu Rong's scene today wasn't very good. He seemed to be talking to himself. Xiao Deng nodded along. Zhang Xin asked out of nowhere. Are they running lines? Xiao Deng hesitated. No, I don't think so. No. Zhang Xin narrowed his eyes. All right then, he nodded at Xiao Wang too. You guys have fun. Coming out of 3815, he turned toward the elevator lobby. The elevator was stopped at the basement level. He pressed the down button. Without warning, he kicked over the trash can. White sand scattered across the floor. He stared at the mess, expressionless, saying nothing, as if making some kind of resolution. Then he turned and pushed open the door to the stairwell. Room 3705. It was just a short flight of stairs, a few steps away, yet it felt like he had walked through the whole world. Along the way he made plans. Knock first, then rush in the moment the door opened. If it was what he thought, he'd make that Wu guy pay. He even thought about how Wu Rong practiced martial arts. By the window sofa were Zhang Zhun's dumbbells and resistance bands. Next to the TV was a pair of pure steel push-up bars. Fired up on surging adrenaline, he stood in front of Zhang Zhun's door. Down that long hotel corridor, Zhang Xin kept getting pushed backward, retreating a good 8 or 9 meters. Finally he fought back. He swung a full-force punch at Wu Rong's jaw, but it was easily caught. Wu Rong looked at him with utter contempt. I know your type. Playing around. He was cocky, with a thuggish swagger and a fierce edge. If you're gonna play, pick the right person. Don't play too big. This, he thumbed toward room 3705. You touch it, and even if I have to lose everything I own, I'll destroy you. Zhang Xin weighed his words. What lay between the lines wasn't predation. It sounded more like protection. You guys ran your lines pretty fast. He switched topics unexpectedly. Will you be ready for tomorrow? Wu Rong's eyes flickered. He and Zhang Zhun hadn't run lines at all. After getting kicked off the bed bare-assed, he had curled up on the sofa feeling wronged, then asked nervously, Zhun, you and that Zhun guy, are you two doing that? Zhang Zhun didn't speak. Wu Rong knew his personality. Not speaking meant there was a problem. Yesterday at the KTV. How could you let him do that to you? He was genuinely worried for Zhang Zhun, so worried his face scrunched up. Filming this kind of movie, kissing, showing some skin, faking it for real, guys and girls messing around. That's nothing. But you two guys, he can afford to play, can you? Zhang Zhun still didn't speak. So Wu Rong pressed on. It hasn't gone too far yet, right? Cut it off now. After a stretch of silence, Zhang Zhun said softly, it's not that serious. I'm not that kind of person. Neither is he. Once filming wraps, it'll be over. You said it. Wu Rong made him promise. What's in your heart nobody can control. Just don't actually do anything. Don't actually do anything. He knew Zhang Zhun. As long as Zhang Xin didn't come onto him, nothing would happen. Damn, what business is it of yours? He shoved Zhang Xin off and walked off sideways toward the elevator lobby. Zhang Xin stared at that arrogant back. Suddenly his fingertip burned. Instinctively he let go. It was that unfinished cigarette, but he had actually been holding it the whole time. Now it lay on the carpet, quietly smoking. The trash bin was across from room 3705. He picked up the butt, walked over to throw it away. One turn, and there was Zhang Zhun's door. This must be the path the gods pointed out to him. He pressed the doorbell. Waited a while. The door opened. Zhang Zhun was wearing only a pair of boxer briefs, his temples damp. He must have just washed his face. Zhang Xin wore a dazzling hand-painted t-shirt on top, white sneakers on his feet, his hair curly, standing handsomely outside the door. Zhang Zhun also thought he was handsome. He didn't dare look too long, half closing the door, leaving an appropriate gap. Something you need? Zhun Xin liked this indescribable atmosphere when he was with him. Aren't you going to invite me in? Zhang Zhun looked troubled. It's kind of late. Zhun Xin pressed him. He could come in, but I can't. Zhang Zhun knew who he meant. He looked at him with a hint of resentment. We were just running lines for tomorrow. Zhun Xin pressed his palm against the door panel, pushing bit by bit. The force wasn't much. Zhang Zhun could have stopped him easily, but the door slowly opened wide. That appropriate gap inappropriately widened, letting Zhun Xin enter with dignity and poise. The dumbbells and resistance bands were indeed on the sofa by the window. The push-up bars were next to the TV too. He smiled, laughing at his own childishness. Were you guys talking about me? His tone was like small talk. His gaze was casual too. After the sofa and TV, he swept a glance over the messy bed, finally landing on Zhang Zhun's face. That face looked very nervous. No. Zhun Xin looked at him, moving toward him as he looked. I ran into him. Zhang Zhun immediately checked his nose bridge, chin, and the web between his thumb and forefinger. Seeing no wounds, he felt relieved inside, but his mouth remained unruffled. Shige doesn't speak nicely, but he's not a bad person. Zhun Xin was also looking at him. Looking at the subtly gathered lower edge of his pecs, the beautiful lively abs, and the deeply cut V-lines. Following those two lines, his gaze traveled all the way down, defending him so much. Just then someone pounded on the door, shaking the heavens. Zhang Zhun hurried to look through the peephole. It was actually Wu Rong. His expression turned grave. He pushed Zhun Xin toward the bathroom. Go hide in there for a bit. Why? Zhun Xin had already guessed who was outside. I'm not scared of him. Zhang Zhun pressed his lips together, hesitating, showing a kind of panicked look. He asked me about the KTV thing. What about the KTV? Zhun Xin let the door pound, not a trace of shame on him. It was mutual consent. What's it to him? Zhang Zhun didn't know how he could still be blushing, but his face wouldn't stop turning crimson. What mutual con? Zhun Xin grabbed him, kissing him sticky and deep. Lips and tongue scorching hot, his surging breath burning. Outside, Wu Rong started kicking the door. Zhang Zhun broke free with reddened eyes. If he comes in, you go. Zhun Xin was reluctant, but seeing Zhang Zhun's worried look, he said, fine. The door opened. Wu Rong came in. The moment he entered, he saw Zhun Xin. Damn, I just left and you're already acting up. That push-up bar by the TV, Zhun Xin didn't use it. Wu Rong grabbed it and swung. Zhang Zhun blocked with his body, shielding Zhun Xin while moving him toward the door. Wu Rong jumped and cursed. Can't even keep an eye on you. Believe me, I'll break your legs. Zhun Xin had never suffered this kind of humiliation. 1 inch forward was heroism, 1 inch back was cowardice. He clenched his fist. Thinking of Zhang Zhun, he twisted the doorknob and left with his head down. How he got back to his room, how he washed his face, how he got into bed, he had no idea. Until Feng Yunting's call came in, and he was once again that commanding movie emperor. Honey, did you miss me? The voice on the other end was sweet and cloying. Zhun Xin said, of course I missed you, with his mouth, but his heart was a mess. His fingers uncontrollably turned on speaker, pressed the home button, then clicked on the photo album, scrolled down, found that photo. Under dim yellow light, Zhang Zhun's face half asleep and half awake, with milky white fluid on his face. I'm telling you, I have a month of vacation. She was acting spoiled on the other end, but Zhun Xin moved his hand downward, touching himself while breathing rapidly, burning from his throat to his nasal cavity, letting him run wild. Feng Yunting caught on, asking in disbelief, what are you doing? Zhun Xion's hand didn't stop. He said shamelessly, nothing. Feng Yunting thought he was having phone sex. She was shocked and excited, cooing, you're so naughty. Chapter 24. Gao Zhuan stood behind Feng Qi, his briefcase not yet set down, watching him pull down the blinds of the clinic room one by one. Dr. Feng, about what I said yesterday, don't take it to heart. The room went completely dark, hazy and indistinct, carrying a vague sense of intimacy. Feng Qi turned to look at him. I know. You were just too nervous yesterday, he said with his usual gentle smile. I didn't take it seriously. Hearing that he hadn't taken it seriously, Gao Zhun felt a little disappointed instead. The letter you wrote. I carved a wooden frame and mounted it. Would you like to see it? As he spoke, he pulled out his phone. I only finished it a little past 4 this morning. Fang Qi walked over quickly. He didn't look at the phone first, but at his face, his right thumb brushing gently beneath Gao Zhun's eye socket. You didn't sleep well. Gao Zhun's whole body felt as if it had been struck by electricity, even his tailbone tingling cold. Fang Qi moved behind him, holding his hand to look at the picture. You really did a wonderful job. Did you design it yourself? Gao Zhun nodded, his face flushing red. Fang Qi patted his shoulder. Send it to me later. He moved a stool beside the large red recliner. Mr. Gao, we'll start formal treatment today. Just relax and follow my lead. Gao Zhun was a bit stunned. Starting today? Then everything before. That was all preliminary diagnosis. Fang Qi stood professionally behind the recliner, rolling up his shirt sleeves. First, take off your jacket. He adjusted the angle of the stool with complete focus, then added casually. Take off your tie and belt too. Gao Zhun's hands paused as he undressed. Take off as in. Pull them out. Fang Qi moved over another stool. If your waist feels tight, unbutton your pants. You can also pull the zipper down a bit. I need you to be completely relaxed. Gao Zhun hung up his jacket and touched his tie. He was no longer afraid of undoing it, but in its place came an indescribable shyness. Fang Qi finished setting up the training area and looked up at him, watching those hands hesitating at the tie knot. Still feeling fear? He walked around the recliner. Let me help. Standing in front of Gao Zhun, he covered Gao Zhun's hand with his own and gently pulled down. Gao Zhun trembled. The dim light gave him a strange illusion. Undo a few shirt buttons too, and lie down on the chair. Fang Qi guided him by the shoulder onto the recliner. What we're doing is a relaxation exercise, 20 minutes at most. You can practice it at home too. Gao Zhun's heart was beating wildly. He knew he shouldn't, but when Fang Qi helped position his legs on the chair, he even felt his breath stop. Maybe it was the darkness, but Fang Qi's voice was especially vivid. We'll start with breathing exercises. He sat on the stool, opening his left hand and slowly placing it on Gao Zhun's chest. The muscle there visibly twitched. Don't be nervous. Relax. Fang Qi rubbed his chest. There are 2 ways to breathe. Most people use chest breathing. Let's try abdominal breathing now. When he said abdominal, Gao Zhun already felt something was wrong. But then, unexpectedly, Fang Qi placed his right hand on Gao Zhun's lower abdomen. Almost instinctively, Gao Zhun let out a soft, sticky moan. Before he could apologize, Fang Qi immediately said, It's fine. Some patients react like this. Maybe your pants are too tight. He pinched the button on Gao Zhun's pants and twisted it open. Sorry, let me loosen them a little. He didn't just undo the button. He also pulled the zipper down by a third. Gao Zhun held his breath. The slight metallic friction sounded especially harsh to his ears, so much so that he had to press his hand tightly over his mouth. Relax your body. Take your hand down. Fang Qi stopped him, his hand unconsciously pressing on Gao Zhun's lower abdomen. The sensation was so intense that Gao Zhun wanted to curl up. Fang Qi noticed his tension and stood up to look at his face. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? He couldn't see clearly, so he leaned in very close, so close that his breath stirred Gao Zhun's bangs. Fang Qi's lips, hazy in the darkness, were right before his eyes, making Gao Zhun want to just lean in and kiss them. At this distance, he could grip his shoulders, weigh him down with his whole body, and slowly, bit by bit, lick the inside of his mouth. His lower abdomen was burning hot, the flood of his entire body converging in that one direction. Desire was just beginning, earth-shattering and terrifying. Gao Zhun was jolted awake by this horrifying pleasure, unable to believe his own shameless imagination. In reality, Fang Qi had already sat back down, his left hand pressing down. Don't move your chest. When you inhale, try to expand your abdomen outward. Feel the air filling your stomach. His right hand on Gao Zhun's lower abdomen patted gently. When you exhale, tighten your abdomen as much as possible, as if trying to press it against your lower back. He looked at the luminous hands of the wall clock. Give it a try? Don't rush. Gao Zhun stared at the ceiling with wide, blank eyes. He breathed in the new way, each inhale filling him with shame to the core of his heart. He didn't need to look to know that his stomach was rhythmically lifting Feng Qi's palm. You're not exhaling enough. Feng Qi stood up, pressing his hand down in time with Gao Zhuan's exhalation. Try to get all the air out. His attention was entirely on his right hand, not noticing that the pinky of his left hand had brushed past the collar of Gao Zhuan's shirt and touched his skin. The contact between his fingertip and Gao Zhuan's chest was only that tiny point of heat, yet it made Gao Zhuan restless and uneasy, his whole body boiling over. Feng Qi sensed his stirring. Though he couldn't see clearly, he could feel the tension beneath his palm. He guessed that perhaps Gao Zhuan had an erection. Mr. Gao, if you feel uncomfortable, tell me. Gao Zhuan opened his mouth, his voice hoarse with tension. He coughed. I feel uncomfortable. Can we stop for a moment? Where do you feel uncomfortable? His groin was swelling more and more. Gao Zhuan had to turn to the side, covering his crotch with his hand. I need to use the restroom. Can't hold it anymore. Because the zipper was open, his underwear was already pushing through, pressing against Gao Zhuan's palm. I can't hold it anymore. Feng Qi watched him in the darkness, like a stern, commanding officer. After a long while, he said, Go ahead. He moved aside. Gao Zhuan slid off the recliner, brushing past him, and rushed into the restroom. The door closed, then pushed shut from inside, followed by the sound of the lock. Soon the faucet was turned on, and then there was no more sound from him. For a long time, Feng Qi stared blankly at the treatment chair. The bright red had sunk into blackness in the gloom. As if possessed, it seemed as if Gao Zhuan were still lying there. He placed his hands on either side, stroking back and forth with greed and even lust. Who knew how much time passed? The faucet turned off, the flush sounded, and Feng Qi woke as if from a dream, withdrawing his hands. His palms were covered in sweat. He wiped them dry anxiously against his armpits, ran his hands through his hair in a fluster, and the restroom door opened. Gao Zhuan tiptoed out, stood at the doorway for a moment, then walked back with his head lowered. Why so long? Feng Qi heard himself ask. He couldn't believe he had actually asked that. Gao Zhuan stood there awkwardly. My stomach didn't feel well. Maybe you were too tense. Feng Qi also ducked his head, not looking at him. Want to try again? Gao Zhuan shook his head immediately, then said cautiously, If you want me to try? No need. Feng Qi stood up, walked across the room, and turned on the lights. Turning back, he had that warm, sunny smile again. You did very well. As a reward, I'll take you somewhere to relax. Gao Zhuan blinked. The sudden brightness and that smile were both too dazzling. Leaving the clinic, after 2 turns there was an uphill road. At the top of the slope was a small plaza. Along the west side of the plaza was a row of colorful nightclubs, one of which hung a small metal sign that read Black Pool. The iron door was decorated with rivets and stickers. Feng Qi led Gao Zhuan inside. As soon as they entered, they heard surging music, the kind of passion unique to South America. Young men and women came and went, all tall and slender, some of them unforgettable at a glance. Feng Qi gave Gao Zhuan's shoulder a nudge to keep him following. The two of them turned left down a long corridor, and in a blink, the view opened up into a standard Latin dance floor, surrounded by dining tables of various sizes. On the tables sat old-fashioned pull-cord lamps and vintage enamel vases. The guests were all well-dressed, watching the dancing and chatting softly. Mr. Feng, a waiter in a striped uniform, greeted Feng Qi warmly. Your usual spot? Feng Qi nodded and led Gao Zhuan toward the shadows. Clearly, he was a regular. Gao Zhuan asked, Is this a members-only club? It looks like it, Feng Qi said, frequently watching out for his footing. But it's actually a regular club. I didn't tell you, did I? My hobby is dancing. The spot he liked was half in light and half in shadow. Treating him exactly like a woman, he courteously pulled out the chair in the shadows for Gao Zhuan. Unfortunately, I can't dance. Gao Zhuan sat down. The chair was comfortable. In the vase were 2 roses, one red and one white, each tilting toward them. On the dance floor, they were dancing the cha-cha to Corazon de Maleo. There were 4 or 5 pairs of dancers. High heels tapped against the floor. Hairspray and sequins on the clothes reflected the silver lights. Women's brown long legs swung beside the men, a vivid feast for the eyes. I come here to relax when I'm tired from work, Feng Qi said, handing over the menu. A psychologist's own mind has no one to care for. so I appreciate the raw chance to care for myself." He smiled with feigned distress, pointing to a dazzling pair of dancers at the center of the floor. The bright, crisp steps beneath their feet were the raw chas. Linlin was a dancer. Not entirely on purpose, Gao Zhun brought her up, as if hoping Fang Qi would say something bad about her, to satisfy his own dark urge to compare. Fang Qi was very displeased, his fingertips tapping the table. He was displeased that Gao Zhun had revealed his face from the shadows Fang Qi had assigned him, and even more displeased that this dancing young man had trespassed into his territory. "Are you done?" he pressed. "Done." The young man put away the card but didn't want to leave. "Are you together?" Gao Zhun didn't catch the deeper meaning in his words and said, "Yes," casually. Almost at the same time, Fang Qi said coldly, even unhappily, "No." He bit the two words hard, enough for Gao Zhun to catch on. In an instant, the young man's expression turned suggestive. Fang Qi regretted it and immediately corrected himself. "Ah, we are together." He didn't expect Gao Zhun to correct himself too, speaking in unison with him. "No." All three of them were a bit awkward. The young man said, "Thank you," and went to another table. After he walked away, Fang Qi feigned nonchalance. "The young man is quite handsome, and he has a good figure too. Dancers are pretty much all like that." Gao Zhun brushed it off. He had no interest in that person at all. Just then, his phone received a text message. He swiped to open it. "Your collar is buttoned up so tight." He frowned. It was an unfamiliar number, probably that young man, who had found his phone number through WeChat. A second message followed immediately. "I want to undo it for you." He was so startled he lost his grip, and the phone fell onto the table. Fang Qi asked, "What's wrong?" "And nothing." The feeling of being violated came rushing back. He looked around but couldn't see anyone watching him. The texts kept coming, one after another. Fang Qi pressed his hand over the phone, picked it up, and held it out to him. "Unlock it for me." Gao Zhun looked at him with eyes walking on thin ice. Fang Qi didn't withdraw his hand, nor did he speak, until Gao Zhun gave in. The text read, "I fell in love with you at first sight. I'm big and I'm skilled too. Want to give it a try? Know what I'm thinking right now? I'm thinking about how to strip you naked, and then..." Fang Qi showed no expression, returned the phone to him, picked up his jacket, and stood up. "Let's go." He walked behind Gao Zhun the whole way, taking off his glasses as he walked and putting them in his pants pocket. Outside the door, across the street, there was a street lamp. He escorted Gao Zhun over. "I left my glasses on the table. Wait here for me. Can you do that? Let me go with you." Gao Zhun grabbed his clothes and wouldn't let go, but Fang Qi unexpectedly pulled him away. Gao Zhun watched him cross the street and walk back into Black Pool, opening the door and going inside. The street lamp's light was only so much. Gao Zhun was very afraid of the dark, afraid of those text messages. He checked his watch again and again. 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and Fang Qi still hadn't returned. The more he thought about it, the more something felt wrong. He pulled out his phone, and just as he reached the text message screen, the shop door burst open. Fang Qi came out swinging his arms. His nose and cheekbones were red, and the web between his thumb and index finger was torn. Gao Zhun felt as if he'd been punched in the head, all the blood in his body freezing solid. Fang Qi pulled his glasses from his pants pocket and put them on, then came over and put his arm around Gao Zhun's shoulder. "Do you have a first aid kit at home?" Chapter 25. The first thing in the morning, Zhang Xin received a notice from the production crew asking him to go to a foreign liquor club on Huaihai Road for an interview. He didn't have any scenes scheduled for that day, but he didn't want to go. He fussed at Chen Xin. They didn't mention this before. "It's so sudden." Chen Xin was in a hurry to eat and walked briskly ahead. "Last-minute notice," he said, turning back to point at Zhang Xin. "Remember, dance around the edges. Don't say anything with real substance." After so many years in the entertainment industry, Zhang Xin still had that instinct. He took a drag of his cigarette and asked, "Today, is it still that bed scene?" Chen Xin walked away quickly. "Don't think about other people's scenes. Focus on your interview." Zhang Xin couldn't be bothered to chase after him. He stubbed out his cigarette and walked in the opposite direction. He had only taken 2 steps when the production assistant called. "Mr. Zhang, have you eaten yet? The car's downstairs. License plate ends in F42. He hung up the phone, cursed under his breath, and obediently took the elevator down. As soon as he got in the car, he heard the driver and the production assistant chatting about Wu Rong. His brows moved slightly. What's going on with Wu Rong? The two of them laughed it off. Just chatting, just chatting. Right. The car started moving, and Zhang Xin stretched his back and leaned against the back seat. Isn't he leaving soon? This afternoon. The driver turned the wheel. I'm driving him to the airport. It took over half an hour to get to Huaihai Road, an unassuming little storefront. The production assistant went in with Zhang Xin. The stylist and lighting crew were already waiting. Both sides quickly got down to business. The person in charge on the other side was a young woman who shook hands with Zhang Xin politely and got straight to the point. Mr. Zhang, the theme of this film of yours is somewhat taboo. We've paired it with a decadent and luxurious makeup look. The whole interview will revolve around same-sex desire. Is there anything you'd like to add? Zhang Xin was always cooperative and readily said no. They wanted decadent and luxurious, and sure enough, it was. When Zhang Xin came out of the temporary styling room and sat in front of the camera, he was practically a postmodern version of Gatsby. Velvet shirt, zircon ring, his curls teased into chaos with styling gel. To match Feng Qi's look, he wore a pair of rimless glasses with a gold chain, one side of the chain taken off from his ear and casually draped over his shoulder. When the lights hit him, there was a dazzling reflection. The female entertainment reporter sat across from him with her microphone. The camera focused, the filming light turned on. Hello, Mr. Zhang Xin, she said mechanically while looking at her script. Long time no see. You're getting more and more handsome. Zhang Xin played along with the courtesy. Oh no, thank you. Your film, the working title is Entering the Role, right? I heard it's currently being filmed intensively, and the theme is quite unconventional. Maybe it was the styling, but Zhang Xin's speech also had a decadent and luxurious feel to it. Unconventional? I just think it's a good film that explores the human heart. If you want to call it unconventional, maybe the theme is a bit sensitive. It's about gay men. Can you tell us a bit about the specific story? It's still being filmed. He pressed his slender fingers against his temple. Please look forward to it. I heard this film has very bold scenes. Do you have any special experiences to share with us? Zhang Xin lowered his fingers and laughed unconsciously. You've got sharp ears. Yes. He lightly licked his lips, putting on a fake shyness. There are quite a few closed set scenes. Of course, we took necessary precautions. The director said they'll use body doubles for reshoots in post-production. But it's still very challenging for acting skills, including on-the-spot reactions and chemistry with your scene partner. Speaking of your scene partner, she rustled through her script. The actor you're working with this time is... She kept flipping, but just couldn't find that name. Zhang Xin, to everyone's surprise, lost his temper. Zhang Zhun. He pointed at the camera, meaning for the machine to stop. You come out here to interview, and you don't even know the lead actor's name? This was a challenge. The female entertainment reporter was very embarrassed. She really hadn't paid attention to the other lead's name, because she didn't think any star would bother about an absent co-star like this. Red-faced, she said resentfully, Sorry, it's Zhang Zhun. I haven't really seen this name before, so I couldn't remember it. Zhang Xin raised an eyebrow. Then remember it now. She and he briefly locked eyes. She looked away first and signaled the cameraman to start rolling. Then Mr. Zhun, can you talk about the intimate scenes between you and Mr. Zhang Zhun? The red light turned on, and Zhang Xin immediately returned to work mode. Do you want to hear the real version or the fake version? This was a little joke to liven up the atmosphere. After asking, he laughed first, getting the female reporter to laugh along with him. Of course, the real version. We kiss, embrace, caress each other. Zhang Xin made a playful expression. Just like any ordinary couple. Isn't it awkward? We had half a month of bonding time before filming started. He deliberately spoke slowly, creating an engaging atmosphere. Eating together, living together, sleeping together. Wow. The female reporter acted very excited. I heard that many actors who film gay-themed movies end up getting too deep into their roles. Is Mr. Zhun worried about that? Zhang Xin squinted his eyes, looking at her through lenses that reflected a rosy glow. No. He smiled like a gentleman. We're both professional actors. Keeping the boundary between on-screen and off-screen is basic professional quality. You can't change your sexual orientation just by filming one movie. Then what do you think of Mr. Zhang Zhun? Thinking of Zhang Zhun, he suddenly became somewhat absent-minded, recalling those eyes that always seemed to hold a shimmer of water, those thin lips that were always pressed tightly together, that restrained temperament, and the stubbornness that didn't match his appearance. He didn't know how to describe it for a moment. He was rarely at a loss for words. He just makes you feel very comfortable. You want to be around him. No pressure. Calm as still water. He started fiddling with his watch, looking awkward. He has a kind of pull. Yes, you can't escape it. As soon as he said the words, can't escape it, he immediately regretted it. The reporter across from him seemed to pick up on something too, looking up from her script in surprise. I mean his character in the film. Zhun Xin skillfully circled back. He and I have a psychological game of wits. For a romance film, this is one worth chewing on. Then what about your thoughts on the other co-star, action star Wu Rong? Him. Zhun Xin laughed heartily. A very good actor. We get along well, drinking and singing together. As he was speaking, the door of the club was pulled open from the outside. Staff immediately went up to stop them. Zhun Xin subconsciously looked in that direction. A dark brown wooden door, sunlight pouring in. Zhang Zhun was wearing a small suit with sword and blade embroidery on the cuffs, his shirt collar buttoned up tight, a rakish bright-colored tie, his hair slicked back with pomade, hazy like a dream. Zhun Xin couldn't believe his eyes. He knew it wasn't Zhang Zhun, but Gao Zhun. He clumsily adjusted his glasses, revealing a certain obsessive, lingering expression, somewhat excited yet unavoidably cautious, as if he had become Feng Qi. Fortunately, the reporter and cameraman also turned to look in that direction, so no one noticed his shift in expression. But the camera was rolling, destined to catch this over-the-line display of emotion. He wanted to stand up and greet him, but he had too many concerns. The crew led Zhang Zhun over, bringing him to greet the media people. Zhang Zhun smiled faintly, politely asking each person he shook hands with, "How should I address you?" He really was, as Zhun Xin said, very comfortable, very calm. It was hard to connect him with someone from a martial arts background. The female reporter's face flushed slightly. This was that small-time star whose name she hadn't remembered. When he asked for her surname, she answered shyly, "My surname is Wang." She didn't say, no need for formality. Zhang Zhun still greeted her earnestly. "Pleased to meet you, Miss Wang." She had interviewed so many stars, and no one had ever asked for her name. She was just an entertainment reporter, a walking microphone. She suddenly didn't know what to do, stupidly staring at Zhang Zhun, watching him walk up to Zhun Xin, using a strange evasive gaze, almost bashfully saying, "I'm done over there." Maybe it was a woman's intuition, but she felt his tone carried a hint of sweetness. "The next scene is near here. Director Chen asked me to find you. We'll go over together in a bit." It was clearly something that could have been handled with a phone call. Zhun Xin unilaterally interpreted this as Zhang Zhun wanting to see him. He almost beamed with joy, the corners of his mouth uncontrollably turning up, looking like a teenage boy who had just received his first love letter. The kind of face you wanted to punch. She witnessed the chemistry between them. In her view, Zhun Xin didn't seem like that Zhun Xin anymore. She reminded him at the right moment. "Mr. Zhun, shall we continue?" Zhun Xin said continue, but he could no longer concentrate. His gaze kept drifting toward Zhang Zhun, who was pacing by the liquor cabinet. She asked a few questions, and he answered them perfunctorily. 10 minutes later, the interview ended. As soon as it was over, he took off his glasses and went straight toward the liquor cabinet. Zhang Zhun was holding a bottle of Red Label Johnny Walker, looking at it. Along the back of his neck, at the edge of his collar, a row of fresh hickeys was visible. Zhun Xin suddenly felt a sourness in his heart. He pulled down a bottle of Black Label Johnny Walker from the top shelf and handed it to him. "This one's better," then leaned in and asked, "He left?" Zhang Zhun knew who he was asking about, but he didn't want to answer. It was as if answering would expose some secret. He kept his head down and said nothing. Zhun Xin moved even closer. "Coming to your place tonight?" I have something tonight." Zhang Zhun put the bottle back and turned around. Zhun Xin chased after him. "What thing?" Zhun Xin didn't care what he looked like in other people's eyes. After changing clothes and getting himself together, F-42 had already gone back to the hotel to drop off Wu Rong. The crew sent a new car. He refused to take it. He wanted to walk to the filming location with Zhang Zhun. Zhang Zhun could walk, but he couldn't. His face was worth a fortune. In his agency's words, he must maintain a safe distance from the public. In the end, Zhang Zhun had no choice but to get in the car, sitting side by side with him in the back seat. When they first sat down, both of them were proper and well-behaved. Once the car started moving, Zhang Xin pulled out his phone. Look at this. He scooted over toward Zhang Zhun until his thigh pressed against Zhang Zhun's leg. He handed the phone over. Zhang Zhun thought there was really something to look at and leaned his head over. But the screen was black. He had just let out a confused sound when the hand resting by his leg was secretly grabbed by Zhang Xin. Zhang Zhun's first reaction was to look at the driver. The driver was looking ahead at the road. He let out a breath of relief, and as soon as he relaxed, his face flushed red. Zhang Xin didn't just hold his hand obediently. He held up his phone and shamelessly asked, "Interesting, right?" Zhang Zhun glared at him, the corners of his eyes flying red. Zhang Xin wouldn't let up. "Is it interesting or not?" "Yes, interesting." Zhang Zhun bit his teeth, his voice squeezed out from deep in his throat. Zhang Xin contentedly rubbed his palm with his thumb, forcefully threading his fingers through Zhang Zhun's, holding on sticky and tight. The filming location really wasn't far. 2 cross streets over, and they were there. The storefront was already set up. A temporary metal sign hung on the narrow door, electroplated with the 2 characters, Black Pool. Zhou Zheng was at the door directing workers to set up barricades. He greeted the 2 of them and led them inside. Chen Xin was behind the already set-up camera, giving directions to a tall young man. The boy was very pretty, wearing a black Latin dance outfit. The makeup artist spraying something on his neck to create a sweaty effect. Zhang Xin casually asked Zhou Zheng, "Which film academy is he from?" "He's not." Zhou Zheng called the makeup artist over to do Zhang Xin's styling, lowering his voice. "An extra. A real gay guy. Apparently quite well known around here." Zhang Xin didn't pay it much mind. Once he was ready, he and Zhang Zhun got into position. This was a transitional scene, done in one take. Just as they were about to wrap up, Chen Xin said he wanted to shoot a fight scene with Zhang Xin. Zhang Zhun went to rest. Zhang Xin and that pretty extra walked together, leaning against the railing while the crew arranged the set. "I'm a huge fan of yours." The little extra boldly struck up a conversation. "My name's Tommy." Zhang Xin lit a cigarette and glanced at him. "Dare you say your real name?" He was being snubbed, but Tommy wasn't angry. He smiled with a certain charm. "So affectionate toward him over there. So cold toward me." He pointed his chin toward Zhang Zhun, who was sitting in a chair across from them. "Slept together?" Zhang Xin didn't show anything, but his tone was clearly displeased. "Watch what you say." "Just saying what I see. The way you 2 look at each other, sparks flying. Any fool can see it." The little extra was used to being fawned over and had no idea how to hold back. "What do you think of me?" "I'm not from your circle." The little extra snorted at him. "Yeah, his type is the good kind. Looks like he'd be great in bed." Zhang Xin glared at him hard, clearly struggling to hold back his anger. The little extra was still talking. "He's that kind of proper young lady. All prim and proper before you get him into bed. Once you break him in, he's wild." Zhang Xin stubbed out his cigarette and shook out his fist. The little extra warily glanced at him sideways. "What? Did I touch a nerve talking about your sweetheart? You want to hit me? Big star, I don't believe you'd dare." Zhang Xin punched him right in the face. The scene erupted into chaos. In the midst of shouting and pulling people apart, they heard Chen Xin urgently yelling, "Quick! Point the camera at him. Action!" Chapter 26. Blood dripped from his nose, falling onto his suit jacket. Fang Qi leaned his head back. Gao Zhuan sat beside him, less than 10 centimeters away, his whole body trembling. Fang Qi grabbed his hand and asked the driver, "Sir, could you roll down the window a bit?" "Are you kidding? All the air conditioning will escape." The taxi driver was a middle-aged man, slightly balding, watching him warily through the rearview mirror, afraid he would get blood on the seat covers. Gao Zhuan leaned his body toward him, wanting to get closer but not daring to. Fang Qi simply pressed the window button. "I'll double your fare." The driver was unhappy but didn't stop him. He just muttered spitefully, "Oh my, all kinds of people. Must be out of his mind." The car had been called by Gao Zhuan. He wanted to get home early, to get Fang Qi patched up as soon as possible. He had even forgotten his fear of cars. The cramped space, the sealed windows. He couldn't help but think back to that midnight. The man on top of him, the pain in his rear, strong arms wrapped around him. He jerked his head up. It was Fang Qi, his tense nerves relaxed. Don't, he'll see. His voice was so soft only the two of them could hear. He was talking about the driver. Fang Qi held his waist and pulled him into his arms. Who cares about him? He has nothing to do with us. He turned sideways, using his chest to completely envelop Gao Zhun, his hand resting on his back, stroking slowly. Feeling any better? Gao Zhun was pressed against his chest. That tight, restraining force made him relax. Just thinking that this embrace belonged to Fang Qi, he could be as quiet as a baby. Don't let go, he whispered. Even if you break me apart, don't let go. Fang Qi's chin rested against his temple, rubbing against it now and then. I won't let go. You know I won't let go of you. The streets were still lively at this hour. Neon lights of every color lined both sides of the road. Those bright lights shone into the car window, falling onto the two of them. As the taxi crawled through traffic, the lights shifted and changed in 1,000 ways. The driver stole glances in the rearview mirror like he was watching some exotic spectacle. Two grown men, dressed in suits, clinging to each other all lovey-dovey, whispering into each other's ears. He spat out a contemptuous "pa" in his heart and called them fairies. When they reached the entrance of Gao Zhun's residential compound, Fang Qi greeted the security guard, and the car was let through. They all knew him. Every night when he dropped Gao Zhun off, they would even greet him warmly. Dr. Fang is back. After paying the fare, Gao Zhun helped Fang Qi upstairs. Fang Qi wasn't seriously injured, but he was enjoying being weighted on hand and foot, like a hero who had rescued a beauty enjoying the beauty's adoration. Out of the elevator, finding the keys, opening the door, Gao Zhun practically placed Fang Qi on the sofa with the utmost care. He didn't even bother changing his shoes before going to look for the first aid kit. Calling it a first aid kit was generous. It really only had some rubbing alcohol and band-aids. Beneath Arsamboldo's massive painting, on the black leather sofa, Gao Zhun propped up one leg, leaning forward to cup Fang Qi's face. With small tweezers, he held an alcohol swab and gently dabbed at the wound. His body leaned in close. His breath was warm. Before him was a fragile Adam's apple and a thin chest. The collar was open, casting a triangular shadow under the spotlight's yellow light. Fang Qi swallowed. His two hands rested on Gao Zhun's slender hip bones. He felt the flesh beneath his palms shudder. He said guiltily, "Careful." And then there was a sharp pain on his brow bone, cool and stinging. You artists sure have heavy hands. It was meant as a joke, but Gao Zhun apologized. I'm sorry. His hands pressed at the end of the hip bones, then climbed up the waistline. Fang Qi wanted to stop, but because of the atmosphere or something else, he couldn't. Gao Zhun's ribs were small and protruding, twisting under his touch. When his thumb lightly scraped across them, Gao Zhun melted toward him inch by inch, until his soft belly collapsed against him, circled by Fang Qi's arm. The room was so quiet it was frightening. You could hear Gao Zhun's ragged breathing and the sound of engines passing by in the distance. Gao Zhun went limp, wrapping his arms around Fang Qi's neck. The smooth skin beneath his shirt was only a hair's breadth from Fang Qi's lips. Fang Qi knew he was playing with fire. This fire had been smoldering for some time. Should he let it blaze up? Just as he was drifting in a haze of desire, Gao Zhun said tremblingly, "Don't leave, okay? Don't leave? Stay and do what?" Fang Qi almost sobered up in an instant. He loosened his stiffly locked arms and shifted, trying to get up from the sofa. Gao Zhun wouldn't let him, holding on tight. It's too late. There are no more taxis. It's fine. I'll call one. Fang Qi stood up. I'm scared. I'm really scared. Gao Zhun desperately clutched one of his arms. At night I keep the lights on all night. I don't dare close my eyes. I curl up in the corner of the bed like a mental patient. When those memories haunt me, all I can think about is you. He was crying, so pitiful, so helpless. Fang Qi suddenly couldn't bear it. Using the force of Gao Zhun pulling him, he pulled the man back into his arms. I'll call you when I get home. I'll stay with you on the phone. We'll talk until dawn. No, I don't want that. Gao Zhun shook his head like a child throwing a tantrum. Stay? I beg you. Fang Qi, just like that day in the clinic, tilted his head and kissed Gao Zhun's forehead. It was slick and cool, needing another person's body heat to warm it. No, he pushed him away. I have to go back. Gao Zhuan clung to him. Don't go. I'll give you anything you want. Fang Qi turned his face away, looking toward the door. Gao Zhuan pulled at him with everything he had, looking utterly without dignity. I promise I'll listen to you. I beg you, let go of me. Fang Qi's voice suddenly turned severe. In that instant, he became that great doctor who controlled people's hearts again. Gao Zhuan sobbed, making a last-ditch effort. No, I won't let go. Tonight only, or every day from now on. You choose. This was a naked threat. Fang Qi had been pushed to his limit. For a psychologist, using a threat meant he had no better method left. Gao Zhuan's hands indeed loosened their grip. Fang Qi gently pulled free from those hands. There seemed to be a brief hesitation, but in the end he strode quickly toward the door. The next evening, Fang Qi stood before his desk. The sunset had come especially early that day. The city was shrouded in a purplish-red haze. He glanced at his watch. 5:30 on the dot. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking behind him. He knew that even after being rejected and hurt, Gao Zhuan still couldn't leave him. He opened the door. A refined suit. Neatly combed black hair. Gao Zhuan stood straight outside the door. His eyes were swollen, like a heartbroken girl. You knew I would come, didn't you? He began abruptly. So you waited for me. You know I can't run away from the palm of your hand. He bit down hard, looking hateful. Is playing with me that much fun? There was no more direct accusation than this. Yet Fang Qi wasn't afraid. He didn't need to explain or apologize to him. He simply slowly closed the distance between them. Secretary Li had already left work, so he embraced him right at the doorway, using tender fingers to touch his swollen eyelids. You cried. Gao Zhuan was like a shy puppy, trying to dodge his fingers. But even the wildest puppy will submit to its owner's touch. He just trembled and endured it. Fang Qi asked gently, Did you cry thinking of me? Gao Zhuan was stubborn, saying nothing. Fang Qi asked again, Do you hate me now? Gao Zhuan's lips began to quiver. He glared at him pitifully. Fang Qi cupped his face. Still not talking? You have such a cruel heart. Gao Zhuan finally couldn't hold out anymore. He buried his head in Fang Qi's chest, his voice choked with tears. Stop toying with me, okay? Don't pull me close, and then push me away. I can't take it. Fang Qi used his thumb to wipe away his tears, coaxing him. How could I push you away? It's just that sometimes. I'm so scared I don't know what to do. You're lying. Gao Zhuan grabbed his palm and pressed it to his lips. You wouldn't be confused. You wouldn't be scared. The more he thought about it, the more he felt hate. He bit down hard on the fleshy base of Fang Qi's thumb. Fang Qi wasn't prepared for it. He cried out in pain, looking at him in shock. Gao Zhuan showed no sign of backing down. On the contrary, he glared with his two big eyes, his tender heart filled with a fierce challenge. That expression was vivid and beautiful, with a bone-scraping kind of allure, making Fang Qi feel a surge of impulse. He wanted to tear open his collar, pin down his neck, and ravage him roughly. Gao Zhuan sensed his impulse. It was some kind of chemical signal, making him wait obediently, even slightly pouting his lips, looking like he was in heat. Likewise, Fang Qi also caught his surging desire. This was a turning point. He could either rein in the horse at the edge of the cliff, or sink deep into the mud. Let's start the treatment, he suddenly said. Take off your jacket. Lie down on the chair. For a few seconds, Gao Zhuan didn't understand what he was saying. It wasn't until Fang Qi let go of him and walked toward the treatment chair that he realized he was retreating again. I'm seducing you, aren't I? Nonsense, Fang Qi laughed it off. You're just emotionally unstable. You don't even know what you're doing. No, Gao Zhuan denied it firmly. I am seducing you. You're straight. I'm straight. There's no such thing as seducing. Fang Qi finished setting up the treatment area and patted the large red recliner. Come over here. Gao Zhuan was expressionless. He took off his jacket and threw it on the desk. With a swish, he pulled off his tie and let it drop to the floor. As you wish. Gao Zhuan lay down before Fang Qi, with something of a sacrificial meaning. His neck bent slightly to one side, looking exactly like a martyred saint in a classical oil painting. Abdominal breathing, right? He swiftly undid his shirt buttons. His hand went down to undo his belt, but Fang Qi grabbed it. No. Today we're doing eye movement desensitization exercises. His hand held on for a long time, showing no sign of letting go. Relax. Entrust yourself completely to me. Those hands were hot, covered in sweat. During the assault, what scared you the most? Hearing the word assault so suddenly, every muscle in Gao Zhuan's body tensed. He looked at Fang Qi resentfully, suspecting he had done it on purpose. Because of this, right? I'm not clean anymore. I'm not good enough for you. Fang Qi sighed. Mr. Gao, we're in the middle of treatment. Treatment, and you're holding my hand? Gao Zhuan pressed on aggressively. You're holding my hand like a lover. His eyes reddened, tears gathering in them. And all those things you did before. Now I can't leave you. I think about you every moment. Do you feel very proud of yourself? Fang Qi chose to evade. I need you to recall an image. A representative image from your traumatic experience. Do men have chastity too? Gao Zhuan cut him off mercilessly. If I hadn't been assaulted, if I were fine, would you have been willing? If you hadn't been assaulted, we never would have met, Fang Qi said rationally and logically, looking at him coldly. If you hadn't been assaulted, you wouldn't even spare me a glance. You're a peacock, proudly living in your own clouds. Gao Zhuan was stunned. One could even say speechless. Fang Qi had clearly overdone the self-disclosure. As a psychologist, his emotional management was a failure. All right, let's continue. He let go of Gao Zhuan's hand and wiped the sweat clean on a tissue. Think back to your traumatic experience. So many frightening images. Find the one you most want to get rid of. Gao Zhuan's heart was in turmoil. This was the first time Fang Qi had spoken his feelings, though restrained. But there was a sense of obsessive longing in his words. It was almost enough for Gao Zhuan to be certain that he had feelings for him too. They're all terrifying. They're like slow-motion replays. Every frame I want to get rid of. Then the most terrifying one. Fang Qi deliberately asked indifferently, but his jealousy was barely concealed. Like when he pinned you down like an animal. When he hit you roughly, pulled off your pants. After a brief pause, he said, or when he entered you. Or maybe when you uneasily reached climax. Gao Zhuan felt every sentence was a slap across his face. Terror, anger, humiliation. Probably, when he pushed inside. Fang Qi was wounded by his choice of words. All right, I need you to recall that image. He stretched out his hand, index and middle fingers together, and waved them back and forth about 30 or 40 centimeters in front of Gao Zhuan's eyes. Think of that image. Follow my fingers with your eyes. Do the best you can. Tell me when you can't take it anymore. His fingers were straight and slender, his nails neatly trimmed, the pads of his fingers slightly red. As Gao Zhuan stared at these fingertips, he suddenly had a perverse association. He blamed himself for his lewdness. The shame made his lips flush, bright red. Focus. Fang Qi waved his fingers rhythmically, first from left to right, then up and down, and finally slowly in circles. Imagine the traumatic image. Gao Zhuan forced himself to think. The reclined car seat. Steaming sweat. The weight of the man. His rear being pulled apart. A burning hot penis thrusting in. He should have been terrified. But with Fang Qi's fingers dancing before his eyes, he became excited without knowing what to do. His limbs trembled. His face flushed red. He chased those glimmering fingertips with a covetous expression. Fang Qi noticed his change. His heart beat uncontrollably wild. What Gao Zhuan was giving off fascinated him. It wasn't quite seduction, but it was enough to arouse. He quickly manipulated his line of sight so that he could freely gaze at his lips. He wanted to lean in just like this. This desire was too strong, so strong that chills ran down his spine. What was even more terrifying was that, as if hypnotized by his own fingers, he didn't even have the thought of stopping. He leaned closer and closer. The shadow of his nose bridge already fell on Gao Zhuan's cheek. He watched with his own eyes as his shadow drew near to the corner of Gao Zhuan's lips. If a person's soul truly had a good and evil side, he thought that one must be the evil him, impatiently casting off the burdensome flesh, going first to taste the flavor of the forbidden. Fang Qi, he couldn't help saying to himself, you really have fallen in. Chapter 27. Room 3705. Zhang Zhun was blocking the door, and Zhun Xin stubbornly stood his ground against him. Open up. Zhang Zhun's back was pressed against the door panel, looking very nervous. Go back to your own room. I don't have any medicine in my room. Zhun Xin knew the key card was in his left pants pocket, so he simply reached in to grab it. Zhang Zhun pushed his hand away while dodging his body, shrinking himself into the narrow shadow of the wall sconce. Zhang Zhun quickly glanced left and right down the hallway, then wrapped his arms around him and gave a loud smooch on his cheek. "Are you crazy?" Zhang Zhun was so startled he covered his cheek, his arms stretched across his chest in defense. But Zhang Zhun let go of him, and before he could react, there was a beep, the door opened, and Zhang Zhun stuffed the key card back into his hand, turned the handle, and raised his eyebrows with a roguish flare. Coming in, Zhang Zhun stood at the doorway for a long while, until someone dragging a suitcase came from the distance and looked at him strangely. Only then did he push the door and go inside. Zhang Zhun was rummaging through his drawers as if they were his own. Where did Xiao Deng put the medicine? Zhang Zhun's two hands were clenched tightly together, and he asked uneasily, "Are you really hurt?" "What do you think?" Zhang Zhun found a tube of ointment, unscrewed the cap, and sniffed it. "That kid kicked me several times. If I wasn't afraid of hurting his face, I would have beaten him to death." As he spoke, he casually tossed the ointment to Zhang Zhun. "You got kicked too when you pulled me away." He had indeed been kicked. That kid probably had dance training, so he had some kick to him. Zhang Zhun let down his guard and walked over. "Where are you hurt?" But Zhang Zhun shrugged off his shirt. "My back, my butt, my front waist." Zhang Zhun felt every hair on his body stand on end. Like a leaf startled by wind, like rippling water, he hurriedly averted his eyes. Zhang Zhun seemed to deliberately provoke him, slowly undoing his belt, pulling his outer pants down below his butt, and sprawling boldly on the bed. "Come on." It was a bare back. Not exactly muscular, but lean and strong. Zhang Zhun's throat went hoarse, carrying an unexpected shyness. "I'm not good at rubbing." His voice trembled from the tension. "Usually it's other people who rub me." He meant rub, as in massage therapy. But Zhang Zhun thought of rub, as in body oil massage. His lower body unexpectedly got a bit hard. "Hurry up, it really hurts." So Zhang Zhun sat down on the edge of the bed. The ointment squeezed onto his hand was cold, but as he rubbed it warmed up. "Where?" "Left shoulder." Zhang Zhun's nose felt hot, and his saliva production increased too. "And above the waist, on the right." These spots really were red. Zhang Zhun was afraid of rubbing too hard, so he first tested the pressure on the left shoulder. He was semi-professional about it. When he rubbed, he didn't use his fingers but his palm. With every press, Zhang Zhun hummed with comfort. "Can you not make noise?" Zhang Zhun was so embarrassed his face turned bright red. "When your martial arts brother rubbed you." Zhang Zhun deliberately bit hard on that word rubbed. "You hummed louder than me." He mentioned Wu Rong. Zhang Zhun knew this was a topic he couldn't touch, so he just stayed silent. After rubbing for a while, Zhang Zhun told him to go lower, so he followed the lines of muscle and bone, pressing light and heavy as he went. Though ointment absorbed faster than essential oil, most of the back and waist were still glistening. He finally rubbed down to the small of the back, but Zhang Zhun wanted him to go even lower. Zhang Zhun awkwardly refused. That's the end of it. Zhang Zhun was practically desperate, pulling down his underwear. "Give me a rub down there. Hurry." It was a man's but full and firm. Every muscle showed a clear direction. Right now it was tensing and relaxing, rubbing against the bedsheet. Zhang Zhun was so ashamed, he was almost angry. With one lift of his hand, he pulled them back up. But in that one instant, Zhang Zhun reached back and grabbed his wrist, forcefully pulling it toward his own underwear. This was blatant hooliganism. Zhang Zhun struggled twice, but couldn't break free. He knew best himself that he was too weak to struggle. "It really hurts." Zhang Zhun thrust his butt upward, foolishly wanting to press against his palm. But Zhang Zhun was gripping his fist tight. "If you don't rub it, it'll bruise by tomorrow. During filming, I'll just have to tough it out." Zhang Zhun knew he couldn't trust him, but for some reason his heart softened. He didn't know what kind of mindset he was in. Like a two-faced loose woman, he actually voluntarily relaxed his fingers, wrapping them around that lively flesh, pressing down in a half rub. Zhang Zhun immediately let out a satisfied sigh. "You've got great hand strength." He was still holding onto Zhang Zhun's wrist. Zhang Zhun said bashfully, "Let go." He pretended not to hear. "You're rubbing me so hard I'm getting stiff." Zhang Zhun knew he'd been hard for a while. Just as he was half pushing, half giving in, About to submit to this ambiguity, Zhang Xin pressed his hand to make him turn over. Zhang Zhun watched as his own hand slid from the round but inside the underwear to the protruding waist, took a turn at the hip bone, and landed in the hollow of the abdominal muscles, and then he jerked his hand back as if burned. Zhang Xin lay on his back looking at him, grinning wickedly. One hand rested leisurely behind his head. The other reached for Zhang Zhun's hand, held it properly for a moment, then shamelessly pried open that palm and interlaced their fingers. Zhang Zhun didn't dare look up. Zhang Xin's gaze at him was naked. He was afraid that if he met his eyes even once, he wouldn't be able to pull himself out. Your hand is so oily. Zhang Xin used his own clean palm to rub against Zhang Zhun's ointment-covered palm. Their hands got oilier and oilier as they rubbed. Even between their fingers it was greasy. Zhang Xin used some kind of nightclub massage technique, rhythmically pushing and squeezing his palm. With every push and release, there were squelching sounds. Such a filthy sexual innuendo. Zhang Zhun was so ashamed his eyelashes trembled. Where did you learn that? Zhang Xin gave him a gentle tug, like pulling a ripe apricot from a fruit tree, like pulling a passing shooting star from the edge of the sky. He pulled him down onto the bed, down beside himself, enjoying it. Their faces were pressed together. Eyes looked into eyes. Lips were only a finger's width apart. Are we? Zhang Zhun asked in bewilderment. Acting, or are we serious? Zhang Xin looked at him calmly and slowly said, I'm seducing you, aren't I? Zhang Zhun immediately realized he was quoting Gao Zhuan's line. Nonsense, he mechanically continued. You're just emotionally unstable. You don't even know what you're doing. No, Zhang Xin denied it firmly. I am seducing you. The next line was on the tip of his tongue, but Zhang Zhun didn't want to say it. Zhang Xin closed his eyes and waited for him. Reluctantly, he said it. You're straight. I'm straight. There's no such thing as seducing. Zhang Xin opened his eyes, smiled, and leaned toward him. See, we're just running lines. Don't stress so much. Then he kissed him, his tongue recklessly licking the inside of his mouth. His lower body thrust again and again between Zhang Zhun's legs. Zhang Zhun felt his head explode. Was this really just running lines? Zhang Xin undid his belt, pulling his pants down like he was about to have real sex. Was this all he wanted, just running lines? It's been too long, Zhang Xin murmured dizzily in his ear. We haven't had it for too long. Zhang Zhun suddenly thought, just let it be. What vows of eternal love do two men need? He wrapped his arms around him in return, like a hungry woman embracing a stranger of unknown origin. He thought of that dream of his. In the dream, he and Zhang Xin tangled together as if facing death, his waist thrusting without pause, his lower body rubbing tirelessly. That dream was about to come true. Once he took this step, there was no going back. Trembling, he shamelessly pulled off his own underwear. Zhang Xin didn't seem to be in a hurry. He slipped his greasy hand between Zhang Zhun's legs, gripped the base of his right thigh, and pinched hard. He kicked you here, right? It was there. Zhang Zhun winced from the pain. Within the pain was an indescribable tingling numbness, probably the arousal stirred up by the teasing. Zhang Xin played with his appetite with bad intentions. Come, let me rub it for you. He really started rubbing, in a very lewd and perverted way. His fingers pinched the base of the thigh and wouldn't let go. The back of his hand forcefully ground against Zhang Zhun's swollen, erect penis. Zhang Zhun was so excited he couldn't take it. His arms went numb, unable to cling to his shoulders. Do me. His eyes were full of watery light, his mouth puffing out cold air. Zhang Xin gazed at his wantonness with fascination. Know why I beat him up? Zhang Zhun shook his head with his mouth open, his two eyes unfocused. Zhang Xion's hand slid from the base of his thigh to his, but crack, scratching along that damp crevice. He said you look like you'd be great in bed. It took Zhang Zhun a long time to process what he meant. His dark eyes glared angrily. Zhang Xion bit his chin, light then heavy. Tell me, should I have beaten him up? His fingers probed deeper into the butt crack. He also said, once you get broken in, you'd be especially wild. These words, even as dirty talk, were too much. In a fit of anger, Zhang Zhun swung a fist at him. The punch was soft and weak. Zhang Xion caught it easily. Xiao Deng went to drop off Wu Rong. He should be back by now, right? Zhang Zhun simply couldn't follow his train of thought. He frowned, staring at him in confusion. Zhang Zhun said, "Coming to my place?" Zhang Zhun's entire body flushed red from head to toe. Only now did he understand Zhang Zhun's step-by-step build-up. From rubbing medicine to teasing, from running lines to playing with his appetite, from those words to Xiao Deng. This was a naked invitation for sex. He wanted to be with him. "I haven't decided." Zhang Zhun's eyes wandered. It was clear he was afraid of that kind of act. "I'll lick you." Zhang Zhun pornographically stuck out his tongue, obscenely curling it before his eyes. "Front and back? I'll lick you all over." A flash of surprise showed in Zhang Zhun's eyes. He didn't know that the back could be licked. He couldn't even imagine Zhang Zhun licking him there. What nonsense. Zhang Zhun was unexpectedly struck by his innocence. "Your back has never been licked." Zhang Zhun glanced at him timidly. Who would let someone lick that kind of place? Zhang Zhun couldn't believe it. "You never go to nightclubs? They do this at nightclubs?" Zhang Zhun showed an expression of surprise. Within the surprise was even a hint of disgust. Zhang Zhun suddenly felt somewhat at a loss. "No, not that. Then what about the front you?" Zhang Zhun shook his head, his face red. As he shook, he thought of that absurd dream. He lowered his brows and saw Zhang Zhun's hand on his thigh. He felt that since things had come this far, he could tell him. "I had a dream like that." His voice was as small as a mosquito's buzz. "That time when we went singing, I drank too much. I dreamed of you." Zhang Zhun's face suddenly changed. Zhang Zhun was talking about that time. He had blacked out from drinking, and Zhang Zhun had tossed him back and forth. So he thought it was a dream. No wonder he hadn't come to settle accounts the next day, but instead seemed very shy. A layer of cold sweat seeped through Zhang Zhun's back. His hand withdrew from Zhang Zhun's thigh. Such a private, even wanton confession weighed so heavily that Zhang Zhun couldn't lift his head. "Am I going crazy?" Zhang Zhun felt like his throat was being strangled by a rope. He couldn't get a single word out. Zhang Zhun waited for his answer, but got none. He raised his pale pink-eye corners to steal a glance at him. That look was clearly filled with affection. Zhang Zhun panicked. He had never played this kind of game. With so many casual flings on and off set, he had never seen eyes like these. He was a bit dazed. But Zhang Zhun seemed to have figured something out. He hooked his arm around Zhang Zhun's neck, his eyes carrying affection yet dodging, and leaned his lips toward him. A kiss. A very simple, very brief kiss. After the kiss, he pulled away. Zhang Zhun gazed into Zhang Zhun's eyes from an extremely close distance, as if making a final confirmation of what he had just done and who he was facing. Soon, he kissed him a second time. This time was much bolder. His tongue brushed past teeth, pressing against the gums. His lips greedily sucked at the corner of Zhang Zhun's mouth without stopping. The tiny cartilage of his nose rubbed haphazardly against Zhang Zhun's face. Compared to intense sex, this kind of prolonged kissing seemed to better express the feelings he dared not speak aloud. Zhang Zhun had never tasted this kind of kiss. It was clearly a boring game played by middle schoolers, yet he couldn't withstand it. His heart was like a clumsy drummer, awkward and tense, unable to beat out a steady rhythm. His lungs also went on strike. Hot air breathed out, but he couldn't seem to draw any back in. In a daze, he had the illusion that his life was quietly slipping away. Zhang Zhun felt his breathing go chaotic, so he stopped. He gently stroked the curls above Zhang Zhun's eyebrows. Zhang Zhun slowly opened his eyes, carrying the restlessness of someone just out of water and the panic of someone experiencing this for the first time. Then, without knowing who took the initiative, they kissed again. Just kissing. No touching. No teasing. Forehead pressed against forehead. Toes curled around toes. Goodbye, my almost lover. Goodbye, my hopeless dream. Zhang Zhun's phone rang. He didn't even look at it and directly turned it off. One long kiss after another. Saliva trickled from their chins down to their necks. Their lips were rubbed raw from grinding against each other. The ear pressed against the bedsheet was rubbed red by the cotton fabric. Zhang Zhun felt like a lifetime might just pass like this. He even absurdly thought that even if a lifetime did pass like this, it wouldn't be a waste. To your place? Oxygen deprived, or perhaps weary from the long kissing, Zhang Zhun was muddle-headed. Zhang Zhun asked him. This wasn't how he had imagined it. Zhang Zhun pinched the bridge of his nose. He felt Zhang Zhun beside him pull up his pants, flip over, and straddle him. Then a pair of trembling hands helped pull up his pants too. He was tipsy and somewhat wanted to laugh. He squinted and looked up. Zhang Zhun tilted his head. The dim yellow light from the ceiling lamp shone down through the gaps in those messy strands of hair. It was almost too beautiful. We're not in a play. This is real. Zhang Xin tangled his fingers in those strands of hair, unintentionally speaking his heart. My God. Zhang Zhun gathered his hair, pulled him up, put on clothes, and opened the door. They walked one after another toward the emergency stairwell. As soon as the milky white stairwell door was pushed open, Zhang Xin turned back and grabbed Zhang Zhun's hand. They didn't speak, lightly hopping up the stairs. Around the corner was the door to the 38th floor. The stairwell door opened and closed. The long corridor stretched endlessly. Far down the hall, a huge suitcase could be seen. They didn't think much of it. Hand in hand, they walked all the way over. As they neared the door, Zhang Xin realized that suitcase was placed in front of his door. Almost at the very second before bad luck came knocking, he violently shook off Zhang Zhun's hand. He turned around, and sure enough, from the shadow of the tall potted plants, a figure walked out. A little Western-style dress. A doll-like face. Long black hair. She glanced at Zhang Zhun and spoke to Zhang Xin in a cutesy, spoiled voice. Honey, why didn't you pick up my call? Chapter 28. A notification tone went ding on a phone. It was Gao Zhuan's. Fang Qi snapped back to awareness, immediately sat up straight, somewhat flustered, and hastily withdrew his fingers. Let's take a break. Gao Zhuan slowly pulled his phone from his pants pocket, took it out, and glanced at it. It's nothing. His expression could be called indifferent. Credit card notification. Linlin bought a bag or something in Germany. Fang Qi found he couldn't take his eyes off him. The messy folds of his shirt, the slightly turned-up pant cuffs, and the blue hairline behind his ear. When is she coming back? Gao Zhuan turned his head away, facing the other side of the clinic room. A week. Or two. They were quiet for a while. Fang Qi couldn't help but ask, You've been unable to sleep these past few days? My mind is a complete mess. What are you thinking about? Gao Zhuan turned back. If I said I was thinking about you, he licked his lips, would that not be allowed? Fang Qi took a deep breath, as if he didn't know what to do. His hands clenched and unclenched repeatedly. He slumped into the therapist's high-back chair. Thinking, what about me? Thinking about your hands. Your voice, Gao Zhuan said as he turned onto his side, propping his head on his arm and reclining diagonally on the large red chair. His waist and hips arched up, with a feminine, alluring curve. Your hands are hot, covered in sweat, gripping me hard. Your voice is a bit hoarse, probably from desire. You said you wanted to. Nonsense. Fang Qi stood up, breathing heavily. Gao Zhuan smiled. It's just my one-sided imagination. He showed a strange expression, laughter carrying bitterness, affection carrying hurt. When I think of you, I won't think of him. Fang Qi didn't know what was wrong with himself. He must have fallen under Gao Zhuan's spell. Exactly as he described it, with hot, sweaty hands gripping him, roughly handling his waist, pulling his wrists apart to either side, his voice hoarse with excitement. Is this it? Is this how I toy with you? Gao Zhuan was being handled roughly by him, his hair falling down to cover his face. In that instant, he had the illusion of being assaulted. But it was Fang Qi on top of him. He just looked at him in fear, not resisting. The more Fang Qi worked himself up, the more force he used, until his own hair was a mess too. He was so frantic, wanting Gao Zhuan to struggle against him. If he struggled, then he could do as he pleased, releasing the monster that had been suppressed in the shadows of his mind for so long. But Gao Zhuan was obedient, just as he himself had said, willing to be broken apart rather than let go. As he panted, Fang Qi slowed down. The impulse passed. His eyes finally seemed to see clearly. On the large red chair, Gao Zhuan had been worked over beyond recognition. His waist twisted as if broken. His shirt had been pulled out from his pants. Both arms were gripped tightly in one of his hands. The other hand was buried between his legs, thumb digging deep into the flesh. He wanted to slap himself. This was a patient with sexual trauma, yet he had ravaged him, behaving as disgustingly as an animal. He let go, hurriedly smoothing his own hair, then his shirt, his pants. Only after confirming he was presentable did he dare direct his gaze at Gao Zhuan. Gao Zhuan was curled up, his wet eyes open wide. He was innocent, Yet he looked so timid, as if opening his mouth would make him say, "I'm sorry." Sorry that he had tempted the demon in Fang Qi's heart. Fang Qi reached toward him, wanting to pull him up from the chair. But Gao Zhun shrank back in fear. Then, as if afraid Fang Qi would be unhappy, he clumsily grasped that hand and tremblingly moved toward him. Fang Qi took the opportunity to embrace him, very lightly, afraid he might have trauma-related associations. "Were you frightened?" Gao Zhun trembled in his arms. After a long while he said, "It's fine." Fang Qi tightened his arms, the force unconsciously increasing. He wanted to fondle him again. "You'll be even more scared at night, won't you?" Gao Zhun made no sound. "How about?" On a sudden impulse, Fang Qi actually said, "You could come to my place." Gao Zhun's heart raced wildly. All the blood in his body seemed to rush to his head at once. He was so happy he even felt a bit dizzy. "But there's only one bed. We can sleep head to toe. We can buy towels and toothbrushes on the way. Tomorrow I'll go back with you to get your pajamas." Really? Gao Zhun was afraid of waking from this unexpected beautiful dream. He softened his voice, tentatively wrapping his arms around Fang Qi's back. "You're not lying to me." "I'm not lying to you." Fang Qi went to his desk to get paper and pen. "But we need to finish the treatment first." Gao Zhun wouldn't let him go. "Can't we skip treatment today?" Fang Qi was amused by him. "The reason I know you is to treat you." Only then did Gao Zhun let go. While waiting for him to bring the paper and pen, he leaned forward and pressed against his chest again. Fang Qi was very helpless, but within that helplessness was a touch of sweetness. "Earlier you said that being penetrated was when you felt the most fear." He felt the person in his arms tremble violently and immediately hugged his shoulder. "If your fears could be ranked, what do you think would be the next level down from that?" Gao Zhun was very uncooperative. "Can't we not talk about this?" He began twisting restlessly. "I want to go to your place." "Let's go now." "No treatment, no my place." Fang Qi scared him like he would scare a little child. Gao Zhun was silent for a while, then forced to comply. Probably being with a man. Fang Qi was held tightly by him and could only use one hand to take notes. "Explain in more detail." "It's just." Gao Zhun pressed his face against Fang Qi's left chest, listening to his heartbeat rise and fall. "Like with Justin, when he touches me or gets very close to me, I'm extremely afraid." Fang Qi's note-taking hand paused. "What about with me?" Realizing the question was inappropriate, he corrected himself. "I mean, like how I was with you just now." Gao Zhun answered without hesitation. "Except for you." Fang Qi was curious. "Then what I just did? Bullying you. Where does that rank on your fear scale?" "Were you bullying me?" Gao Zhun's tone carried surprise. "What do you think I was doing?" "You were punishing me because I wasn't obedient." The pen tip dug deep into the paper. Fang Qi thought this was bad. Gao Zhun was placing him in the position of authority figure. In a patient's world, that meant absolute control. "I'm just your doctor. I have no right to punish you." "No. When I do well, you reward me. If you're angry, it must be because I did something wrong." Fang Qi didn't know what to do for a moment. In psychological terms, this was called abuse of power. It had never happened in his treatment before because he had always avoided manipulating patients. "Look at me." He tried to peel Gao Zhun away from his chest, but couldn't. Gao Zhun seemed to have grown onto him, sticking close and not separating. "Don't punish me like that anymore, okay?" he pleaded pitifully. "The way you were just now, it was very frightening." Fang Qi's heart was a mess, and it ached. What could he say? He could only gently say, "Okay," and lightly pat Gao Zhun's back. "Let's continue from where we left off. On your fear scale, where do I rank?" Gao Zhun's lips were smooth and moist. As they opened and closed, they dampened Fang Qi's shirt. Sometimes at the very top, sometimes at the very bottom. Fang Qi felt a prickling itch there. "How so?" "When you're holding me like this, I'm not afraid even if the sky falls. But when you ignore me, it's more terrifying than being forced by that person again." "When have I ignored you?" Fang Qi felt wronged. "How could I possibly ignore you? Like when I begged you to stay, and you left." There was resentment in Gao Zhun's words. Fang Qi was like a boyfriend pushed to his limit. "I can't satisfy all your demands, can I?" Gao Zhun asked dreamily. "Then what would it take for you to satisfy all my demands?" Fang Qi found that on this topic, he had already lost the initiative. "Let's get back to the point. Those things I did to you just now, Where do you place them on the fear scale? Not very fearful. Fang Qi didn't believe him. You were clearly terrified. Gao Zhun lifted his head from Fang Qi's chest, his face rosy red. I'm not afraid of anything you do to me. He lowered his eyes, with a somewhat shy charm. Even if you hurt me like that person did, I'm not afraid of you. Fang Qi felt as if someone had stabbed him hard in the temple with a needle. Gao Zhun seemed to be saying that even if he raped him, he wouldn't blame him. Let's continue treatment. His mouth was dry. He picked up that record sheet. I want you to imagine according to the order on this fear scale, from bottom to top. He pushed Gao Zhun toward the recliner. Go. Lie down. Gao Zhun refused. In the friction, Fang Qi felt something hard between those legs. His expression changed. Gao Zhun immediately knew he had noticed and hunched his waist to retreat backward. But Fang Qi grabbed him and forcibly peeled his body open. There was indeed a slight bulge in the fitted suit pants at the crotch. I'm sorry. Gao Zhun apologized in embarrassment. Fang Qi said coldly, go to the chair. Gao Zhun squeezed his legs together. I want to use the restroom. Treatment first. If you perform well, I'll let you go. Slowly, Gao Zhun lay down on the large red chair, on his side, covering his crotch with his hand. Fang Qi looked him over from head to toe, brushed aside that hand, and opened his hips to either side, exposing the strange bulge at the crotch. Gao Zhun covered his face, pitifully murmuring the whole time, I was wrong. Fang Qi's hand slid down his straight leg, grasping one ankle. Starting from the lowest level of fear. Just now, how did I punish you? Imagine it, and tell me. Gao Zhun's whole body was trembling. This is very strange. This is treatment. Fang Qi stood at his feet, staring unblinkingly at his crotch. Hurry. Gao Zhun braced himself and began to imagine. Fang Qi's hand was sweaty, gripping his wrist. The force was great, like a criminal assaulting him, handling him back and forth. His shirt was pulled out from his waistband. His thigh was grabbed hard. His breathing quickened, like he was experiencing a wet dream, hazy and fluttering. Fang Qi watched as his pants grew tighter and tighter. Through the fine fabric, the clear outline of his lower body could be seen. First timidly raising its head, then recklessly pointing upward, finally standing bold and upright, excitedly swaying left and right. Gao Zhun searched for Fang Qi with his eyes. He saw him right at his feet, staring brazenly at his crotch. He was so ashamed he wanted to die, yet because of this, it swelled even more. I did what you asked, he pleaded. Let me go to the restroom. Fang Qi still said no, pointing at his swollen crotch. What's going on? Gao Zhun used his hand to cover it. I don't know. Move your hand. Fang Qi's hand slid up against his leg, moving his hand away. Gao Zhun could no longer restrain himself. He looked at him in a daze, rubbing against the recliner and twisting lightly. Save me, save me. Fang Qi admired him. This was a body he could do anything he wanted with. If he wanted it, he could have it right now. Are you feeling desire for men? Gao Zhun hummed softly, wanting to moan but suppressing it. Fang Qi asked again, do you desire men? Gao Zhun was forced to admit it. Yes. For whom? Gao Zhun ground his teeth with a creaking sound. You know full well. Fang Qi said nothing and pulled out that paper again. Let's move up one level. Now imagine you and Justin. Gao Zhun reached toward him, a layer of pearly sweat on his forehead. Hold my hand, can you? Fang Qi thought for a moment, then grasped his hand. If one day I'm not here, what will you do? Gao Zhun anxiously tightened his fingers. I won't let you go. Fang Qi smiled. I mean when you're cured. Gao Zhun urgently declared. Then I'll never want to be cured. Once you're cured, you won't think that way anymore. Fang Qi caressed that hand faintly, and from a pair of lowered eyelashes one could see his loneliness. Sooner or later, one day, you won't need me. Gao Zhun was about to say something, but Fang Qi got there first. Go to the restroom. He let go of him. When you come out, we'll leave. Gao Zhun should have been happy, but he wasn't. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Fang Qi looked very tired. I just think too much. I've always thought too much. Chapter 29. Thanks, sis-in-law. Xiao Wang and several female staff members held their bottles of Evian mineral water, eagerly thanking Feng Yunting. What sis-in-law? Feng Yunting waved her hand bashfully. On her first day visiting the set, she had bought water and snacks for everyone in the crew, including the drivers and assistants. We haven't gone public yet. It's a secret relationship. Teacher Zhun already brought you to the set. That's half public already. The girls crowded around her, eagerly trying to get close. Which celebrity doesn't have a boyfriend or girlfriend? None of that is a problem nowadays. They chattered away. Zhang Zhun sat to the side, irritably reading his script. She had arrived so suddenly that when he shook off Zhang Zhun's hand, his heart had stopped beating. She had clearly seen it, but pretended she hadn't. She showered, changed clothes, climbed into bed, and even held up strawberry and mint-flavored glow-in-the-dark condoms, asking which one he wanted to use. Zhang Zhun had a headache. Just as they said, which male celebrity doesn't have a girlfriend? None of that was a problem nowadays. What excuse could he give her? That he had recently fallen for a man? Honey. Feng Yunting finished her socializing and came over, linking her arm through his. They're so annoying. They just won't stop talking. Do you really want to go public with me? Zhang Zhun asked lazily. Is that not okay? She puffed out her cheeks, looking at him straight on like some small animal. She was dressed very prettily today. Her long hair had been carefully blow-dried, smoothly cascading down to her waist. Her big eyes had light makeup on, with only her lips heavily done up, glossy and pouting like jelly. The lemon-yellow dress suited her skin tone perfectly. Big breasts, slim waist, round hips. No man could bear to refuse her. Zhang Zhun couldn't bring himself to say no. Just as he didn't know how to respond, the door opened. Xiao Deng came in playing with his phone, hooking the door with his foot. Zhang Zhun's eyes uncontrollably fixed on the doorway, like before a grand performance begins, knowing that what you want to see is about to come on stage. How could you bear to look away? Sure enough, before long, Zhang Zhun appeared. His makeup was already done. Slick back hair, silver earrings, a very refined suit. The waist area had clearly been specially altered, with perfect curves. He wore a silk ascot tie, black and white floral, diffusing a decadent perfume scent. Zhang Zhun's scalp tingled with desire. Feng Yunting suddenly said, "He's so handsome. Last night, he looked so plain." Zhang Zhun must have been so love-struck he was absent-minded, foolishly saying, "Actually, he looks better in his normal, everyday way. Very comfortable. This is too done up." "Oh." Feng Yunting dragged out the end of her word. "So you don't like him in the drama. You like him outside the drama." There was meaning behind her words. Zhang Zhun realized he had lost himself. He wanted to say something to explain, but she was fiddling with her newly done candy-colored nails, as if it had been a casual remark. Zhang Zhun had actually seen Zhang Zhun the moment he entered. He was just as dazzling as when they parted last night, almost burning him. And his girlfriend, like a modern pin-up girl stepped out of a childhood picture, they were a perfect match made in heaven. Chen Xin walked over with a frown, his chubby palm lifting Zhang Zhun's chin. "Why are your eyes swollen? And there are red veins. What were you thinking about at night, that you didn't sleep?" "Stayed up too late reading the script," Zhang Zhun lied. "First treatment scene today? Afraid of messing it up." "Zhou." Chen Xin looked very unhappy. "Where's that Japanese eye drop for red veins?" Zhou had someone go look for it. When found, it was given to Xiao Deng, who reminded him, "Hurry up. We need to shoot 2 scenes today. Don't fall behind." Only Zhang Zhun and Feng Yunting had chairs beside them. Zhang Zhun awkwardly sat down next to them, forcing a smile as he greeted them. He seemed somewhat uneasy, unable to quite lift his head. Feng Yunting was very warm, reaching across Zhang Zhun to extend her hand to him. "Teacher Zhang, last night was too rushed. We didn't get to properly meet. When filming wraps, I'll treat you to dinner." Zhang Zhun was surprised by her attitude. She had clearly seen it, yet seemed completely unbothered, completely different from Xiaodani. He lightly returned her handshake. That hand was soft and limp, making one reluctant to hurt it. Xiao Deng unscrewed the eye drops, holding Zhang Zhun's cheek. "Bro, tilt your head back. Don't be scared." Zhang Zhun stared at Xiao Deng's hand holding Zhang Zhun's cheek. He was just holding it, but Zhang Zhun was jealous to the point of madness, his words dripping with sourness. "Eye drops. What's scary about that?" Xiao Deng didn't catch the jealousy in his words. He smiled and asked Zhang Zhun, "Bro, I'm going to do it," then turned his head, speaking intimately to Zhang Zhun. "He's especially scared of eye drops." Zhang Zhun's face clearly reddened. He was indeed a bit nervous, his fingers pinching the seam of his pants. Did you drop them yet? Hurry up and drop them. Zhang Zhun never knew he was scared of eye drops. He hadn't had the chance to learn these harmless little details. He couldn't tell if it was jealousy or longing. Like observing a flower about to bloom, he stared straight at the two of them. The first drop fell. Zhang Zhun trembled slightly. From deep in his throat, he reflexively let out an ah. The sound was so small that he himself couldn't hear it. But Zhang Zhun heard it, magnified 100-fold, 1,000-fold, pounding against his heart. He's so cute. Feng Yunting held his hand, interlacing their fingers. I've never seen a guy scared of eye drops. The things Zhang Zhun wanted to say, she said them all, in a playful, coquettish tone. Zhang Zhun suddenly found her quite charming, wanting to vigorously rub her pink cheeks. Bro, don't be nervous. It's all coming out. Xiao Deng scrambled to wipe Zhang Zhun's face, his fingers wet with eye drops dripping through the gaps. Zhang Zhun really wanted to stand up and say, let me do it, but he was held by Feng Yunting, held until he was restless and agitated. That's enough. Just like that. Zhang Zhun pushed Xiao Deng away, eyes closed, mouth slightly open. The crisscrossing lines on his cheeks looked like tear tracks. Zhang Zhun privately imagined that as what he looked like after they parted last night. Looking around, there were so many people in the room. Director, production assistants, lighting, camera crew. Dozens of pairs of eyes. Yet Zhang Zhun couldn't help wanting to cross the line. He first pulled out his phone, leaning his body toward Zhang Zhun, his long legs naturally stretching over, pressing against Zhang Zhun's leg. Zhang Zhun felt it and quietly pulled his leg back. At that moment, Zhang Zhun put his phone into his pants pocket and slipped that amorous hand into the corner formed by their two thighs. Zhang Zhun's hand was right there, resting unconsciously on the edge of the chair. Pinky pressed against pinky. Zhang Zhun was startled. His face involuntarily turned toward Zhang Zhun. Zhang Zhun looked at his surprised expression with insatiable desire, his pinky slowly, erotically rubbing against Zhang Zhun's pinky. It was just a pinky. But Zhang Zhun felt his whole body shudder. His eyes stung with pain, unable to open. In the darkness, he didn't know if others could see. That forbidden, adulterous pleasure made his head spin. Anxiously, yet unwilling to withdraw his finger. Oh my, holding hands so tightly. Chen Xin suddenly spoke from nearby. Zhang Zhun was terrified stiff, frozen in place, listening as he continued. Secretly got a girlfriend, and hid it from me. Zhang Zhun made no sound. Feng Yunting said in a cutesy voice, oh, Brother Chen, I was the one who didn't let him say. You can't blame him. Zhang Zhun blinked, enduring the pain to open his eyes. In a hazy blur, he saw Chen Xin's face. Following his teasing gaze, it landed on Zhang Zhun and Feng Yunting's tightly clasped hands. In an instant, his heart seemed to empty. No resentment, no pain. All sensation was lost. Silently, he curled his pinky, escaping from Zhang Zhun's hand. All departments ready. Zhou Zheng clapped his hands in the center of the room. Today is the first treatment scene. Everyone put your hearts into it. Teacher Zheng, Teacher Zhang, let's first run through the scene. Zhang Zhun and Zhang Zhun stood up one after another, walking to the filming area. Two chairs arranged at a 60-degree angle. Zhang Zhun sat down on one of them. Please sit, he said to Zhang Zhun. Today let's try the physical contact exercise we talked about last time. Zhang Zhun stood facing him, taking a deep breath. He kept telling himself, this is acting, this is acting. His two trembling hands touched his suit buttons. Zhang Zhun didn't do anything, but his gaze, obsessive with a hint of teasing, burned Zhang Zhun's face red. He turned his wrist, buttons coming undone one after another, revealing a thin shirt and a tightly cinched belt. Slower. Chen Xin sat with his legs crossed, observing them from very close by. Zhang Zhun, be more seductive. Zhang Zhun swallowed, his two hands constantly changing their clasped angle. Zhang Zhun used a self-sacrificing expression to slowly take off his suit, draping it over the back of the chair with a backward motion. The twisting of his arm pulled at the muscles of his waist. Seen through the tightly wrapped shirt, it was very sexy. Then he went to undo his tie. With one hand, a light tug at the knot, and the silk tie hung loose, spreading across his chest. I practiced what you told me, He pressed his lips together. That reserved manner was truly full of charm. Is this okay? Zhang Zhun watched him excitedly, not speaking for a long time. It was like an underground game that only the two of them knew about. Zhang Zhun trembled with shame and asked in a low voice again, "Is this okay?" "Hold on." Chen Xin shook the script in his hand, as if not knowing how to say it. After a while he spoke, "Teacher Zhun, you're coming on too strong. Pull it back." At this point, Fang Qi's feelings toward Gao Zhuan haven't reached that stage yet. Which stage? He didn't say it outright. Everyone present understood. Zhang Xian was being too emotional. Feng Yunting seized the moment to walk up, handing water to Zhang Xian, using a cat-patterned handkerchief to wipe his sweat. "Honey, do you want to rest a bit?" Almost simultaneously, she glanced at Zhang Zhun. With just one glance, Zhang Zhun saw resentment in the corner of her eye. "Let's not waste time." Chen Jingsan was very bothered by Feng Yunting inserting herself between the two of them, stamping his foot. "Continue." Zhang Xian ran his hand through his hair, straightened his prop glasses, and stared at Zhang Zhun through lenses wiped spotlessly clean. "When you practiced these exercises at home, what were you thinking about?" Zhang Zhun felt sad being stared at by him. "Thinking of you." This was a line, yet also seemed like a true feeling from his heart, making him involuntarily grip his tie tight. "I imagined you on the other side." Chen Zhengsan interrupted him. "Skip this part. Go straight to, is this distance acceptable to you?" So Zhang Xian stood up, fixedly looking at Zhang Zhun, cautiously taking a step toward him. Zhang Zhun's whole body was tense, with a tendency to step back, but he held it in, quietly waiting for him to walk over. "Is this distance acceptable to you?" Almost pressed against his face, Zhang Xian asked. Zhang Zhun immediately lowered his head. His heart stung with pain, yet he pretended to speak with a laughing tone. "This is very strange." It was the kind of laugh you make when a good friend tickles you. Zhang Xian could tell he was forcing himself to act. "I might come across as rather aggressive." Following the script notes, he took another step forward, like intimacy, yet also like pressure. Zhang Zhun immediately stepped back. The psychological fragility needed no acting at all. For a moment, Zhang Xian was dazed, unable to tell if this was reality or acting. Was it the two of them advancing and retreating, testing each other, or was it Gao Zhun and Fang Qi? "Why are you hiding?" he asked somewhat sorrowfully. That wasn't Fang Qi's voice. It was his own. "That night we were already holding each other. Why are you afraid now?" What he said seemed to be about last night. Zhang Zhun's brows twitched. He wanted to answer, but couldn't make a sound. The lines got stuck in his throat several times. Zhang Xian didn't give him time, urgently taking another step forward. Zhang Zhun was pressed against the wall, his back against hard plaster. Zhang Xian was 2 centimeters in front of him, his exhaled breath constantly spraying against his forehead. Zhang Zhun closed his eyes. Others couldn't see, but Zhang Xian saw clearly. He had an expression on the verge of tears. The world seemed to have shrunk to just the two of them, and those trembling eyelashes. The script said Fang Qi should step back a bit, but Zhang Xian didn't want to step back. Pressed against Zhang Zhun's ear, he murmured tenderly, "Next let's try touching." He waved his slender fingers before Zhang Zhun's eyes. "Can I touch your face?" Zhang Zhun's eyes wandered between him and those fingers, watching as the palms slowly covered his forehead. He was so nervous he was sweating. Fingers slid down the bridge of his nose, landing on the philtrum, passing over his lip. Zhang Xian's mind was buzzing. He had long forgotten the sequence in the script, almost randomly caressing Zhang Zhun's body. Something was wrong. The on-site staff could all feel it, exchanging glances and looking at each other in bewilderment. Zhang Zhun pleaded in panic. Can we stop? Just endure a bit longer." Zhang Xian's tone didn't match the plot, perfunctory, like an impatient pervert. Don't. Zhang Zhun began to push against him. Zhang Xian should have acted surprised, then lightly, symbolically tussled with him. But he didn't. Instead, he gripped Zhang Zhun's hands with all his strength, as if wanting to possess him, flipping him around and pressing him against the wall from behind, pinning him down hard. Zhang Zhun's shoulders and back trembled again and again. Tears streamed down his cheekbones. Zhang Xian gripped his chin, forcing him to turn his face, about to press his mouth against his. Cut. Chen Zhun was so angry, he threw his script. Zhang Zhun, that's wrong. Completely wrong. Zhang Zhun knew he had gone too far. He sheepishly let go of Zhang Zhun, yet put on a righteous face. I think handling it this way is more intense, more dramatically conflicted. Chen Zhun gave him face, didn't argue with him. Zhang Zhun explained the scene to him, he added, intentionally for Zhang Zhun to hear. At this rate, even dialogue scenes will need a closed set. Was he asking Zhang Zhun to explain the scene? No. Zhang Zhun understood. Head lowered. He wanted to put his arm around Zhang Zhun's shoulder, but his hand was grabbed. It was Xiao Deng, glaring with a pair of young, impulsive eyes, shoving him hard. Feng Yunting hurried over, grabbing Zhang Zhun's arm, thinking they were about to fight. The four of them stood in a tense standoff, undercurrents surging, no one speaking first. In the end it was Zhang Zhun, using his sleeve to wipe his face, pushing Xiao Deng aside, and walking out. He pulled Zhang Zhun's sleeve from Feng Yunting's hand, as if giving her an explanation, explaining the scene. Then he pushed Zhang Zhun into the restroom. A click. The door closed and locked. Chapter 30. Gao Zhun sat on the bed, freshly showered, wearing Feng Qi's oversized t-shirt. His underwear was newly bought from the supermarket, a bit tight. Feng Qi came out of the restroom, not wearing his glasses, drying his hair with a towel while squinting at him. New environment. Are you scared? No. Gao Zhun was shy, head lowered, revealing a clean, beautiful neck. Am I being too much of a bother? It's fine. Feng Qi casually tossed the towel onto the sofa. He was also wearing a t-shirt, with a pair of large shorts on his lower half that Gao Zhun didn't have. He lifted the covers and climbed in from the foot of the bed. Are your feet well behaved? Don't kick my face in the middle of the night. Gao Zhun slept very still. Most of the time he actually couldn't sleep at all, but he lied and said, I sometimes move around. How about? He nervously twisted his fingers. We sleep on the same side. Feng Qi was taken aback. For that one moment, Gao Zhun felt as if several minutes had passed. Stammering, he couldn't hold out and told the truth. I want to sleep on the same side as you. Why? Feng Qi asked. Gao Zhun didn't answer, only stubbornly pleaded. Sleep on the same side. Okay. Feng Qi sighed and dragged the pillow from the foot of the bed to the head. He couldn't see clearly, but he could feel Gao Zhun's gaze. The eager kind. The kind that wished it could melt into a pool of water or a ball of fire. I have work tomorrow. Sleep early. He got onto the bed, propped up on one elbow, and put his hand on the bedside lamp switch. I'm turning off the light. Wait a moment. Gao Zhun seemed very anxious. Can you hold my hand first? Feng Qi knew he hadn't faced absolute darkness in a very long time. This was normal for some PTSD patients. Tonight we can sleep with the lights on. No need. Gao Zhun curled up his body and lay down. I want you to see me trying. Feng Qi hadn't felt this heart-wrenching sensation in many years. Like someone had pinched the flesh at the tip of his heart hard. He grabbed Gao Zhun's hand under the covers. That cold, artist's hand. Lights off. Close your eyes. Gao Zhun was very obedient. He closed his eyes and lay still properly. Immediately after, everything went dark. Almost at the same time, he subconsciously tightened his grip on Feng Qi's hand. A gentle voice immediately spoke by his ear. Don't be scared. I'm here. The rustling sound of clothes rubbing together and the mattress springing. Feng Qi lay down at an appropriate distance. Gao Zhun cautiously opened his eyes. Pitch black, he couldn't see anything. He panicked a little. Dr. Feng. Feng Qi's voice was lazy, completely different from how he was in the clinic. It's nothing. Hearing his voice, Gao Zhun felt at ease. But the ease didn't last long before he anxiously called again. Dr. Feng. Feng Qi responded immediately. Gao Zhun didn't know what was wrong with himself, acting like a child tormenting someone. This nameless, restless feeling made his whole body tremble, even impulsively wanting to cry. What's wrong? Feng Qi had no choice but to press over from the other side of the bed, bringing warm breath and a masculine scent that wasn't there during the day. Gao Zhun shamelessly entrusted his whole self into Feng Qi's hands, like a woman without her man, softly clinging to his shoulders. Feng Qi immediately fell silent. Maybe it was the darkness, maybe it was being in bed. He became unlike himself, just a man who was depended on and needed. He took the risk and embraced the person. Ah. Gao Zhun let out a satisfied sigh. This sound was extremely dangerous, yet also lingering and fragile, forming countless echoes in Fang Qi's mind. His two hands used great force, caressing all over Gao Zhun's body. The supple waistline, the round butt, the chest exposed from the t-shirt being pulled, and the large patches of skin on his thighs. Indeed, as Linlin had said, he was smooth like a woman. Both of their breathing grew louder, rising and falling in the pitch-black room. Gao Zhun felt like a small boat in a violent storm, tossed about until it was about to shatter. Fear, despair, and physical pleasure were mixed together, making him erect with abandon. He began to humming urgently, writhing like a snake against Fang Qi's body as he hummed. The more he writhed, the bolder he became. He actually clenched his butt and rubbed his erect lower body back and forth against Fang Qi's groin. Fang Qi had long been lost in confusion. He held him like holding a porcelain vase. So firm, so careful. His groin grew hot from the rubbing. He reluctantly admitted to himself that he liked this feeling. Not only liked it, but was faintly trying to respond. He moved his hips obscenely, using his half-hard lower body to rub against Gao Zhun's erect penis. This small movement drove Gao Zhun mad. His underwear was so tight, and sweat made it sticky, clinging to his butt like a net, bringing him a perverse pleasure. Gao Zhun loosened his tightly clenched teeth and used his burning hot lips to touch Fang Qi's cheek. Fang Qi quickly dodged away. Gao Zhun didn't give up. Using half his body's weight, he hung onto Fang Qi's neck, tilting his head to reach his lips from below. Fang Qi knew his tricks all too well. Before Gao Zhun could get there, he lowered his head first and buried his face in Gao Zhun's thin neck, slowly exhaling a breath of cool air. Mmm. Gao Zhun trembled, his butt unable to stop twisting, his lower body growing harder and harder, pressing tightly against Fang Qi's. Dr. Fang. Dr. Fang. He rubbed without any shame, 10 fingers gripping Fang Qi's t-shirt tight, calling his name like he was calling for help. But Fang Qi didn't respond, only stroking his body again and again, writhing against his lower body. That night was so long that one's mind went numb. They didn't even know how it ended, how they fell asleep. When Gao Zhun woke up, the sky was already faintly bright. His lower back ached, and his two legs were still clamped around one of Fang Qi's legs. Last night he had been arching his butt and rubbing against it like this. Gao Zhun was too ashamed to turn around. He quietly lifted the covers and saw his crotch was sticky, layer upon layer of semen, some parts already dried and hardened. There was a sound of turning over behind him. Gao Zhun was like a deer with ears pricked up, alert, not daring to move. Fang Qi got out of bed, stepped into slippers, and walked into the restroom. The door closed, and shower water ran loudly. Gao Zhun hugged his knees waiting on the bed. The wet, tight underwear made him very uncomfortable. He didn't dare recall last night's self. Too wanton, too filthy. Thinking of this, he quickly got up to check the covers, afraid of dirtying Fang Qi's bed. Just as he was bent over, Fang Qi came out. He didn't look at him, just dressed himself. Gao Zhun was scared and called softly, "Dr. Fang." He ignored him, going straight to the kitchen to make breakfast. Gao Zhun used his own shirt to cover his lower half and chased after him to the kitchen. "Last night was my fault. Please don't." "Enough." Fang Qi seemed very irritable. "Go shower. We leave at 8. Gao Zhun asked anxiously. "Then, when will you go back with me to get my things?" As if he could already guess the result, he said in a muffled voice, "Is it not happening anymore?" Fang Qi turned his back coldly, using a dinner knife to chop up a freshly peeled hard-boiled egg. "We'll talk about it tonight." Gao Zhun didn't have a good day. He sat in his office in a daze. Secretary Bujan came by several times, but he pushed her off to Justin. It wasn't until after 3 in the afternoon, when Justin left early for something, that he reluctantly looked at a few cases. He distractedly endured until 4:30, then set off for Fang Qi's place. When he arrived, Secretary Li hadn't left yet. She warmly poured him tea, flipping through the visitor records. "Last client of the day? Almost done." Gao Zhun smiled and thanked her, sitting down on the long bench. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, the clinic door opened. A tall man in a suit came out. Lively double eyelids, the full masseter muscles unique to young people. On his right middle finger, a custom-made silver-plated ring. Gao Zhun remembered it as the work of a certain Polish independent artist. Justin, he called out in surprise. Justin was even more surprised than him. His big eyes went perfectly round. In those eyes was first delight, melting like spring water, glossy and bright. Then panic, like a child who had skipped class. Finally, he recovered the calm that an adult man should have. "Boss," he greeted respectfully, his accent sounding a bit strange. "Why are you also?" He was talking about psychological counseling. Gao Zhun felt a moment of panic, but quickly put on his superior's airs. "Been under a lot of pressure lately. Came to relax. What about you?" Me too." He was clearly lying. Gao Zhun didn't want to pry, nor was he interested. "That aesthetic art exhibition scheduled for last week. How are the preparations going?" "The preliminary work is already done. The contractor we found was." As he spoke, he habitually leaned his tall body toward Gao Zhun. That suffocating sense of oppression came again. Gao Zhun dodged backward. At that moment, the clinic door opened a crack. Fang Qi stood in the doorway wiping his lenses, using a polite yet familiar tone to say, "Mr. Gao, coming in?" Gao Zhun of course went in. When passing by Justin, he casually said, "Rest more." It was only after the door closed behind him that he let out a breath of relief. "You know each other?" Fang Qi asked somewhat heavily. "Justin." Gao Zhun set down his briefcase, seeming unable to believe it. "Why would he come? What illness does he have?" "Just ordinary insomnia." Fang Qi closed the case file on his desk. In the cause column, he had written, "Harbors sexual fantasies about a same-sex superior." "Is he too tired?" Gao Zhun murmured to himself. "He doesn't seem like someone who would have insomnia." Fang Qi's tone suddenly turned unpleasant. "You care about him a lot." Gao Zhun was taken aback, then immediately said, "No, I just..." Fang Qi made a stop gesture. He knew he had overreacted, because he had recalled the content of the consultation just now. When talking about sexual desire toward his superior, that young man had said obsessively, "I think he has feelings for me too." "Why do you think that?" Fang Qi asked while taking notes. "He sometimes steals glances at me from his office window. When I deliberately get close to him, he has a kind of shy reaction. I think he's seducing me. Has he expressed anything to you?" At that time Fang Qi still didn't know who this imagined superior was, so he asked without emotion. "No, he wouldn't." The young man turned his big eyes, seeming very excited. "He's waiting for me to make the first move." He didn't seem to be in a consultation, but rather in a discussion. At his age, and as a superior, he can't possibly take the initiative. "Is there a big gap between you?" "I mean in age." "About 10+ years. Speaking of age, he seemed somewhat discouraged, but quickly composed himself. "But age is not a problem, you know." "You have overseas living experience?" "Yes, I was in Canada the whole time when I was young." "What do you plan to do?" Fang Qi looked up at him, filling in risk in the realistic harm assessment column. "About this superior? Find a suitable opportunity to corner him." The young man frowned in thought. "He's very shrewd." "What is your original sexual orientation?" "Oh, I have a girlfriend." The young man loosened his tie, silk jacquard, clearly valuable. "For him, I broke up," he laughed self-mockingly. "Now I'm not so averse to anal sex either." "When you say corner him, you mean?" Fang Qi weighed his words, and in the end used the same word the young man had just used. "To sodomize him." The young man laughed and licked his lips. "Sodomite, sodomite, sodomy." Fang Qi tried hard to control his emotions. He didn't want to lose his composure in front of Gao Zhun. "This Justin, how old is he?" "He just turned 23 last month." Gao Zhun's expression was natural, like an innocent lamb, clearly completely unaware of Justin's lustful fantasies. "He's still a child." "What's wrong?" "Come here." Fang Qi reached out toward him. Such a direct invitation made Gao Zhun's face flush red immediately. Bashful and coy, he leaned over and was grabbed around the waist. Fang Qi pressed against his ear and said hotly, "Stay far away from him. As far as possible." Such passionate words made Gao Zhun somewhat at a loss. "Why? Did he say something?" "No, no." Fang Qi couldn't disclose patient information, saying forcefully, "Will you listen to me or not?" Gao Zhun immediately nodded. Fang Qi almost commanded, "Don't be alone with him. Can you tell me what exactly is going on?" "Must I spell it out for you?" Fang Qi's tone turned suggestive, his fingers seemingly absent-mindedly playing with Gao Zhuan's earlobe. I don't like you having too much contact with other men. Especially him. Gao Zhuan could hardly believe he had said such words. His senses became abnormally sharp, to the point where he could even hear the sound of his own blood flowing. The skin all over his body flushed red. He hugged Fang Qi desperately, throwing all caution to the wind. When we're done here, I'll go back with you to get your things. Fang Qi gave him another piece of candy. Gao Zhuan was so overjoyed he didn't know what to do with himself. Really? But promise me, when you get in bed, just sleep. I promise. I'll promise anything you say. Fang Qi didn't believe his promise at all. Once in bed, he wouldn't be himself, and Fang Qi would also become unlike himself. Chapter 31. Steam rose, making his eyes feel a bit rusty. Zhang Zhun blinked, accidentally meeting Zhang Xian's gaze across the table. That feverish gaze, the kind that wanted to swallow him whole. He looked away, down at the steaming hot pot. It was a split pot, yin-yang style. The spicy side was already boiling, while the clear broth side was still simmering lukewarm. One red and one white pot of soup, like him and Zhang Xian. On the surface it seemed the other person had already come to a boil, while he was still stewing quietly. But actually he knew that the pot bubbling with oil was himself. Zhang Xian was the one who was still muddled and confused. That scene today, he and Zhang Xian had stayed in the restroom, staring at each other for a long time, neither speaking. It was Zhang Xian who walked toward him first, reaching to touch his eyes. Last night you cried? Zhang Zhun slapped his hand away and turned his head. Zhang Xian couldn't reach his face, so he traced down the curve of his jaw, circling around a neck so slender it could be grasped in one hand. Zhang Zhun allowed him. That hand passed over the hollow of his collarbone, then his flat chest, until it reached his warm belly. Zhang Xian, as if possessed, grabbed his belt buckle and pulled him forward. Zhang Zhun was certain it must be his own imagination, yet he actually felt that Zhang Xian was about to kneel down right there. You're crazy. He shoved him hard. Zhang Xian's back slammed into the shower fixture. The metal shower head bent and fell off with a clang, landing headfirst on the tile floor. He hunched his neck and didn't move for a long while. Zhang Zhun suddenly doubted his own judgment again. He stepped forward wanting to help him up, but Zhang Xian suddenly shot out a hand and grabbed his shirt collar. Those big wet eyes glared at him, sparkling. I'm not scared. Zhang Zhun of course knew what he meant. Those dangerous mutual probes, those secret desperate entanglements, those seeming indifferent glances. He forcefully pulled his hand away. I am. Zhang Xian seemed to feel some grievance, angrily straightening his body. But Zhang Zhun didn't let him speak, pointing at the temporary prop door of the restroom. This is fake. We're filming. It was clear he was very afraid of falling in, afraid of being discovered. The director, the camera, your girlfriend, they're all outside. Zhang Xian seemed unable to bear it. His slender eyelids grew wetter and wetter. Damn it. He bit his lip in grievance. Damn it. His mind cleared, and he realized his own recklessness. That audacity just now, those things he had done to Zhang Zhun, at this moment made his heart ache so much it felt about to explode. He had never felt this kind of pain before. It was as if he had grown together with another person, living and breathing as one. One cut of the knife, and 2 places bled raw. Tears streamed down his cheekbones. He casually wiped them away, looking strangely at those liquids. He never cried. When he realized what they were, he was too ashamed and angry to look at Zhang Zhun, cursing in Mandarin. Fuck me. Zhang Zhun also hadn't expected him to cry. It felt like a blade was buried in the pit of his heart, tightening and stabbing with pain. Zhang Xian. He pulled him close, lightly wiping the tears from his face. Zhang Xian dodged like a child. As he dodged, Zhang Zhun pulled him into his arms, holding him tight, without a gap. He was taller than Zhang Zhun, his neck folded over Zhang Zhun's shoulder, his whole face hiding in the crook of his neck. His tears were silent. For the first time, he released them in front of someone other than his parents. Am I just the biggest coward? No. Zhang Zhun slowly stroked his back like an older brother, like a mother. You're just confused. This film has confused both of us. He comforted him, as if also comforting himself. I'm suffocating. I can't take it. Zhang Xian enjoyed his gentleness while sinking into his own fear. He didn't know how in this relationship where everything was his move first, he had fallen to this state. Like a wild dog that had bared its belly, so vulnerable he pitted himself. I just want to be with you. Want to be with you. These words were like a wedge, driven deep into Zhang Zhun's heart. I want to be with you. Between a man and a woman, this is something understood with just a smile, just a glance. But for them, they exhausted all their strength, struggling until they were hoarse. What do you mean you want to be with me? Just, Zhun Xian racked his brains, but couldn't say it. I don't know. Go to bed? Make love. Zhang Zhun rubbed his hair, as if throwing all caution to the wind, speaking recklessly. Tonight we can. No, Zhun Xian denied it. I want more. I want to get more. Zhang Zhun closed his eyes, letting out a long sigh from deep in his chest. You're too greedy. Teacher Zhang, where are you from? Feng Yunting interrupted his thoughts, sweet as a half-melted candy, sitting close to Zhun Xian, tilting her head to lean on his arm. The clear broth pot had come to a boil, bubbling with lively bubbles. Goji berries, cinnamon bark, and ginger slices tumbled in the milky white soup. I'm from Sichuan, Zhang Zhun smiled lightly. I like it spicy. Saying this, he lifted his chopsticks and put the lamb and beef into the spicy broth. Zhun Xian watched him through the steam, his gaze also steaming hot along with it. Feng Yunting had to serve the food herself. It's a shame, Zhun Xian, and I can't eat spicy, she pouted, looking regretful, putting spinach and crown daisy into the clear broth. But we still managed to eat together pretty well. Like a casual remark, yet also like words with hidden meaning. Zhang Zhun lightly stirred his oil-dipping dish. How long have you two been together? Quite a while. Feng Yunting was in high spirits, speaking in a cutesy voice as she asked Zhun Xian. Almost a year, right? Not that long. Zhun Xian corrected her. A bit over half a year. He glanced at Zhang Zhun guiltily. We both have work. We don't see each other once a month. That's exactly why it's not easy. Feng Yunting put the cooked tofu into her mouth. I'm starting to think it's true love. True love. Zhun Xian and Zhang Zhun exchanged a glance. Neither spoke. Zhang Zhun looked away first. Zhun Xian seemed a bit anxious. Under the table, he hooked his foot around Zhang Zhun's, rubbing back and forth with his protruding ankle bone. Zhang Zhun's face reddened. Maybe it was from the spice. He couldn't lift his head to face Feng Yunting. Pretty good, he murmured. You two are pretty good. Teacher Zhang, what about you? She suddenly asked. Zhang Zhun's hand holding the chopsticks paused. He hadn't wanted to say it. I'm getting married soon. After this film wraps up. Feng Yunting's eyes went wide. Congratulations. She clapped her hands playfully. You must invite us when the time comes. In comparison, Zhun Xian almost had no reaction. His face, warmed by the steam, went cold, like a child who had fallen out of favor. Just then a call came in. He saw it was Chun Zheng's son, wiped his hands, and answered. Eating, his tone was sharp. I'm free. Go ahead. He stood up and walked out of the private room with a sour face. Without him rubbing against him, Zhang Zhun felt the top of his foot was a bit cold. With one person missing, the atmosphere immediately dropped. He made small talk with Feng Yunting. How do you have time to visit the set? Is your schedule free? Teacher Zhang. She didn't answer his question, her demeanor seeming somewhat different. Why were you holding his hand? She snapped off the hot pot's power switch. Last night. Zhang Zhun was stunned, his mind a complete blank. She questioned him sharply. If I hadn't come, what were you planning to do? She used you. Not you too. She was blaming him nakedly. Zhang Zhun felt shame, and also panic. He had never been as desperate as now for Zhun Xian to come back. 2 pots of soup. Yours and mine. She used her chopsticks to tap the edge of the pot unhurriedly. I don't care what's in your pot. Don't touch mine. Besides, she arrogantly flicked back her long hair. What kind of pot is yours anyway? Zhang Zhun felt all the blood in his body freeze solid. The crackling red oil couldn't melt him. He wanted to explain, wanted to retort, but couldn't find his voice, couldn't even find where his voice was coming from. Cold sweat seeped through his back. He was speechless. All right, I got it. The door opened. Zhun Xian came in talking on the phone. As soon as he entered, he sensed something was off. Feng Yunting still had that meticulously fake look, while Zhang Zhun's face was deathly pale. He realized something was wrong. All right, we'll talk when we get back. Why is the fire off? He pulled out his stool and sat down. This was directed at Feng Yunting with a hint of interrogation. Afraid it would boil dry while you were gone. She answered extremely naturally, one hand turning the power back on, the other hand under the table touching his thigh. Waiting for you to come back to turn it on. Zhang Zhun didn't hold back, directly pushing her hand away. Zhang Zhun was about to stand up. You two take your time eating. I have something. Zhang Zhun grabbed his hand. Eat a bit more. Zhang Zhun didn't dare pull his hand away. If he pulled away, it would only make things more obvious. Zhang Zhun pulled at him somewhat pleadingly. Eat a bit more. Zhang Zhun suddenly hated him terribly. The kind of hate that made him want to embrace him. His eyes reddened at the edges. He hung his head and sat back down, not daring to look toward Feng Yunting. Soon, both pots were boiling again. One red, one white. Like the Chu River and Han border, impossible to cross. Zhang Zhun ate alone from his pot. Over there, chopsticks came in pairs. Without warning, Zhang Zhun stretched his chopsticks over and picked up the glass noodles from Zhang Zhun's pot. Feng Yunting saw this and hurriedly pulled his hand. Honey, you'll get a stomachache. Zhang Zhun pushed her away. My stomach, my choice. He didn't stop at one bite. Like he was making a point, he stuffed bite after bite into his mouth. Who he was putting on this show for, Zhang Zhun knew all too well. Tears were about to break free. He grabbed his coat and fled in panic. He hadn't run 2 steps out of the restaurant when his phone rang. He felt Zhang Zhun was driving him mad. He didn't even look at who it was and answered. What the hell are you calling for? If you've got guts, come chase after me. There was no sound on the phone. His steps unconsciously slowed. Just as he was about to glance at the caller number, the other end spoke. It's me. A gentle voice, as if he hadn't heard it in a long time. Since that over-the-line bed scene last time. It was Xiaodani. This time it was Zhang Zhun's turn to be speechless. In the moment of helplessness, Xiaodani asked, alone? Somewhat dazed, he softly called her name. Donnie. He swallowed. He answered honestly. I was with a friend. The long street at night. In the distance were brilliant neon lights from tall buildings. Up close were dimly lit food stalls, and dirty oil flowing along the ground toward the drains. Walking alone along this small street, he seemed to be talking to himself. How are you? Not too good. She spoke lightly. After a pause, I'm sorry. He apologized. It felt like something was violently churning in his stomach, so uncomfortable he wanted to vomit. There was also a pause on the other end. The friend you mentioned, was it Zhang Zhun? Zhang Zhun had never lied to her, and didn't want to lie now. His girlfriend came. We were having a meal together. He felt he must be crazy to be telling her these things, but he couldn't stop. It's too awful. Intermittent sighs came through the receiver. Xiaodani's voice suddenly grew distant, not very clear. It's fine. Don't think about it. Let things take their course. There was no resentment in her words, no emotion. Like a purely concerned friend. It made Zhang Zhun feel fragile. He suddenly missed her scent terribly, her embrace, those little flowers she arranged around the room. Right, it's about to turn cold where you are. I sent you thick socks. Don't forget to get them from Xiaodang. Her words drew close again, warm. The old injuries on your body. Take care of yourself. Zhang Zhun obediently answered. Okay. I've been a bit busy with work lately. Might not be in touch often. Okay. Will you come back? She suddenly asked. Zhang Zhun was taken aback. She seemed to have gathered all her courage. After this film wraps up, her voice trembled slightly. Will you come back? I. Zhang Zhun very much wanted to give her a definite answer, but in the end didn't say it. I don't know. Xiaodani accepted this calmly. All right then. She sounded somewhat reluctant. She said, be in touch. Zhang Zhun was about to hang up when she hurriedly added, I'll wait for you. I mean, if you want to come back, I'll be waiting for you at home. Okay. Zhang Zhun didn't know what kind of mood made him agree. He put away his phone and walked forward in a daze. As he walked, he felt like someone was following behind him. He suddenly turned around. About 10 meters behind him was a bright red spark. I chased after you. Tall, curly hair covering his eyes, a hint of Hugo perfume. You were on the phone. I followed behind, like a stray dog. The spark fell straight to the ground, extinguishing in a flash. 472 steps. Zhang Zhun strode toward him, so recklessly, so impulsively. When he reached him, he slammed to a halt. It was dark. People coming and going were sparse. Yet he didn't dare move a finger, didn't dare embrace, didn't dare touch. Zhang Zhun gazed at him from an extremely close distance, only able to trace the lines of his brows and eyes by the weak kerosene light of a grilled cold noodle stall. Cheap light, yet the person shone brilliantly. He couldn't help pushing him. Zhang Zhun didn't resist. He pushed him again, pushing him all the way into the dark alley on the side of the street. Everything was so natural, or rather, it was what they had been desperately seeking. Stepping on what might be broken plastic or rotten leaves, Zhang Zhun pressed Zhang Zhun against the crumbling brick wall of an old lane. His nostrils filled with the pungent smell of scallions and garlic. Their lips seemed to have gained a soul, become enchanted, sucking together on their own, wildly entwined as if there were no tomorrow. Zhang Zhun seemed to hear the wind as loud as a train rushing past his ear. In the howling wind, Zhang Zhun's words broke into fragments. "I'll break up with her, break up with her." He repeated it like an incantation. Zhang Zhun embraced him more passionately, crushed by his brute strength without measure. At this moment, they were willing to use their whole hearts to love each other, to forgive each other, even if it meant giving themselves up completely. Do you know what Chen Xin said? Zhang Zhun took Zhang Zhun's powerless finger, which hung by his lips, into his mouth. He said, "We're done for." He said, "I'm as naive as a fool."